a lot of shit to talk about. How are your age?
I'm great, Mick. I'm doing all right.
You're great.
Look, not super angry, not super disappointed. I sort of thought tonight we would put up a good effort, or today. Look, can't question the effort. I think they were really trying today. Look, I think it's just the reality of where we sit now. I think we sort of just, this is our lot. We haven't been really plucky. Today was a great opportunity, put ourselves in a position to win the game, and like you said, just lack of composure. Really, started panicking a lot in the fourth quarter. I noticed there was just a lot of panic kicking and a lot of dump kicks and just handballs to no one really. Struggled to link up. They dialed up the pressure ever so slightly, and we just weren't able to go with them, which has generally been our one wood the last few years. We sort of match teams in pressure. They were today. Look, disappointing to lose from the position we were in. Mainly really just, I think we know where we sort of sit now, and that's the God honest truth.
Yeah, it is, man. There are some positives. Ed Allen had another good game. That's the one we can persist with now. I thought Harvey Harrison was good. Fucking Frampton was an absolute monster. Let's try Manny again, see if the echo's gone. Yasuri Malaka. Yeah, the echo's still there, brother. Yeah, man. Mate, what's going on with the audio, mate? All right, look, I've just put him on mute again.
No, take me off for tonight. You've gone with it, and fucking, we'll get on next time.
Right, yeah, try and sort it out. Try and get on later if you can, brother.
All right, yes.
But yeah, with the echo, forget about it, mate. It's gonna be fun.
Forget about it. You go on with it. You said it all before anyway. There, you said everything.
Yeah.
You said it all on message. I heard you. Oh yes, bro.
All right, pal.
Be on
nice.
Yes.
Catch up. All right. I've got Anthony B. I'll get him on. How are you, Anthony?
Mick, our season's just it was kind of felt it was coming in a way. That close loss.
Yeah, I had the feeling in that at 3/4 time, I just did not have a good feeling about that. It's from the season that we've had so far. I've lost trust in our main guys to get the job done, man. And the thing is, man, like, all right, we've got Port coming up at the MCG, but the way we're playing, man, we lose that. It would not surprise me. And after that, who we got? Richmond. I don't know who we got after that, but man, go Anthony. Yep.
I was going to say, I think we've underestimated how different our side is this year than last year, because our whole forward line's like brand new. Like, we haven't got Checkers, Cox, Hill, or Elliott in there. Like, it's a brand new forward line. So that probably explains a bit of the cohesion concern right there. Like, it's, like these close losses, yes, you can train them, but we have a new group out there, and this team hasn't played together a lot. So often these close games, you have to drill down where you have to stand, where you have to be. Harrison's over here, or Nick's over here, but this team's not hasn't gelled yet. So that probably explains the whole close loss thing. And I honestly think that we just haven't trained that fast ball use that much. It kind of seems a bit rusty. So whenever we try to play fast, there's an errant handball, there's a bad kick, it just doesn't come off. Well, then Melbourne go back and they just slice through us like crazy, But look, there are some good signs. Like Allen is probably Allen's breakout game. I think Allen stays in. He was so good today in the middle.
Yeah.
There's still the same concerns with the back line. Like, if we play this fast game style, of course, we'll get opened up more, but there's still problems with Josh Dacos, and Houston can't really defend properly. So that's sort of, I don't know. We've got to address that. And I'll just say, I think Sidebottom might be it. I think that, looking at the result, I think our year's over right now.
Yeah.
I was saying it from pre-game that we must win today to have any chance of making a run at it, and I think it's over. So I think Sidebottom's done this year. Play the kids, and we'll give them a farewell game at the end of the season. But there's not much you can say, really.
Yeah. So, look, I was at the game. It was a pleasure to catch up with Adrian for the first time. It was good to meet your age.
See, Mick?
Yeah, man. So right from the offset, look, this was just my feeling. We see it flat from the start. Right from that, when we got the ball out and Geordie fucking just shanked it out of bounds, or he missed the target or something, I'm thinking, fuck, here we go. And then shooters dropping a fucking easy mark 10 meters, 20 meters out that would have got us a goal. And Brusney gets injured. And then Nick did that magic goal, and I thought, all right, okay, here we go. And then he did this beautiful pass to Geordie, and we got a goal. And then the pod scored a goal, and the crowd went fucking nuts. That's the first really big cheer we had in the game. And I thought, all right, here we go. But we just couldn't get away from it, man. A lot of fucked up forward opportunities. Nick started turning the ball over. Checkers. I don't know. I didn't see it myself. I don't know. I'm not really sure what happened there. If you guys can enlighten me on what happened, like it just happened so fast. People are telling me he went head first, like he was about to get tackled, and he went head. Yeah, is that what happened? He went head first.
Yeah, I think Frampton had him tackled, and he lowered his knees, put his head right towards Frampton's knee, and I think Frampton's knee just got him. So there was no malice from Frampton at all. Like, Frampton did nothing wrong in that effort. So it was just it was unlucky.
Yeah. And then the inevitable crowd mentality of the D supporters booing Frampton after that. It's like, come on, guys, man. Seriously? After that, we've got the regular Lipa fumbles, McStay missing shots, and it's the usual shit, man. I'm just going through my notes right now. Steele kicked a good goal in the start of the first half. Howie takes 2 good intercepts on Bailey Fritsch, and I'm thinking, okay, there's something happening here. We get 16 points up. But I noticed Pendles had a very weird game, Benny Zero pointed it out to me, handballing to
he was horrible tonight.
He had a stinker. And that's the thing with Pendles, man. Like, a lot of people say they've never seen Pendles play a stinker. Well, there you go.
There you go.
And, like, look, man, he's an absolute legend, mate. You can forgive him for that. It just is what it is, man. And then some bullshit. Melbourne had the ball. They're going forward. Fucking Cozzy Pickett fucking acts like he's injured. The umpire stops the play. Yeah, and then they get a goal out of that. It's like, what the fuck's going on, man? Oh, man, that pissed you off. Last quarter, Buller took a nice contested mark on Gawn, which was nice to see, because earlier in the game, Gawn took a intercept mark and on Buller, and Buller didn't even contest him, so it was a good little comeback for him there. There was a moment. Look, Shooter. I know everyone loves. I love Shooter. Everyone loves Shooter. I love Shooter, man. But the guy's he's not classy, man. He'll tackle. He'll harass. He'll smother. But you know what? When the ball's in his hands, he had a. There was an opportunity for him to snap a goal in that last quarter, and he was too rushed. He had time. There was no one next to him, mate. He could have turned around, looked at the goals, and snapped it, but he just blindly just went for the quick snap, and he just fucking shanked it. I wrote this down on my notes. I can't watch this shit. Yeah, that last quarter, man. The amount of times I was edging my way towards the turnstiles to get the fuck out of it. And but then Gus Anderson scored his regulation last quarter fucking belter of a goal, and we're back in it. And then two misses, man, two crucial misses by McStay and Geordie, and that was it, mate. I was edging my way to the turnstiles, and the last thing I saw on the TV screen near the turnstile was Cozzy Pickett celebrating after kicking the sealer. And I'm like, you know, the only good thing to come out of this is I get to go on the first train, and I've got a nice, comfortable seat back home, man. That was the positive of the night, mate. Oh, fuck me.
Couldn't have said it better, mate. Couldn't have said it better. It just felt like that last quarter we were just had our opportunities still, obviously, but just I had fears. I just said, they're starting to break a few tackles here. They're starting to look inboard a fair bit. Like it was sort of the writing on the wall. We had those plucky opportunities. We couldn't take them. Could have flipped the result in the end, but at the end of the day, like I said, it's where we are as a club this season, and it was a must win today, as must win as they get was today, and we fall short. So I think that sort of tells you where we sort of sit this year, and that's it.
Yeah.
Because Melbourne have sort of been dropping off a little bit the last sort of 2 or 3 weeks, and we I wouldn't say we've been building, but we've been closer in games. We've been showing a little bit more, and you still can't get it done. So it just comes back to what we've always said. There's just something, that 5%, whatever it is, it's not there. The last quarter, I sort of thought, well, who's going to stand up? I was just waiting for someone to stand up, and really nobody did. And as you said, Mick, we're just relying on Nick. That's all it comes down to. I'm looking at the game. He's the only one absolutely gut running. He's cooked, and he's still just trying to run, create overlap, get some 1-2s, and everyone else is just a bloody statue around him. So, look, it's all the things we already know to be true. Just we're not there. We're not there this year. Look, it's just a matter now of, again, I love seeing kids play. It's not about just chucking all the kids in, but it's about opportunity costs now. So it's like, okay, well, a guy like Sidebottom, is he worth bringing back straight away, or is he worth having 2 or 3 weeks out just to give someone else an opportunity? These are I think that's the stage of the season we're at now. Just make even Pendlebury, poor couple weeks. Even after the bye, maybe just give him an extra week off. Just give someone else an opportunity. Just these little things now we're going to have chances to do, and I hope the club takes it, because we're just not there.
They won't do it, man. We're still in a position where we can qualify. So Flyers is going to persist. Like the kids will get played, but it's not like he's going to make a decision and say, okay, Sidey, we're done with you. Lipper, we're done with you. Crisp or anything like that. It's going to be the same. It's going to be we're going to see the same shit for the rest of the next 3 winnable games, and that's just the way it is, man. We're not going to see you know, I wouldn't even be a fan of it myself, like wholesale changes, because I don't want to see us go from having close ones every week to getting belted because we've got all, you know, because we've got TJ and fucking Jacob Ryan running around just for the sake of having him there, you know. But yeah, it's look, most of us had the feeling that this was going to be a transition year, but I don't think we were, like me personally, I wasn't prepared to, like I said, it was going to be most likely be a transition year. You know, I'm a bit of a, I'm talking shit because I tipped us to finish sixth, but in my heart, I
Me
knew,
too. Yeah.
I knew we weren't going to probably finish sixth. Yeah, go ahead, think.
One of the biggest moments that I think just epitomizes today and how we've gone from that close finish king to this crap is like in 22. If we have a kick out, we'll kick it on the wing and we'll get some run. And this time, Nick just bombed the torpedo in the middle and Gawn marked it. Like there was zero composure. It was a big bomb. So we've just lost. We've lost that. I don't know if it's just we aren't training it or there's no cohesion there. But yeah, we're just bombing it and handball linked to people's feet, and the whole team just looks a bit out of sync right now. And I honestly reckon to make it the best, like to get the most out of the year, we have to just embrace it, embrace where we are. So don't try and you know build it up to be a wild card team or keep old guys in. We have to embrace it. We have to play some kids now, embrace where we are. And then I honestly reckon we aren't far away. So if we just maybe have half a year of this and get some good players in next year via trades, honestly, like we're probably 1 or 2 years away of being a better team. So yeah, I would love to have Swaddling in, give Ryan a go and just call the year how it is.
Yeah. Let's talk about the positives about today. Yeah. From what we can take, apart from me getting the early train, it was Ed Allen. Ed Allen was a positive today. I reckon. Look, Cozzy fucking destroyed us, but at times I reckon Ed Allen looked all right on him. And what did he get? He got it. I haven't seen the stats. I'll get them up actually. 1 second. 1 second. 21 positives, which is pretty good for, you know, he's showing it. Yeah, a lot of us wrote him off at the start of the year, but he's doing all right. You know, the other one is he didn't have a fantastic game, but he did all right. Harvey Harrison and 11 positives there, but looked classy. But I'm praying that he doesn't get dropped now to facilitate Sidey coming in. If that happens, that'll just be a fucking letdown, man. These guys, they just need to be. You just need to keep them in, man. The pod, kicked that nice goal in that first quarter, man, and the crowd went absolutely fucking nuts, and the players got around him. But then he missed a fucking sitter from about 30 meters out, man. And I'm thinking, man, I understand. Look, I'll forgive you, but it's been the story, man, this year so far. Shots missed at crucial stages that have stopped us from killing teams off. It's happened. I don't want to go through every game, but all these close games, we've missed fucking gettable shots, and it's just that year, man. It's just that fucking year. Injuries, missed opportunities, and it's left us in the position we are. You know, we're not getting belted every week, but at the same time, we should be, you know, we've had opportunities where we could have sealed these games, earlier, but no.
We never put a team away. Like it's the same old story every round. Like we had them up 16 points. we just can't get 2 more goals on them. Like we can never do that, and it always like as soon as Melbourne got it back to even, I knew he was over then. You know, done. Yeah.
Yeah. It just seems it's kind of like it feels like a mixture of 2021 and 2024 this year, man. Just not getting results and injuries, man. It's just but another positive was Peza. Good to see Peza back, and he was good. You know, he was classy as usual. Does anyone know what Benny's talking about here? Have a say. You get opinions on that umpire stoppage nonsense. Is that the one I brought up before about when they stopped the play because Cozzy fucking went down? I'm pretty sure that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
I always thought the rule was if that happens, they throw the ball up. Wasn't
it? Yeah.
Oh,
they must have fucked that up somehow. I don't know what happened there. Everyone was confused around me. It's like, what's going on? You know, you're going to give him a free kick. So now, come on, man.
Yeah, I didn't understand what happened there because my understanding was that it was always the umpire just marks the spot and throws the ball up unless it was a mark, obviously, or a free kick or something. Yeah, I just don't understand. I've never seen that before. So clearly it must be what's done. But I just don't know. Just to go on about the positives again as well, I must say, and I spoke about it last, and Darcy Cameron, and you look at our ruck set up in that, of course, Spawns.
Matty,
how you going, buddy? Echo? Echo?
No, it's sounding good.
Sounding good, huh? It's when other people.
Oh, hang on. There is a bit of an echo.
Hold on a second. Clear or echo?
Yo, try now, Manny.
Right, hold on, buddy.
That's good. You there, Manny?
Yeah, buddy. Better?
Yeah, little quiet, but no echo.
Volume
Go
up.
now.
Better?
Yes, better.
Oh, can you hear me now? No echo?
Yes, mate. Sounding good.
That's it, buddy. What's going on, bro?
I'm flat, mate.
Yeah, I'm fucking flat as well. Did you hear fucking Riddler? Fucking Riddler, mate, and his riddles.
You hear people say that, oh, nah, Fly hates losing, and he's really gutted, and he comes on and does those press conferences, it's almost like less than 10 minutes after the game's finished, and he doesn't sound annoyed.
Doesn't give a fuck, eh?
Yeah.
Riddler, mate. I don't know, mate. We're in trouble, bro. Either the cliff's coming, and fucking he knows it, or he's just trying to hold on to miracles. Something's got to be done tonight. Today was bad, bro. Today was bad. That Lipinski, 0 tackles, bro. Not even one tackle. How the fuck can you not lay a tackle all game, bro? Even I'll be able to lay a tackle.
Yeah. That when he shirked it on the members' wing and just let a Melbourne guy just take an easy mark, and they went straight down and scored a goal, and that was the turning point.
Yeah.
And for the Lipper lovers, 28. Oh, he had 28 possessions. That was the moment. That was the moment when the momentum switched to Melbourne, the turning point, and I just knew from that point on. all right, that's it. We're going to lose this.
Yeah, bro. I saw it, bro. As soon as I saw it in slow motion, bro. As soon as he didn't go for that football and it got turned over, and then it hit fucking Fritsch on the chest, and Fritsch put it through. I knew, mate, it's all over. They're gonna pull our pants down. We can't come back. They're gonna do the number on us. And then what happened was they done a fucking number on us, mate. They fucking buried us.
You picked it. You said that our the way we defend is going to benefit Fricks.
Yeah,
How many goals did he kick? Kick 4 goals, didn't he?
3 or 4 goals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Snaps around the
Getting
snaps
it
around the
over
goal.
the back. Easy goals over the back.
Hey, easy goals, bro. Also, Fritsch and fucking Petty, they've been playing shit football for fucking 3 weeks. They haven't touched the footy. Petty got embarrassed last week. He got fucking embarrassed, and you got Petty in our defensive 50, right in front of goals. He's doing pirouettes. You got 3 players trying to tackle him. No one can lay a fucking glove on him, and this bloke's snapping goals over his shoulder, bro. Disgrace job. It's fucking pathetic, bro. Some of the defensive efforts today were fucking bad, bro. They were bad. How can you let players, like even the one with Billy Frampton, right? There's Petty kicks it 1,000 meters in the air. Instead of getting on the goal line and trying to punch it over the fucking line, he's looking at the ball, bro, and it's floating, and it floats over the line. If he ran from behind the goals, he could have got a fist to it. But nah, little things like that, bro, they fuck you up.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just stodgy today. Like we needed to come out and hit them hard from the outset. So what do? We had a plan to have Allen on Pickett, but we don't start Allen on the ground. We have to wait. Like they must have been listening to you. You said, okay, let's see if Cozzy gets off the chain, then we put a cooler on him. Fly was listening to that. But
We should've
ideally, why don't we put him on there to start?
Exactly. We should have called him. The same thing happened again, bro, which gets on my nerves. The first fucking set that we go up the ground, we missed a shot or something happened. Then they get the ball out of the middle, and then you got Cozzy Pickett streaming through the 50 right meter arc with absolutely no player anywhere inside of him, bro. There wasn't a player anywhere near him. He's getting the handball received and he's strolling inside 50, bro. And he puts on the first goal. And guess what happens? Cozzy Pickett's just barred up. He's barred up, bro, because now he's on. So what you've done is you've lit a fire under him and you've got him fucking up and about. Now to call him down, you're gonna have fucking problems. Either you gotta lay him fucking out, or you gotta put 2-3 players on him and work him over because you just got him up and about. See, and then you know what happens? He started getting his hands on the ball all game long. He couldn't call him down. He put Allen on him. Allen wasn't getting the job done because he's too fucking fleet-footed for him. Because he moves around in sharp angles. He had to put a lower player on him, right? And really get on him, call him, like be up his fucking rectum.
Yep.
Yeah. And what happens? Because he keeps playing, and before you know it, he even puts a nail in our coffin with the last goal, embarrasses us.
Yeah.
And not only that, he wins the award. Takes 3 votes off Nick for the Brownlow, and he fucking done the whole packet on us.
Yep.
The whole
And
number.
and now I know why Cozzy wears shorts that are so big. They're like 5 sizes too big for him. It's so he can bar up, and you can't tell with those shorts.
He barred up, bro. You know how fucking he barred up instantly. He's probably thinking to himself. He's probably thinking.
But you know what I mean? That's why
Yeah.
that's why he wears those big shorts. He can get away with it.
Probably no jocks under there either. No jocks, nothing. Hey, and how you gonna stop him, bro? He's probably thinking to himself, look how easy this is. 90,000 people, and I'm fucking strolling through 50, and I'm putting it right between the sticks, mate, with no pressure on me whatsoever. This is exactly what I was hoping for, and that's what happened, mate.
All right, I'm gonna bring Daz on. I'm sure Daz has got a bit to say.
Dazzler. The Dazzler. Dazzler.
Daz, how you feeling?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey, Dazzler. How are you, bro?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, 5 hours later, whatever, 5, 6 hours later, it's still the same feeling I had a week ago and a few weeks before that, and over the past couple of months, mate. It's same old, same old. Wasn't surprised. I made comments sitting with my mates, a couple of neutrals as well. So they're seeing objectively, and even a couple of them called that we're going to piss this game off in the last quarter again. We're going to fucking lose the close one again. You'd think you'd learn more and more close losses. You think you'd learn a little bit about them, but not this team at the moment, not this footy club. Yeah, and the poor old supporters, the fans sitting there putting it over and over again. And the people at half time saying that we're in this game, but fucking stressed out about what might come in the last quarter and whether or not we're going to be able to get a close win, in a bit of a tight contest for 4 quarters. I don't know, words are a little bit, I just feel a bit struck down by the amount of close losses in it's only halfway through the year and we've had 1 win in 6 weeks, guys, and a draw.
Yeah.
And pretty much all of those close losses, you take the draw out of it, we've had 5 close losses, and 4 of those we've been in front going into the last quarter, and we've found a way to lose them all. And and it wasn't as though Melbourne were really that much better. They looked pretty ordinary at times. And we were playing an ordinary Melbourne team. Just doesn't make us look that good, though, does it? We weren't playing a top 4 team today. We're playing an average team as well. And to not get over the line against another average team, and that was the quotes from my colleagues that I was sitting next to. They were independent, like observers, they had no commitment to Collingwood or Melbourne, but they were sitting there and they were saying 2 pretty average teams out here today. It was a tight contest, and it was all about the mistakes that one team were trying to nullify, stop the mistakes and the turnovers and the costly errors, and the team that was going to make the least mistakes in the end were going to eventually going to get the 4 points. And it was us that made the mistakes in the last quarter again. Oh
yeah.
So we don't mention that footballer's name here tonight, please. That the one that we constantly talk about over and over again. The guy that didn't put his body on the line. Please don't mention him again. We're over him, and he's going to get continual games. And you're right with the fact that the momentum changed after that too. You're right, and I could see all the supporters. Just the reaction at the ground. The supporters, not again. And that's when Melbourne looked like they had had a bit of a spur at that stage. And it was that we're in trouble from that point onwards, basically. So, crikey, I don't know. Can't put it into words, guys. It was hard being there watching that over and over again when you've seen so much of it already this year.
Yep. So, hear what you're saying about like we come up that close to a team who's like they're not a great team. They're doing better this year than they have in previous years, but we have those same results against a Hawthorn, a Fremantle, a Sydney. We get that close against the top sides. And then Fly says, "Oh, he's got this new. Did you hear his new cliche today? His new cliche is that this is not the 2023 Premiership side. That cup has got scratches on it and it's sitting in a cabinet." What the
Yep.
fuck are you talking about, mate? No, it's not the same side, but there's a lot of the same players in there. Why can they not get a 5-point win instead of a 5-point loss? What's different? What are you doing differently? They're in a position to win the game. Why can't we win it when the game's on the line? It's not like we're getting smashed with this whole different team with all these young guys and it's a 10-goal loss. We're getting pipped just at the line. So in 2023 flight, yeah, we are different, but we're mainly the same team, except we've got some younger guys in there. Some guys have moved on, but those younger guys are actually doing all right. Not doing that badly. Are you saying that these younger guys came in and you didn't teach them how to win close games? Because in 2023, Flyer, we won those games. We won most of those games. Now we lose all of the close games. So maybe because we can't win close games, maybe we need to do something in the early stages of the games where we bang on 4 or 5 goals and we change the game plan so that we come out and we gap the game early so that we don't have to, because we can't win close games. So there's no point being 5 points up at 3/4 time. There's no point. We need to be 25 points up at 3/4 time. I mean, even then, when we do get 25 points up, they still come back and win.
Yeah.
So by Fly saying, "Oh, this is a different side. This is not the Premiership side." No, it's not. It's not the Premiership side, but it's the same coach. Aren't you better now, Fly? It's 2020. It's now 2026. You're the coach. What are you doing differently? Like we are in the game against, whether it's a middle of the road side like the Dogs or the Demons or a Freo or a Swans, we are in the game with 2 minutes to go, but you can't get it done. So why doesn't he reflect back? Why doesn't he point the criticism back at himself and say, hey, we need to get better, but I need to get better as well, because his one wood was winning close games in 2023. We win all of those close games. We're third. We're third on the ladder, and we're one of the Premiership favourites. We don't win them now. And he's like, oh, it's our list. It's our team. Yeah, the team's the problem. We don't have the right players. Give me a spell.
The other issue too is that why are we?
1 sec, Daz. 1 sec, Daz. 1 sec. I'm just muting you, Manny, if you're not talking, because there's an echo. So if you want to say something, just unmute yourself. Go, Daz.
Yeah, so we go to games nearly every week now and expect it to be a tight, close contest. Okay, so
Yes.
we're obviously have our nerves. Our nerves are there because we know what's been going on this year. Actually, it actually started happening last year. You might recall during the process after Fly said we qualified for finals after 14 wins.
Yes, that's
and then
true.
we started getting into those matches. We were still in those close matches, but we started gradually losing a few more of those as well, or they were becoming tighter than they should have been. So it hasn't just been this year. It's actually over an actual period of time through that second half of last year. And I think it's just got a lot worse now. So we've actually probably go back to even up to around 16, 17 last year. I'll look back. There's actually another 3-4 games, including this the Crows game before the finals, not the final, but the Crows game before the finals, where we lost at Adelaide Oval. And there's 1 or 2 others as well in there as well that were extremely close as well. Now, you can even go back to the Freo game. You go back to all those games as well, mid-year as well. So those close losses, more of those close losses were happening through the second half of last year as well. There's probably weren't as alarming because we were sitting top of the ladder at that stage. But if you add them all up, there's about 9 or 10 of them now, and we've probably won about 3 of them, and we've lost probably 7 or 8 of them now. So, and most of them, even going back to a few of those last year, the Freo game, the Crows game, we had leads. We did still have leads in those games, and yet we we allowed the opposition back into the game and kick goals against the Tide and take over, win those close games because the momentum changed. So a lot of issues there, and we had a better team back then as well. But at the end of the day, we still were falling short in a couple of those as well. Now we got over the line in the final against the Crows. So that's one that went our way, but it could easily have gone the other way as well. But that one that went our way. So I look at it over a period of time, not just this year. So maybe some of the issues that started happening last year after round 16, 17, they still haven't been addressed. They still haven't been looked at, haven't been addressed, because quite clearly things have got a lot worse now. And it's looking a lot worse for us now because we're sitting 11th on the ladder, obviously. So we're not top anymore. This is a new season. We're 11th. And it's more important to win those games now to get ourselves, like you said. We win even 3 of those last 5 close games. Like today, I'd say the Sydney game, we should have won that. That would have given us a lot more belief. Going to Sydney, no one gave us a chance. The youngest team we've put on the field this year, get that win. I reckon the Freo game we let slip. Should have won that one as well. Again, we didn't know how good Freo were going to be at that point. But again, no one really gave us much of a chance. Bit of a slog, but should have won that because we're a couple of goals up with 5 minutes to go. Win 3 of those. Bulldogs game was different. We're pretty much in contact, but we're out of it for most of the game. Could have stolen that one. That would have been a steal last week. But even you win those other 3. So you look at, instead of 5 wins, you're looking at 8 wins. And today, obviously, should have won that one. Should have won that. So I'm going to say 4. 4 from this year. And you're in a better position. That's 9 wins. Look at 9 wins at the moment.
Oh, we're right up there.
You're marginally off 5th place. Marginally off 5th place. So, yeah, if you're not 5th, you're 6th. But then you look at the other results, the way they've gone over the weekend. Hawks lost, Geelong lost. And Freo and Sydney are gapping the rest. So there's a clump of teams after that. Hawthorn, Geelong, Brisbane, Gold Coast, Adelaide. Yep. We would be right with them. We'd be right with them had we won 2 or 3 of those other games. Even if it was 3, we'd be sitting half a game behind the Hawks, the Cats, Brisbane. You know, Brisbane have had a lousy period just recently. They've turned the corner on the weekend, but they were able to turn the corner after 2 weeks or whatever. So we're in this rut. But it's not the losses. It's just the way we're losing too, Matt. It's the same stuff.
It's the same stuff. It's the same stuff as 2022 and 2023. It's just that instead of winning by 5 points, we're losing by 5 points. And it's the same. Last week, we're down by 3 goals and we storm back, but we just miss out. This week, we're up by 16 points. It's exactly the same. It wasn't always coming from behind at 3 goals down at 3/4 time. Often we'd be 3 goals up. But the main thing is that all Fly has is close wins. 2022, 2023. That's all we did. We never smacked teams, apart from Port Adelaide once a year. and we had a brief period last year at the start of last year. So credit to him at the start of last year. We had a different game plan, and we had tried a few different things, and we did smack a few teams. But apart from that, that's our modus operandi. We keep in the game. We always keep within 3 goals, or we get 3 goals up maximum. Sometimes 5 goals. But we always let the team back in, or we know how to get back into the team. The difference between the last few years is that we're losing nearly all the close games. So for Fly to say, oh, we're a different team. No, we're essentially the same team. It's just we do not win close games anymore. We don't know how to do it. We can't get it done. So is that coaching or the player's ability? Now, if we were training how to win close games like we used to when Brendan Bolton was there, we trained at every training session, 5 minutes each way. You're 4 points down, 5 minutes, let's go. You're 4 points up, let's go. We don't do that anymore. Well, do you think that's got something to do with it? Because we fucking shit ourselves. These close wins. There's been clear times, like for example, Josh Dacos against Hawthorn. He had an easy 30-meter kick on the boundary line. He ignored that and went down the line. Everyone's blaming Darcy Moore, and yep, absolutely, that was he shit the bed, and we got it. Instead of a win, we got a draw. But it's little stuff like Josh Dacos not taking that kick because we're not practicing it. Anyway, I'm going to bring Lucas on stage. Hey, Lucas.
How you doing, Wilbur? How you doing, guys?
Keep going.
Good, mate.
Have you settled down from your rant after the Cats game? I saw it. Holy moly, man!
I've had to sort myself out because I've came up with tonsillitis. So
Holy shit, was that a rant or what? Did you
Yeah,
get
I was-
escorted out? Did you
Yeah.
guys get escorted out of the Adelaide Oval? Fuck me, Dad. You were the
Oh,
last
well-
two there. Everyone would have heard you, I reckon.
no, we got approached by security saying, "Come on, guys, you got to move on. Everyone's out." So we did actually get the go ahead to move out the stadium. Then we stayed for another
Fucking hell.
5 minutes, and then literally there was about 3 guards saying, "Come on, now you got to go, guys. You got to go. We've got to shut up unless you want to sleep here overnight." So in the end, literally, we almost got kicked out. So yeah, but we weren't
Yeah.
happy with the loss. Yeah.
Put yourselves in our shoes, mate. We've lost fucking 5 in 7 weeks of football, you know, and you're higher than us on the ladder, so that's why that's why I respect Geelong a little bit more than some other people. I don't like the Cats much because, you know, they've pissed me off a little bit in a couple of games more recently, and
Oh, yeah.
kicked you know, a year or two back as well in that close game. But yeah, I mean, it's some other supporters that piss me off as well. Some of your own supporters that annoy me.
I don't blame you, Daz. I don't blame you. Some of our supporters are complete deluded dickheads, but I don't blame you that one. But
You and Hawthorn give me the shits. Geelong and Hawthorn, I hate their supporters. There's something wrong with them.
we have something in common then, Daz, because I don't like Hawthorn either. As you know, being a Geelong supporter, I can't stand
Yeah, I
Hawthorn.
understand. Yeah, nothing personal, mate, but I'm talking collectively.
I love you, Daz. I love you. It's all good, mate. So it's from the heart. It's all good. It's all
95%
good.
of the supporters are just fucking dumb shits.
Yeah,
And they're fucking
don't blame you.
arrogant. I think the Hawks are fucking arrogant. So arrogant. One day I'd like to just go there and fucking beat them by fucking 90 points and fucking look at every one of them on the way out.
Oh
Fucking
shit!
do the bird or something, you know.
That would be nice for my mentality. The way they've been going, the way that we've been going the last 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
We haven't been going, so, yeah. I did my Monday show about 3 hours ago, and we recapped the whole round. And this is to you, Warble, to Daz, or to many. That I thought Collingwood played pretty well because you flirted with that 2 to 3 goal lead. So every time Melbourne pegged you back, you actually responded really, really well. It wasn't until the last quarter where you stopped doing that. So is it a fitness issue? Is it
No,
coaching?
it's tactics. So what happens is when it's well, sometimes it's close to the end of the game, but sometimes it can be halfway through the third quarter as we go into modes. So we go into the Presti mode, which is Simon Presti Giacomo, which means we go defensive. So what happened? When we get to 16 points up, other sides or like the better sides just go. They've got the momentum, and they just go. And sometimes they might kick 3 points in a row. Other times they can put 3 goals on the board. All of a sudden, that 16 points turns into 32 points, and you gap the game. So Collingwood doesn't choose to. What Collingwood will do. So Craig McRae, what he does is he just keeps He said it. It's very damning. He said in a press conference the other day that he gets a buzz out of the close games. So he wants the close games. He wants So what he does when we've got momentum, when we kick a couple of goals in the row, he goes defensive. So he doesn't like to kick 4 or 5 goals in a row because that's not fun for him. It's fun for him to have it close all the time, and then this close game stuff, which we're not good at now. So it's a total disaster because we can't win close games. We lose all of these games. So now that we don't lose these, now that we lose all these close games, we need to get the momentum up. We need to bang on a few goals and get to 4, 5, 6 goals up. So then if the other team comes back, well, maybe we're too far ahead for them to make it a close game. So that's what happens. Our tactics is that when we've got momentum, we stop our. This may sound ridiculous, but we stop our own momentum and go defensive. And what that does is that it invites the other team in because they work out we've gone defensive, and we're not trying to attack, and they creep up to us, they push up on us, and they pick our pockets and they score. And that's happened. So about half of our close losses, it's where we've got a lead and we let the other team back in. We nearly lost against West Coast. We got the 5 goals up halfway through the third quarter, and they put the Presti sign up halfway through the third quarter in the Pendles game.
Yeah.
Now we should be winning that. We should be celebrating Pendles and winning by 70 points. But we let West Coast back in, and they nearly won. We ended up winning by 10 points in the end. So with all due respect, Wilbur, your coach is fucking stupid. You're preaching to the converted.
So you're like, because I watched the whole game today, and I thought because when you got up to that 15, 20 point lead, Melbourne kicked 2 goals, and then you would respond. And I thought, you know what, Collingwood, they've got all the answers. It wasn't until the fourth quarter with 10 minutes to go where I thought, geez, Collingwood might actually lose this. So I thought you were going to win this for a very long time. But I saw that you just went too defensive, too conservative. Wing long balls down the wing, a bit like Ross Lyon does. I don't know if you watched that game against Sydney. But their attacking style was fantastic against the Swans. So then after halftime, he went that stupid slow ball movement. Yeah, conservative. I saw that a bit. I saw that a bit today with Collingwood because I thought when Collingwood were attacking, they took some risks. I just thought they had all the answers, and they just every time Melbourne threw something at them, you would respond immediately. So I found that a very strange thing that. You'd shut up shop with 4 in the fourth quarter where you had the ability to attack, and you had Melbourne's measure for most of that game, but you went too defensively. I don't understand that. I'm not a Collingwood fan, but I'd be pissed if Chris Scott did that. I'd be absolutely fuming if he did that.
We've been doing it since 2022.
Then sack him. Sack the coach. Why don't you sack him?
We can't.
Sack him. We
can't. He's got 2 more years to run on a contract. So the only thing we can do is we need to get some very strong assistants in around him where he is. So when he wants to do a certain game plan or he wants to do a weird selection or whatever, he has to go through a vote. Like there's maybe 2 assistants, and they have to either agree or veto stuff. Like, for example, Ned Long played forward for 4 weeks. It was a disaster. He's not a forward. He's an
I've been here. Yeah.
So if you've got a veto system, so there's 2 types of coaches. There's coaches where they've got the absolute say. So they're like the dictator, and the assistants can give suggestions, and he can just go yes or no to it. And there's other leadership groups where it's more like a democracy, quote unquote, where you can say, I want to try this. And the other, you need to get a majority vote to get that through. Like for example, he can say, I want to play Ned Long forward against Geelong. And they'll go, okay, we'll try that for a half against Geelong. Doesn't work, and we're not doing that anymore. So we obviously don't have that veto system because he played Ned Long for a month when you've got guys like Charlie West and Buller and recently Podadsky in the one. So that wouldn't have got past. That's not getting past my wife. She would know that that's ridiculous. Okay, my cat David would just go, "What are you doing?" And he's not a big football fan. He likes Geelong because he's a cat, but he would just go, "What are you doing?" Right? My cat, and look, my cat is pretty intelligent for a cat, but he's still a cat. He realized you don't play Ned Long forward for 4 weeks in a row. Maybe try it for a half because he'd start as a forward actually. So I understand why you might think to do that. See what I'm saying? So there's no veto action. No one can. He needs like handlers. He needs strong assistants around him so that he doesn't do this dumb shit.
Sounds like you're surrounded by yes men.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't used to be. It was really smart when he first came in. He had 2 ex-senior coaches who were his assistant, Justin Lepage and Brendan Bolton, and they're strong personalities. And so he's a first-time coach, and he would have clearly run a lot of stuff by them, and they would have conferenced in, and this is what we're going to do. And then a couple of years ago, Lepage moves into a different role. He's now the list manager, and Bolton's gone. So he doesn't have. He has got Tyson Goldsack and Hayden Skipworth.
Yep.
And they clearly Hayden Skipworth has got a very good reputation. People think of him as being one of the next senior coaches, but he clearly is not being heard or not being allowed to have his input or vote down stupid ideas.
Lucas.
Wow. Okay.
Lucas.
Yes, Manny. Yes, how you doing, mate?
Have you noticed why we get players, right? We get them into form. That's why we get them into form, bro. Because you see players that don't perform for fucking 3 weeks, like Fritsch and Petty, right? Even because he's been down. So what happens is we slow down our game style, and it allows them to get into the game. So they get touches of the footy, they get excited, and what happens is they get into form against us because we let teams play in form with us because we let them play football. I don't know whether I don't know whether this shit happens in fucking local leagues, but to let a team come back at you and score goals instead of fucking putting the fucking foot on the throat and finishing them off, I just don't get it, bro. Like Matty said, we've been doing this for fucking 4 or 5 years, bro. We get a couple goals up and he pulls us back. A couple goals up and he pulls us back. You're not going to get the job done, bro. You got a bloke like Pickett running around. You could see it was like a fucking car crash, bro. I was sitting here watching it and I knew that Pickett was going to fucking damage us or Fritsch was going to damage us. You could just, when you know shit like that before the game, bro, it's because you know exactly how we play. It's fucking pathetic, bro. He should just let them keep playing, keep putting scoreboard pressure on, and fucking finish them off. All we have to do is kick a couple more goals, bro, and we fucking had them.
And many the style that he wants to play close is not suited to the players. The players want to play attacking their best way forward. They want to play attacking football, in my opinion, but they just don't.
The reason why Nick and Geordie are always best on ground is, I'll tell you why. It's because when Fly flicks the switch, they're our best players, so that they can adjust. They can flick on the switch straight away. Look, if Nick's playing, like if they pull Nick back and Geordie back, they can manage it. But as soon as Fly flicks the switch, they're the only 2 players that can turn it on. So that's why you see Geordie and Nick every week play good football. The other players, it takes them too long to adjust and get flick the switch. Like Houston was a gun, bro. We've turned him into an absolute spud. The bloke's a spud, right? All Australian spud. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. And then you got players like Lipinski in that. It takes them too long to switch on, right?
Yeah.
And then before you know it, they've put 2-3 goals on us. All the players start panicking, right? They start making mistakes, missing targets, and before you know it, there you go. It's fucking 5 minutes into the last quarter left, right, in red time, and we've lost the game of football. That's it, bro.
But also many that, you know, when you play that way, that if you want to be defensive, that's fine. But you're very easy to score against. Like teams can put 5-6 goals on you in the space of minutes. So that just makes it even worse why he wants to play like that.
Yeah, because all the players mellow out, bro. You got the
Yeah.
defenders mellowing out. Yeah, you got the mids mellowing out. Instead of playing fucking rock and roll football, they all mellow out, bro. And then he wants them to flick the switch like it's a computer game. It's not a computer game, bro. They're human beings. They got to kick back into gear, bro. Plus they're tired. It's fucking it's deep in the fourth quarter. The legs are getting heavy, and this bloke wants them to flick on the switch off and on. Just
No,
like
can't do
Manny
it.
said, like Matty said, put 4-5 goals on them, 4-5 goals on them, and then fucking pull it back a bit. And if they kick a goal, ramp up the pressure again, and fucking finish them off. It's just painful to watch, bro. I'm telling you, it's so painful to watch, bro. Some of the skill execution is horrific. Some of the
Like even Dacos, like Nick Dacos missed like 3-4 targets inside 50. Like you can't defend that, man.
Yeah, but he's trying to get something happening, bro. He's looking.
Oh, of course, because he's the only one that's doing it.
He's looking around all these fucking spuds, right? All these fucking spuds, and he's thinking, mate, if I don't do something, we're fucking done. The season's fucking finished. If I don't start doing something, I've got to take risks here. If I don't do it, who's gonna fucking do it? You know what I mean?
See, I think De Gory has played a hell of a last month. Like he's played really good football for you guys. But I'd like to see him on ball a bit more. I know he kicks goals up forward, but I'd like to see him on ball a bit, just to fucking help out Nick, just to leave some of the pressure, so he's not fucking carrying it.
Bro,
he has been mostly on ball.
I think okay. Fair enough.
We haven't got the players, bro. We haven't got enough guns in the team, right, to cover. So what he does is he moves players around to fucking cover all the holes, to block up all the holes, bro. We haven't got enough players, so that's the problem. If your role players aren't performing, the young kids, mate, they can't do anymore, bro. Angry's kicking goals. Yeah, you got Still kicking the goal. He's trying his hardest, mate. You need the senior players to lift. Crisp, fuck knows what's happened to him. He's missing fucking handball targets and fumbling the ball. Quain has fucking dropped off. Josh Dacos, he was like he was in a war zone today. The amount of bombs that he was kicking in from the halfway line was fucking ridiculous. Like then you got Buller's trying to take miracle marks in between fucking 3 defenders, bro. And you go up the other ground, you go up the other end of the ground, and you got Fritsch and Petty coming on the lead. Then you got the umpire stopping the game for an absolute disgrace of fucking.
Oh, what was that about, man? He that stopped the game for a slip. Are you fucking kidding me?
But then you got fucking 1 minute for the players to switch on. So all of a sudden, you got fucking 20 defenders back there clogging up the back line. You see Petty. Petty that hasn't touched the football. Yeah. He was about to get fucking dropped. He was about to get fucking dropped last week, right? He hasn't touched the fucking footy. You got Petty leading out with not even one soul anywhere near him. It's like he's in the fucking Amazon, mate. Right? Not even one person around him. Right? And he's coming out on the lead and hits him right on the chest. There you go, bro. So little things like that add up. And before you know it, the game finishes. You lose by fucking 4, 5, 6 points. And all those things fucking cost you, mate. And you got that piss sweet fucking pussy. Right? That's what Des doesn't want us to mention him. Right? You haven't got players putting their head over the ball or going in for the hard contest. And what happens is all those things add up, right? All those weak efforts add up. And before you know it, you're sitting 12th on the ladder. But in a couple of weeks, you'll probably be 14th. And then fucking, there you go, bro. That's your lot, mate.
Manny, we can hardly hear you, buddy.
Now, Matty, better? Better, Matty?
Where's that strong voice, Manny? Come on.
Better? Is that better?
I can hear Manny. Yeah, I can hear him. I don't know about you guys.
We can hear you, but you're like Lucas. You're like 10 times louder than Manny. So that's
Yeah, I do. To be fair, I've got my volume up, so I can. Yeah, I can.
Actually, can you bring yours down a bit?
I will.
Lucas.
Yeah,
That will
sorry,
be
I-
helpful.
I had it
And
down.
Daz.
I popped it up too much.
Is this a bit better?
That's a bit better, hopefully.
Hey, Matty.
Well, I don't want to criticise Collingwood players because this is your YouTube show. You know what? I'm out of line doing it, but
No.
Um,
No. That's
but
it's a
what-
free speech forum here, mate.
oh, thanks, mate. But but when you fucking lose to Adelaide and you're there live, it's embarrassing. You have to comment on other players, but why the fuck is Cripps hasn't had a rest? What's the obsession of playing Cripps every week? Don't tell me it's for the record. That can't be for the record. Fuck the record.
$64,000 question.
Huh.
Only
that's
one
it.
person can answer that question. That's Fly. I'd love to be a journalist because that'd be a question that I'd be throwing at Fly. You know, what's going on, you know, in regards to Crispy. Just not say, why isn't he getting dropped or whatever, you know, why isn't he getting managed, or, you know, his drop off of skills, his skills this year, particularly by foot, is alarming. Shouldn't be happening to a senior player or an experienced player like that. He's turned the ball over again 5 or 6 times again. He cost us a goal against the D's. Cost us a goal. I reckon he's cost us a goal nearly every single week for the last 5 weeks.
Yeah, I have
If-
him. I have him on the chopping block, like not just to be dropped, but to be time to go. Even look to trade him. We really need to get some draft picks in, and he could be on the trade table if someone wants him. You know, maybe a young side wants some experience, like a Richmond or someone like that. We need to get aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know if Fly's the guy that's going to sit down over this 2-week period over the bye and have a real hard conversation. If he hasn't already, he's got to do it over the bye. Have a hard conversation and stop picking on the young guys and publicly. I know he didn't mention any of them the other day, but for the media then to drop that article and say that Fly wants, you know, the young guys to step up because time is running out. Well, firstly, half the team, he only started picking a few guys, you know, after round 3, round 4 this year. That first one was Oscar Steen. We've been crying out for and calling that out for a long time. They've been chopping and changing with Ed Allen for weeks, back and forth, BFL, AFL, out after 1 week. Parker's another one. Even Rowan Steele had a chop early in the year, you know. Out he went, you know, and then the integrity, the man, to still, you know, bring in, I think, don't care the result, you know, going back a couple of weeks ago. Remember, he comes back at Marvel, kicks a few goals, but his result before that, his game at the VFL level, kicking 1 point, was piss weak. I was there, I watched it. It was piss weak. You don't reward people like that. But then on the other hand, yeah, you're rewarding mediocrity. And the thing is, if you're a young guy, what are you doing? Because that meant Charlie West was out the following week. Yeah, Charlie had a quiet one.
Boy, isn't he? Is he that SA boy?
Yeah, from
Yes.
Yeah, I like him. I like him. I think he's a good, but he fucking hardly ever plays, guys.
No, he's played 4 games so far in his career. 4 games of AFL football. Admittedly, he had a bit of an injury last year, but still, like, the guy's got talent. There's no doubt about that.
He'd
But
be
anyway,
a gun at Geelong.
Yeah, I know.
And they-
I know
and they
about him.
play him.
Yeah.
and they play him at Geelong too. They'd have no
They would, yeah.
hesitation in playing him. And the other thing, I go back to my rant, was absolutely incensed. And it may have been the fact that the headline was, you know, you know what the headlines are. They try to create, you know, a story with the headline, but I listened to what Fly had to say as well. So I listened to what he had to say. And even though he didn't name anyone, to actually put the blowtorch on the young kids, some of which
That's
are still
disgraceful.
playing, they're still playing okay in the VFL. They're not hitting the lights or anything like that. And the VFL have been pretty ordinary this year, having watched most of their games. So their confidence level is pretty low anyway, because they know they're probably going to get belted most weeks. And they're playing with pretty, 10 or 11 guys that simply aren't on the Collingwood list anyway. They're sort of like stopgap fill-ins, and then that's the rest.
Yeah.
And then, like, we've had all the injuries as well. So therefore, that VFL team's getting, weaker and weaker and weaker every week, basically. So there's no seniority around the VFL team. So, the most senior player that's sort of amongst them in recent weeks has been an Ned Allen, or in recent weeks, recent days, it was Ned Long, as far as AFL game time is concerned. But, it took him that long to actually eventually pick. And he was actually forced to pick Oscar Steen. He was forced to pick Harvey Harrison. He was forced to pick, some of these guys because of the injuries. They still would be languishing in the VFL if we hadn't had those injuries. They wouldn't be getting their selected opportunities at AFL level. But Fly mentions a group of those guys. He didn't name them. Yet, if I was a journo, I'd be saying, what about Steele Sidebottom? What about his drop-off this year? What about Bo McCreary's drop-off this year? What about the form this year of Crispy? Not what we'd expect from Crispy, What's going on with Tim Membry, You recruited him just over a year ago, Was he going to be the panacea for your football club up forward? And we're seeing Charlie West not get a regular spot. What are you doing with Jack Buller? Then you go and recruit J-Pod. You bring him in, fair enough. Bring him in this week. What's that say about your forward line and your setup in your forward line? You didn't want my check. Checkers went. Fair enough. He made that decision. That's fair enough. Okay. Didn't want his contract for 2-3 years or whatever. Legitimate decision there. Don't blame Collingwood for that. But it's all over the integrity of this football club. And Fly's managing the integrity. And then you see and hear what he has to say during the week in his presses, and then after the game. It's so wobbly. It really is so wobbly. I can't trust the guy because I don't get anything out of him. He's like we've said it so many times before, guys. He's a politician dressed up as a coach.
And then that never mixes well. No, I have the same thing with Chris Scott the last 2 weeks. The bullshit that he's came out of his mouth. Umpiring, Adelaide Oval stands, and fucking Christ knows what. Well, how did Sidebottom got dropped? Managed. How did he do in the VFL this week?
That's what happens when you manage someone. Here's the thing: he should have been omitted. But what happens when you're in the fly club, right? When you're in the favourites group, which is called the Club Fly. Once you're in that club, you don't get omitted. You get managed. So what that means is, if you're omitted, you have to go into the reserves and you have to earn your spot back through the VFL. When you get managed, it means that you don't play VFL and you're an automatic selection. So that means that Sidebottom will be an automatic selection come after the bye when we play Port Adelaide. So
see, Chris Scott does that. Omitted. See, Chris Scott does that as well, but when they're managed, they still play VFL.
Oh, that's weird. Well, then that's just omitted, isn't it? Because I mean, see, what we do, I don't know. Our program is managed is so that they can get a rest and get their body right, and they're usually often older players have a week off, and then you're an automatic selection. Now, if that's a Nick Dacos or a Pendlebury or a De Goey, that's fair enough, or a Jeremy Howe, because they're very important. but with still Sidebottom, who plays one good game out of 7, he shouldn't be an automatic selection, but he is because they've just told us that he's an automatic selection.
No, well, our definition of manage at our football club is that we, instead of saying drop, we put manage because we don't want to hurt their feelings.
Oh, that's the same with us. Yeah, that's the other part of it. Yeah. That's the other part of it.
They won't not play VFL. Like Warple got dropped or managed. He played VFL. Close got dropped last week, but he was playing VFL. So that's a bit weird for me. Like when they get dropped or managed, they play in our VFL team. Like Close has been managed 2 times this year, and he's played the next week. Same with Warple. So that's a bit weird for me.
Yeah,
but then again, that's weird for you, isn't it? What I've just said.
You guys have been doing it for the last 3-4 years with Danger. He doesn't play VFL. Yeah. He's actually managed. Managed should be just that.
Yeah.
Rested. Managed is rested as far as I'm concerned. Managed. If you're dropped, the word omitted should be. So what's this word omitted? Why is it getting deleted from? Well, if it's happening with other clubs, I'm not seeing it as regularly with other clubs. But
it hurts their feelings, Dad. You know, the media get on it.
If you're omitted, you go down to the next level. You're omitted. If you're managed, you're rested, basically. If you're injured, you're injured. So let's get back to that sort of like basic terminology instead of fuck-assing around trying to stop hurting people's feelings and all that.
Great.
And that's it. It's all about, and I've heard this statement so many times in footy, it's only a game and all that sort of stuff, but it's all about the results. It's all about winning. And everyone should be on an equal page. Should be some home truths. If you've got a footy team or any sporting team, home truths, if teams are on a slump, can't win, still continually losing the same way, get in the room, get in the room, lock the door, have some hard truths as a team. And then I think it's a coach's responsibility, and that's why I'm calling for it, for Fly in the situation we're in right now. Use the bye, get some of these guys in, get them all in if you have to, one by one, talk to them, but nut out the issues. That does not exclude Still Sidebottom, doesn't exclude Bo McCreary. It's been absolute shit this year. Doesn't exclude anyone. Get him in, find out how and get some honesty out of them. Ask them.
So you've got to buy this weekend.
Put it in front of them. How you reckon you're going so far this year? We've 12 rounds into the year. How would you rate your season? Get them to answer the question. Put it in front of them. And if they don't like the question, then they're fucking, they shouldn't even be fucking there. They don't like that sort of like ultimatum. Putting that question in front of them at the halfway mark, just get an honest answer. Because if their answer is, I reckon I've been all right. I've been played all right here and there and all that sort of stuff. Sort it out as a coach, mate. I'm not sure Fly's that type of coach. Maybe Chris Scott is. I reckon Chris Scott is. I just don't know, Fly. Some of Fly's player to coach chats, and they put them on social media, are cringeworthy. They are so cringeworthy. It's actually embarrassing.
Well, blame your captain for that. Blame my captain and your captain for that, because the AFLPA have been pushing for that kind of shit.
No, but the J-Pod, the J-Pod announcement he was going to debut. But then the Oscar Steen one was even worse. That was so cringeworthy. It was embarrassing. You got a coach saying, how do you reckon you're going this year and all this sort of stuff, how do you reckon, you're going to play AFL football this week. Blah, 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 blah. Get the cheers going.
It was really bad. Are you a fan of The Office, Lucas?
I've seen bits and pieces. Yeah, I think if you show me a reference, I probably will know. Yeah.
Ricky Gervais, he plays the manager of this office.
Oh, Ricky Gervais. Yeah.
Basically, one of these things, he had this new recruit, and he's in his office, and he's trying to show off to him. And so he gets the receptionist in, and he starts to say, so anyway, I've been reviewing your performance, and we're not happy. In fact, and he starts alluding to the fact that he's going to fire her, like basically as a joke.
Oh
And
my God.
she's like, oh, what are you talking about? She's like, yeah, you've been stealing. He's like, stealing? What have I stolen? It's like Post-it notes. And he's like sort of ribbing the other guy. I think like it's really funny. And then this girl just like bursts out like crying. Like, and then he's like, oh, it's a joke. I'm joking. And she sort of gets herself together and she's just like, you fucking wanker. And
He did
he
that.
did a similar thing. No, he didn't mean to. But when he interviewed, this is Fly, when Fly like brought Oscar Steen into his office to tell him about, he's basically going to tell him he's got his first game. But the way he frames it, Oscar Steen thinks he's going to delist him. He clearly thought like he's like, oh yeah, I've been wondering about, you haven't played for a few years and we're wondering about your position and where we're going as a club. And you just see the look on Oscar Steen's face like, oh fuck, he's moving me on.
Oh,
It's just like, and then eventually he says, oh no, you're gonna play on the weekend. He just sees this, oh fuck, like he's on his mind. He's just like, oh God, I thought you were gonna get rid of me.
oh my
It was
God.
the same level of cringe, So bad.
That is fucking awful.
Yeah, just say, hey, you fucking, hey, mate, wanted to get you in to tell you you're playing your first game. Well done, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
whatever happened to that? What happened to those good old days?
games? Yeah. Like the guy's like, I'm in the boss's office. What the fuck? What have I done wrong? I've been called to the office. I've done something wrong. And if it's something good, you're gonna tell them straight away. Hey, the reason you're here, it's good news. You're playing on, But they wanted to build it up for social media, right? It's this whole bloody social media bullshit, which is fine. Put stuff on social media, but
Yeah, just say we've been watching you in the VFL. You've been impressive. Like the way you're going, and we're going to reward you. You got your
That's
first
it.
AFL game. Just say it like that, mate.
yeah,
Don't
flat
fuck
out,
around.
like that.
And vice versa with the dropping. Like the admitted, like you're not playing well, we're going to put you to VFL and move on.
Yeah. Yep. Get to the
How
point.
easy, how
There's
easy is
no
that?
sugarcoating it.
Yeah. Well, so you've got to buy this week, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
In VFL and AFL, yep.
VFL. Okay, fair. So yeah, that's a bit strange, but all right.
That's why it's worked out.
Especially when our most promising star was left not playing, will not play 2 games in a row. Sam Swadling.
He's not going to play for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Sam
What a
Swadling.
joke.
What a genius decision that was in the end. I said it the other night. I said it's going to come back to bite us. Wouldn't it have been great to see him against Melbourne, drifting down from half back to the wing, maybe take a punt, kick a goal going forward and all of that to liven the crowd up, excite the crowd. But nah, left him watching again.
Yeah.
So that's 2 weeks in a row he was emergency, and he's going to be missing 2 weeks of football. A young guy like that. He's going to be not playing for 2 weeks.
You might have to play him soon for the Maynard injury. How's that, by the way? Any news on that?
It didn't
Busted
look good,
shoulder.
but he's been dislocating his shoulder for a long time. So I don't know. We'll see. So anyway, I just want to acknowledge we've got 27 people watching right now. This is I reckon this is the most people have had watching a stream. Normally, my average is about 15 people watching a stream. So this is the most people I've had watching a stream, but I'm not really getting much action in the chat, which is unusual.
They're all listening. Maybe it's Fly.
Fly's
Might be
Fly
Fly.
and
Fly's listening.
his agents.
His agents are listening.
They're going to shut you down. They're going to shut you down, Matt. They're going
I
to
wonder if
shut
some
you
of
down.
the players are listening. He's not going to shut us down. No. He has to listen because we talk sense.
We give
Yeah.
most of the best ideas that Fly has comes from our community.
They take a long time to sink in. They take a long time to sink in.
Minimum
He's
8 weeks for a Fly idea to come.
You got to learn the hard way, don't you?
Such a stubborn coach. I reckon all coaches are stubborn, but we've got the stubbornest.
Agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh,
Crikey.
gee, Chris Scott can be pretty stubborn sometimes, very stubborn, especially when it's not going your way. But no, I agree with all coaches are stubborn. I agree with that.
But he give him a rocket, I reckon. Like I guarantee you, I don't know who the Cats are playing next week, but I reckon he'd pull
Gold
every
Coast
single
at
player apart. He'd go in the rooms and he'd fucking have a real crack at everyone after the game, post game. But then he'd also have a decent chat to every single one of them, particularly those that didn't perform adequately during the week, and remind them constantly during the week that they're on watch and they need to pull their finger out. Because he just wouldn't tolerate that shit that he saw the other night. You know, yeah.
Oh, we got that gimmick game. The gimmick whiteout game we did last year. We got embarrassed by Brisbane. That's back again. This time against Gold Coast.
Mm. Yeah, but
on the line.
You get a response. You get a response because he doesn't pull any punches though. Yeah, you might. May not necessarily be his biggest fan with some of these decisions and selections as well, but that he doesn't take any bullshit, mate. And that's why there's a absolute massive gap between Fly and Chris Scott when it comes to the response you might get behind closed doors and when you get it from into the media, because we know and watch Chris Scott in some of these games when they do lose, he gets very surly. He gets surly with the media. He doesn't take any crap. He might not like a question coming his way and all of that, but he'll respond and all of that. But he'll also give it to his team as well. He won't make it. Yes, he tends to whinge a bit about the umpiring and here and that and all this sort of shit. But I'll guarantee at the end of the day, he'll go back during the week, next training session, and he'll fucking talk to all of his passengers, all the guys that underperformed, and he'll fucking read them the right act. I'm not sure that happens with Craig McRae.
No, that comment that Void put up there, Matthew. Smart. That's a smart man, because why would you pay OnlyFans when you can watch porn for free?
It was milkshakes actually.
Yeah. Why pay OnlyFans and all this fucking bullshit? We can just watch it for free. I don't watch it. It's not really my thing.
Well, what you could do, you can turn the sound down of the Pornhub, and you can have you can be listening to us but watching Pornhub. You can multitask.
Ooh.
Definitely.
Yep.
Not giving people
Work
ideas.
smarter, not
Don't
harder.
do that. That's just
Yeah,
what some people
don't do that.
We want them listening and watching us if they can.
Oh, hang on, we've got a guest. We've got a guest. We've got another guest, guys.
Beautiful.
There we go. Welcome on stage, Sean, aka Ultimate Greatness.
I love Sean. He's a good man.
Yeah.
Shawnee.
Hey, fellas.
There you go,
Sean, how you doing?
Yeah, just I only just woke up. Had a little bit of a nap. It wasn't my choice. I think when I watched that, performance, apparently my body thought asleep for 3-4 hours. Just thought it was the right call. So there you go.
Did you curl up in a little ball and cry like you were going to do last week? Did you do it this week? Because I nearly did it this week.
No, I didn't actually, because I passed out before I had the opportunity to. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but unfortunately, I didn't get to cry in a corner. So maybe next week.
Yeah.
So what's your analysis of what you just saw today or yesterday? What do you think?
Like, I don't even have any feelings towards it outside just the fact that it's just not good enough. I keep going back to the Sydney loss and that being probably the funnest game I've ever watched. I've probably watched all season, and it was because it was against a top four side in form, and we just had a crack. And even then, we actually looked like the better side of times. And I know we can do the whole like, oh, but if Steam played the rest of the game, we probably won all this stuff. But like, we played Melbourne, who's like a team that's very average this year. I know they had their good start, but yeah, it's very clear that we should have beaten this team today. And yeah, I'm just tired of just how the season has gone, and there's so many guys that just aren't pulling their weight. So many moments where we can just do so much better. We've got kids in the VFL that are more than good enough to step up, even if you get someone that's, you know, for the term of a safe bet like a Jacob Ryan, just give him a go. Like,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know.
Time to do it.
yeah,
Yeah,
They're
make
going
a
to have to do
statement, like,
something.
dropping. They need to drop Houston. That's one example of making a statement. This guy was our massive recruit, all Australian. He's getting omitted because we're all equal here. You earn your spot. You've been here for a year and a half and you're fucking crap. Go back to the reserves like everyone else should. Imagine how good that would be for the club if Houston got dropped. Now, yep, there's an argument that, we're not playing him the right way, but come on. So sometimes you've got to go out there and get a kick.
yeah.
You know, but
Also, as
I
well,
would get Ryan in for Houston. Sorry, Dan. Even if they have to say he's managed for a couple of weeks, get Ryan in there, see what he can do.
Yeah. Also, as well too, I just want to get your thoughts on like Lipinski. So it said on the AFL app that he had 28 disposals. Did you guys see any of those disposals? So like, I feel like I know he had some like, you know, hand passes, like 1-2s and stuff. But it was actually probably the first game in a long time I watched the game without looking at the stats. And then when the game finished, I looked at a few of the stats and I saw Lipinski had 28 disposals. And my first thought was like, where did he get 28 disposals from? Like, were you guys thinking the same thing?
I was at the game, and I you know, I'm not. People don't think I give Lipper a decent enough amount of plaudits when he does play well, but he does that once every 7 or 8 weeks. But anyway, it could have fooled me if he had 28. And if he did, he still turned over the ball 75% of the time. A lot of his disposals went nowhere.
Yeah.
So, firstly, if that's what he got, if he had 28, yeah, everyone will read it.
Memory.
Some of the delusional people will read it and think he was one of our best players. And, you know, be interested to see who gets the, you know, I'd like to know what Fly thought of his game overall. You'd probably say he was out, you know, very good, one of our better players. But anyway, but I keep saying it's no point getting the ball if you're going to turn it over. So I reckon he turned it over close to 75% of the time. His decision-making was atrocious. And again, I'll get back to what I said earlier, that yes, your senior players, your experienced players shouldn't be doing things like that. Crispy did it as well. Probably didn't have a bad game, but he wasn't great either. But a lot of his decision-making, and he's just got no composure anymore, and he's horrible with his disposal now. Nearly every 2 out of every 3 kicks from Crispy's just turnovers now, which is something that we never saw previously. So I was at the game, but people think that I'm a Lipper hater and all of that. I'm not a Lipper hater. I'm just, I'd like to just point out to him that he's playing one good game in 8 is just not sufficient. And he's going to get close to, 200 plus games or whatever. He's going to end up, because he's got another year to go on his contract next year, I believe. So he's probably going to go close to 250 games, near enough to that. And how many of those good games, how many of those are actually been quality games? I can't remember too many, I must admit. And as Manny keeps saying, he came as a VFL reject from the Bulldogs. So we just need to really assess our list. And as we're looking at and putting the critique on the younger guys, and I'm sure that's what Fly was referring to in his little blowtorch on the younger brigade. He was probably referring to people like Jacob Ryan, and probably Di Mattia and all of that. But I'll tell you what, how about putting the blowtorch and putting it on some of the other senior players in the team that have just been crappy this year, you know. It was just accepting mediocrity if you're actually just going to keep picking those blokes and they're going to wind up with 20-odd possessions or 20 disposals and half of them just go nowhere. They do nothing for the team. That's why we're losing a lot of these close games too, because of their actions. Their actions are simply falling short of the mark to where they used to be. And we've got too many of those guys playing from week to week in the team, and they're just butchering the ball constantly. And it's also their decision-making as well. So I like it's a good question, actually. I actually found out after when I came back home that I read up and it was said that Lipper had 28 disposals. I couldn't believe it. So, yeah, it surprised me. It surprised me. It must be said. It surprised me. And somebody might say, the others would say, oh, it's not, that's better than what he normally gets because he normally only gets about 14 or 15. And he goes missing and all this sort of stuff. So a lot of people will think, oh, gee, that's good for Lipper. 28, that's excellent. Gee, he must have played well. Even from some people that probably didn't even watch the game. They'll read that and they'll think, fantastic. See, why is everyone going crook about him and all this sort of stuff? But, yeah, you had to actually watch the game. I don't know what it looked like watching it if you weren't at the game, if you're watching on the TV or on the stream. I don't know whether it was noticeable, but certainly there you get a whole round picture of what he does with the ball and what anyone does with the ball in regards to whether their decision-making and whether their skills are up to scratch. But I can assure you that half of those, if I want to be absolutely fair, probably overly fair, 50 to 60% were crap. That's just been there watching him. I'm probably I'll be conservative there and I'll give him that at least. And yeah, so I mean it's the same old and all that sort of stuff. How's this too, guys? We were looking at the game and right from the start, and you've got Ed Allen spending the first 6 minutes on the interchange bench. He's not even on the ground. 6 minutes. So he comes on, we immediately hit the scoreboard. He gets 2 or 3 disposals straight away as soon as he goes into the middle. But for the first 6 minutes, a guy who's showed improvement over the last 2 weeks, you got him sitting on the pine on the interchange bench to start the game. Again, that's flying. That's the decision making of the coach. That's the selection. You know, we've seen the improvement in Ed Allen and what he's been capable of doing, and then you got this young guy who had to wait for 6 minutes before he actually came back on the ground. And then we saw the change as soon as he went to the middle. Got his hands on the ball straight away. He wasn't perfect, but I mean, again, a good game. Good game, more upside and more improvement. That's what we've been calling for a long time. So, you know, and I hope he's not referring to, I hope Fly's not referring to Ed Allen when he's talking about guys that need to step up, because for weeks, Fly was chopping and changing and putting him back from AFL to VFL. And that's no continuity at all. And that stuffs up the confidence and any ability that a bloke has in the football club. Because then they become really, really, really nervous because they think, oh, shit, if I make one mistake, I'll probably be off the ground and I'll be dropped next week.
When you've played the kids, how have they looked?
They're sort of like 50-50 in fairness, but I think that's not necessarily the conversation though, because really at the end of the day, like Because like if you're playing your first handful of games, you need them to be played in a row. You need like 4,
Yes,
5, 6 games
correct.
in a row. Like,
That's correct,
And
yes.
it's really frustrating. Even was it 24? We played Jacob Ryan 1 game. We played TJ 1 game. I feel like we played 4 or 5 guys just the 1 game, and then they didn't play like the next week. And then the whole narrative was, oh well, if they're not getting their second game, obviously they didn't do enough. It's like,
No, I
well,
don't
if that's the standard, then that's fucking shit.
It is.
You
That's
know?
bullshit.
Like-
No, I wouldn't accept that at Geelong. And fucking
Yeah,
no
like
way.
that. It pisses me off because especially when someone like myself, like I watch the VFL every single week, and you know, obviously myself and Mick have even been doing like live streams of it like for about 6 weeks now. But it's like the amount of times where I'll see some kids played really, really well. And it's even so obvious to the point where you'll have these kids, they'll have a good patch of a few weeks, and then they just, it's not that they completely like disappear, but you can tell they'll get a good patch for 6 weeks, and then they don't play, or like they probably played maybe slightly above average, but then they have a good 6 weeks where they're getting 25, 30 disposals, or you might get a Charlie West where he kicks, say, within, say, 5, 6 games, he's averaging, say, like 3 goals a game. You know, you got to capitalize on the momentum and then put them in then, you know, and just to say,
That's
oh, but he's a
development,
kid, and yeah, no, but I'm saying like the coach needs to, needs to pick and time their debut or whatever their next opportunity. They need to time.
I
it
agree
when
with that,
they're on the
100%.
up. But,
100%. Like, you're not going to know shit. Like, he could, like West, for example, I'm just using this word as hypothetical. He could be the next, Gary Ablett, Garrett Senior. But if he's playing fucking 2 games out of 6 or 1 game out of 5, that's never going to give you information. It's not going to help him develop. That's going to help no player develop. You've got to play him for 5, 6 stretches in a row. And like you said, Sean, let's say for the first 3 weeks he kills it, and then the next 3 weeks he has bad games, well, so be it. You've got to take that on the chin. That's part of the development, mate. Players are not going to improve unless you let them develop.
But it's also the art of being backed into. Like that's why I've been saying it for a few weeks now. Where it's like, if we had Moldhouse as coach, I don't know if you know Sam Swaddling that much, but if Moldhouse was coach, he would have started the year. He would have been in the system for about 3 months through the preseason, and through that whole time, he would have played round 0. I don't even give a fuck who we played in round 0, but he would have played that game, and he probably would have been playing up until it, especially like now. And because one of the things that Moldhouse did was he always put in 4, 5, 6 players round 0, and he was like, "Hey, it's on you now. If you're going to be playing VFL, it's only because you're not doing your job right." You know, like you look back to, when Sidebottom played, when Beams played, when around that sort of like 2009, sort of 2010 era, like
Swanee as well.
I said Sidebottom, but like all these,
Dane Swan.
Yeah, even like Dane Swan, like even Pendlebury, like
Yeah.
because one of the philosophies, and Moldhouse even said it himself in like footages over the years, where it's like, mate, everyone's got a birth certificate, but do not give a fuck about the birth certificate. If you can perform and you can do a role, you're playing in this side. And I think one of the things that's lost through the VFL to the AFL is that there's no bridge from the VFL to the AFL. And a lot of the guys that play VFL, they know there's no fucking bridge. And then they play like it. And then we're sitting there being like, oh, Charlie West has kicked, 30 goals in like 8 weeks or whatever it is, to average like 3 goals a game. But then you can see a decline because he knows, fuck, I've literally been on fire for 6 weeks and I haven't been picked. And it's not like we've got fucking Tony Lockett and like Gary Ablett Senior in the forward line. We've got fucking Tim Membry that's out of contract and is 32 years old. Like, it can't not fuck with their heads. It just can't. And then you have people like Brisbane that play a Logan Morris, who is pretty much like a copycat version of what Charlie West is. The only difference between the two is that Charlie West is 195, which is taller than Logan Morris. Like, it's so frustrating, And there's going to be games where West is not going to perform, and he's going to be goals for a few weeks. But it's like, yeah, that's a part of the development. You need them in there so they can fucking learn from it. Because
let me ask you this, Sean. Let me ask you this: if Pendlebury started his career today, would he be the player that he is now?
Fuck no.
So that's on your coach then. That's on McRae by not playing these guys and not letting them develop properly.
Actually, I'll give you an example because people always give me shit for it, and I will still die on this fucking hill. And it's Finlay McRae. Finlay McRae had a really fucking good preseason in 2024, but instead of playing Finn, we ended up playing an injured Tom Mitchell and Jordan De Goey. And guess what fucking happened? After about 4 to 5 weeks, both of them got injured. And then when we eventually gave Finn a game in like round 10 or something against North Melbourne, he fucking couldn't hit a target to save his life. If you got him at the start of the season and played him straight up when he was informed, confident, and the club was backing him in, I guarantee you he would have played well. And then that would have ignited his career, kickstarted his journey.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Whole opportunity was missed. Now he's going to be over at fucking West Coast, and even West Coast supporters are like, "Oh, who is this shit kicker?" Like I fucking saw him in preseason, and he looked like fucking Jordan De Goey. He looked like Jordan De Goey in fucking preseason, and it pisses me off how we just do not capitalize on the momentum, especially on the younger players. Jacob Ryan is like another one where I'll say he's going to be Jordan De Goey or whatever, but at least give him an opportunity, give him a few weeks so he can settle into the side. And especially when Mr. Safe Bets Fly likes to keep playing guys that are safe, he will literally be a solid contributor in the back pocket. He'll get his 85 disposal efficiency, maybe not, or his 85 to 90% disposal efficiency. And he'll be a solid cog in that back line. Then you got Sam Swaddling, who's going to be a fucking jet when he's ready. But still, throw him on a wing, throw him a half back. It was a perfect opportunity for him to be the Harry Perryman replacement when Perryman got injured. But we didn't fucking take the punt on him. There's just so many swings and roundabouts that we could have done, where we could have capitalized on so much, but we just don't do it. We keep going with the same old guys over and over again. And because of what? Because they're premiership players? That premiership was 3 fucking years ago.
That don't mean shit. That shouldn't mean shit.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, cool, let's go with that narrative. But it's like, if we're going to go with that narrative, we're going to turn into the fucking Bulldogs. Yeah, the Bulldogs won their flag fucking 10 years ago. And where the fuck are they now? They haven't won a flag since. So, is that the path we want? Because I don't want that. Fuck that. I want to be winning. I don't want to win a flag. I want to win all the flags.
That's good attitude.
All of them.
Yeah, that's good attitude. Very good attitude.
Shit.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting every flag every year, Sean. That's good attitude. I want the same fucking thing.
That's the thing. But with that, though, the thing that annoys me is that we are a contending top 4 side.
Yeah.
But we shoot ourselves in the foot so fucking much to the point where it's like, we were 11th going into this. We're now going to drop down even further to 13th, 14th. The fact that I've got to sit here and act like this team is 13th or 14th fucking shits me up the wall.
Yeah, Daz was talking about that earlier. Like with their if they win their close wins, so they'd be right up there.
Yeah. Oh, and then the fact that they had to give the medal to Cozzy Pickett, I'm gonna have to refrain from saying anything more.
They give it a Pickett and not Dacos.
Well, it's not even that. It's the fact that he went out of his way to take out Maynard.
Yeah.
And then these sooks want to talk about how Maynard took out Brayshaw. When Cozzy, that was what Cozzy did was far more intentional than anything Maynard's done.
You're talking about the kick he made, to Maynard when he fell over, he put his boot up.
Yeah, the fucking kick in his legs that made him trip over, and then he fucking did his shoulder.
That's fucking dirty.
And I couldn't give a fuck what anyone else says.
And Pickett's done that all his career, man. You know, he's sniped players off the ball and everything. You know, that doesn't surprise me.
The other thing, can I just bring up one thing that pissed me off with Fly? Because I was listening to Mick's stream earlier, and I don't like listening to pressers post-match with Fly because he just talks in riddles.
Yeah.
But
Sorry,
somebody
Mick.
asked him. Yeah. no,
you said-
not Mick. No, Mick
No.
doesn't talk in riddles. Fly talks in riddles.
Oh, okay, no, Mick said,
Anyway.
Mick in the comments said, stop criticising Collingwood League. Oh, sorry, Mick, I apologies.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, let me just say this. I'm going to criticise Fly because he was asked a question about the tackle Billy Frampton made on Checkers, Brody Myercheck. And it was just a good tackle. And it's just unfortunate that somebody got injured there. And, unfortunately, it was Checkers that got injured, and we wish him all the best and all that sort of stuff. No hard feelings, and hopefully he'll be back soon. But then somebody asked Fly about, what do you reckon about the tackle? And he said, and I'll just try and remember the actual words. He said, I had to look at the replay and all of that. And Fly has used the word, it was ungainly or ungamely, or I think ungamely was the word or term that he used, which I've looked it up in the dictionary. It actually means awkward. Now, if all the hysteria now will be over, because Fly's actually, I think he's just put Billy Frampton in a much worse situation. Instead of saying, look, it was a fair tackle, he did nothing wrong and all of that, he's just muddied the waters even more now. And you know what the AFL are very good at doing? Knee-jerk reactions.
Yes,
Generally,
yep.
they all the talk now over the next couple of days, next 24 hours is going to be about Brody Myercheck getting injured. Could Billy Frampton have avoided that? Did he tackle right or wrongly or whatever, all this sort of stuff? All they need to do, the AFL, listen back to Fly's presser, and basically Fry's dobbed him in. Fly has dobbed in one of his own players, Billy Frampton, by using the terminology ungamely. So if you use the word ungamely, you're saying it's pretty awkward. And he could have actually nipped it in the bud and said it was a decent, fair tackle and it was just unfortunate. But using that terminology, doesn't sit well with me, because we know what the media's like. We know what the AFL are like. We know what the social media's like. There'll be people now calling for Billy to get banned, to be suspended, to get a match. And I'm telling you, if there's an MRO tomorrow and they offer him 1 week, for God's sake, I hope this football club, I hope Collingwood goes to the tribunal and fucking fights it, because Billy Frampton did nothing wrong. In fact, Checkers went in to that contest the wrong way. Got nothing to do with Billy Frampton. And if you're going to fucking use that and use Billy Frampton as a reason why Checkers is sitting in hospital tonight or laying in hospital tonight, he should, no fault, not one bit of fault should go to Billy Frampton. He tackled as well as he could have. I was so disappointed in Fly. Fly, fucking shut up. Stop fucking dobbing your player in. That terminology was the wrong word to use. You should have just come out and said, if you'd seen the replay, seen the actual view of it, you should have said, and everyone at the ground didn't think, well, the people I was sitting next to and nearby didn't think there was too much in it. And it was just unfortunate. So, Fly, for fuck's sake, shut up. If you're going to get a question like that, back your player. Because this is exactly what Chris Scott does. He backs his players. Most coaches do. They shut the fuck up and move on. And now there's going to be all this social media shit over the next few hours. And if it goes to the MRO and he gets a week, I hope we've got the fucking courage and balls to fight it, because he did nothing wrong.
But what? So he said it's awkward or on game. What fucking review is he watching? Like, how was it awkward? Like, it was a. I admit the way he landed was awkward, but that's not Billy's fault. Billy made a good tackle. That wasn't anything awkward about it. So I don't know what Craig McCraig was fucking watching there. Like, the tackle was fine. That's a perfect technique. It's just the way he's landed. And that's as you said that. That's more on Checkers than Frampton. The execution of the tackle was brilliant, but the awkward the landing was awkward. But that's more on Checkers than Frampton. So I don't know what fucking replay he's watching when he says that.
I don't know either. But Fly didn't need to elaborate. He didn't need to go into. He got absolutely totally sucked into that question. And he didn't know how to get it, and he's got himself into shit now because now he's got a player that could be going, might have to go to the tribunal to fight something that he didn't do. And there was nothing wrong with what he did.
You know
what the AFL are like, mate. Lucas, you know what the AFL do. You know what they do. They react time to the hysteria.
Yeah, they'll find any little fucking thing to make a decision, and if that's why Craig McCraig opened his mouth, and if they need to use that, they will. That's how they work.
Exactly. They fucking wait for the fucking hysteria and all the uproar, and then they fucking react.
Yep.
You know, and you can wait. You bet your bottom dollar, and Billy Frank, he had no intention to fucking hurt bloody Checkers. He tackles like that regularly. It's just unfortunate. It's just a football incident. So Fly, shut the fuck up and stop dobbing your player in because it didn't come across very well in that post-match presser, saying something like that. He got a question. I knew he was going to get a question. It was up to Fly to fucking make sure he structured that answer better.
Yeah.
Not a good communicator. He's piss weak. Fly. He's hopeless. He can't fucking. He talks in circles. He talks in riddles. He's not good. He's fucking hopeless. I'm telling you, he's one of the most boring people to listen to after presses. Boring.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to get that off my chest because I've been holding back on it for a while. And you know, we saw it on the replay at the ground as well. And I swear, there's nothing that it's just unfortunate. It really is, you know. And if there's a big groundswell to get Billy Frampton suspended, then the club needs to come out and fight the fucking fight.
Yeah, I agree with that. I reckon you three need to be on the fucking board or fucking in the coach's box. Fucking hell.
Mate, I'm passionate. I want to see this club do well. I don't like us getting walked over, you know, and I don't like a coach that fucking talks in fucking circles like a politician. Spin, spin, spin. That's what he does. Do you
think he's passionate, Craig McRae?
No.
I'm sure he's passionate. I reckon he's lost some of his passion just in recent times. I think he's a bit shocked at the decline just in recent, probably since last year. I think he probably thought last year we'd be close enough again this year. But too many times, and I said this earlier, too many times I reckon there's been so many coaches' mistakes made at selection, and, you know, enough is enough. You know, you can't just keep going along with if you've got a car and it needs a fucking service, get the car serviced.
Yeah, Sean, you said no straight away.
Jumping in it and think it's going to keep taking you from place to place. Eventually, it's going to fucking, you know, things are going to start falling off or whatever. You know, so I look at it that way. But Fly hasn't done it that way. He's sort of like jumping in the same car over and over again and wants to get from A to B all the time. It's not the way it works, mate. And you got to evolve as well as a coach. Evolve. You know what the word means? Fly, EVOLVE, evolve. You know, start doing it. It's not just the playing group that need to evolve. Your coaching group needs to evolve as well.
Well, Sean, you said no pretty quickly, so elaborate on that.
Oh, I think the issues have been far longer than we've assumed. Even back in 22 and 23, we did have a game style that was very fast and aggressive, and that obviously worked to our advantage. We also had players that were a bit younger, and then you had guys like Sidey and stuff that's clearly cooked now, but he had good seasons back then. Yeah, but even then, like, you look at the selection integrity, and I'm even like thinking about it, and it's like we kind of really didn't have that much selection integrity. There really wasn't anything different other than in 22 and 23. Our players were just so talented to the point where we just got over the line. And the fact we also, when we even trained during the week, we trained for the close finishes as well. So, the only reason why we've basically fallen off is because we haven't, taken that attention to like detail, and we're just not putting ourselves in positions to succeed. We're not maximizing the percentages to get that success. And now that we're sort of a bit of a older list that are having too many passengers, we still have the potential to win games, but you need to still have some things that go in our favor, where in 22 and 23, that wasn't necessarily the case because our team was that talented where you could make some mistakes and we would still be all right, But yeah, I think the mistakes were still around there in 22 and 23, but it was just more glaring after the grand final. But then what was probably the worst that probably exposed all those mistakes was that we went back to Buckley's game style, which was all defensive. It took me about a year and a half to actually go to a football game once I saw Collingwood Sydney at the MCG for when we unfurled the flag, because I was that just emotionally and just mentally sort of just cooked in terms of like, oh, we're fucked. And it really wasn't until earlier this year when I went to a football game, and mind you, there was also other things at play too, like, I've lost a ton of weight and stuff, but so now I can like get to games and all that, but it all takes a toll. At the end of the day, we should be sitting here winning 3 flags in a row, going for a 4th, and looking like pretty decent, but we're sitting here with 1 flag and we don't even know when we're going to be playing finals the next, let alone winning a grand final. So, because we're probably not going to make finals from here if we continue to make the same moves that we're still making, and there's been no evidence to see a switch up. So, yeah.
Well, what do you think, Matt? If Matt's still there, do you think you're still passionate enough, Matt? Craig McRae? No.
Yeah, I'd be fairly confident he'd say no.
Maybe do some things. If you get Matt talking about Fly McRae, about passion or his process or whatever it may be, you'll have been talking for ages. Yeah, he's not a great fan of Fly. He's not a great fan of Fly, and but
yeah, I got that.
Whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, I think he touched on it earlier. I won't speak for Matt, but I've said the same thing myself. There are a couple of there's 2 or 3 assistants there. We've got a fairly new group of assistants this year because we've lost the likes of Scotty Selwood. Great man he is and was.
Yes.
Helped us get a premiership. Brandon Bolton, another one, helped us get a premiership. Justin Lepich was in there doing a lot of. He got when Graham Wright left. Of course, he had there was some structural changes around there when he moved over to Carlton and all that. Or he actually went on holiday, then he went to Carlton. But even still, I think we've lost. And Skippy's the only one. Hayden Skipworth's the only one that's still there, basically over that period of time. And we've had a few come and go and all that sort of stuff. Like I said, Josh Fraser was there up until 18 months ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, at the end of the day, our assistants, I think, they're not the quality assistants that we had 2 or 3 years ago, and I don't think Fly listens to them. And maybe the current assistants that are there now are just puppets, and they're just listening and allowing Fly to do whatever he wants when he wants, and they're not speaking up. They're just like little puppets and yes men. Yes, 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 Fly. No, Fly. Yes, Fly. Okay, Fly. Yes, okay, Fly. Yes, okay, okay, okay. And I don't know whether Skippy's, because Skippy, I'm going to say this again, Skippy won't be at Collingwood next year. I think he's run his race. He's going to nick off. He'll go somewhere else. Someone will snap him up. Now, whether he's an assistant or whether he's in line for the Essendon job or the Carlton job or whatever, I'm sure he'll go somewhere else next year. I think his time will be up.
Yeah.
And then we will see, because the quality of assistants at the moment is pretty ordinary. I'm not seeing anything there to justify that we're on the right track with our decision making at selection, and then of course our game style. That chops and changes so constantly. I don't see anyone challenging Fly on game day with some of his decision making and positional moves and all that sort of stuff. But there's no one in there at selection that's speaking, that's seeing the light and actually saying, okay, you've got to bring in a couple of kids, we've got to rest a few of the older guys, or if they're not performing, it might be time to, this business about not dropping a senior guy is just a lot of crap as far as I'm concerned, because you're playing favourites. And the young kid, you will lose a kid. You will lose their confidence and their faith in belonging there if you're going to do that. They'll start saying, okay, like a Charlie West, for example, tell you what, mate, you might have him for another year, but you're not going to have him after that, because he's going to pack his bags. He's going to go back to South Australia, and I can guarantee you he'll make us look fucking absolutely foolish, because he'll go back, get a regular game with him, and he'll fucking star.
Yeah.
And everyone will say, well, what happened there? What happened there? Why'd you let him go? And all that sort of stuff. Young 21-year-old, basically. And he's got so many years ahead of him, but he's not the only one.
Yeah.
But when you start playing favourites at selection, that's when you start losing the younger guys. We're seeing the improvement with Ed Allen, and now, how do we know he's going to stay beyond this year? He's out of contract at the end of the year. We're starting to see his growth by playing him in the AFL. What a tragedy that will be if we lose him at the end of this year and he goes somewhere else, and he's just this fantastic midfielder getting 25 to 30 possessions with an opposition team instead of Collingwood. And, bad income. That's Fly and the decision makers for not having enough faith in these guys earlier. I put it on them, stop playing favourites. Stop playing favourites. It needed to stop weeks ago.
Did the club ever consider Nathan Buckley, who's now assistant coach with us? Was that ever an option? Or was that
Collingwood?
Yeah, not to like to help. Is that relationship pretty bad? Is it between Buckley and Collingwood?
I think that's over officially now. Yeah. I mean, Bucks went into the media, and another club, and it happened to be Geelong. But he was doing that, I think, because he thought he was going to get the Tassie job.
That's
because people were saying that he needs to get back into a coaching role somewhere. But even still, you don't know whether or not he's going to get the Tassie job. There might be a few others knocking on the door now, but he may get the Tassie job. I don't know. But no, coming back to Collingwood as a coach and then even as an assistant, couldn't see it working anyway.
Bit sad.
He's at his time, I think, at the end of the day. He'll be just a former player, Brownlow medalist, and former coach of the Pies. I think that'll be it for him. and after 2028, Fly's contract runs out. So if we've lost Hayden Skipworth, we're going to have to go far and wide looking for the next guy. And it's going to come around sooner than later because Fly said he's not a career coach. He's not going to stick around for beyond 5-6 years. And I just can't see him sticking around, particularly if we have a miserable year next year. I think there'll be a lot of Collingwood supporters and people saying that we need to move on anyway. They're not going to accept. If we have a bad year this year, we finish outside the finals, bottom 4, bottom 5 next year, and then struggle again after that when Tassie come in. I think the Collingwood supporter group, the patience will be, okay, thanks for the premiership in 23. Thank you very, very much. But draw a line underneath it, and we need to make some other decisions because, again, we're going to have quite a young list, much younger list than we've ever had in recent times. So you will need another guy to come in, new voice, new game plan, new game style. Just build bridges there that with whoever comes in, because we need the younger guys to develop, and it might take 4 or 5 years for some of these guys to get 100 games, but we need to get them up to close to 100 games. Then we're probably going to be, hopefully, if we keep them there with a good structure and coaching group, then believe it or not, you could be still back in the top 8 and winning finals again. But that's why I'm saying I don't think anyone really can predict what the next 2 or 3 years are going to bring to the Collingwood Football Club. I think it's pretty up in the air at the moment as to where we head. Are we going to be mid-table, or are we going to bottom out a bit?
There's some good assistant coaches out there. Like I don't know if you would consider him, but James Kelly, we regard him very, very highly at Geelong. Boris Enright at St Kilda, fucking knows what he's still doing there. So there's plenty of good assistant coaches out there that have got good pedigree.
Yeah, well, Corey Enright, isn't he? He's at the Saints at the moment, isn't he? Working
He's
with Ross Lyon.
Yeah. If I don't know why he's still there, he's never got. That's a coach.
I would say that, he'd have to be the next assistant that would get a job like a senior role. He'd have to be on the. Surely Carlton and Essendon will be looking at him. Surely, I would have thought.
Well, apparently, no one. Apparently, James Head's the only one that's put his hand up because everyone knows that James Head's going to get the job, so they don't bother. That's what I've heard.
Don't believe. Yeah, it's a bit of media there, I think, going on with that. Certain people in the media probably going that down that line and all of that. I mean, but then remember, there's still Carlton, so if you're Carlton, I mean, Josh Fraser's doing a great job at the moment, but he said he's not into, he's not going to go put his hand up for the role. And this is a bit of a sugar hit. As much as I like Josh Fraser, I think it's a bit of a sugar hit. If you look at that list, that Carlton football list, it's still not that great. It's not a quality list. They're down 4 or 5 really good players. Quality players that are going to take them, I think, further. So they need.
Would you take him at Collingwood? Josh Fraser, I'm talking about. Would you take him at Collingwood?
Sean will be able to tell us a bit more, but this is such an important. This trade period coming up in October, and the draft as well. I reckon this is so important for Collingwood, not just for next year, but probably for the next 10 years. Sean can probably go a bit further with that because he knows he studies it a bit more. But we cannot afford to stuff this up. This is so important. We need to make sure we address every single playing issue and focus on not only who we have at the moment beyond this year, but we need to make sure we get everything right during the trade period. Trade accordingly, but make sure trade for the betterment of the club, and also make sure we've got decent enough draft picks. And there is a view that, there's going to be some possibilities for players putting their hand up, maybe looking for new homes as well as free agents. That's all hypothetical at this stage. But the main issue for me, and Sean will probably talk more, I'll stop talking, but is October with the trade, and make sure that you draft draft really, really well and what you need and all of that. But Sean, you can take it away, mate, because you know more.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know everything when it comes to this space. Just on the father, son, and NGAs, there's nothing really coming through this year. There's one NGA kid from Oakley. Yeah, it's not really like doing too much. I'd be surprised if he gets drafted at this point. But I haven't kept a close eye on it. I've been pretty busy of late, so I haven't really seen like any stats of late. We've got a few guys in 27 though, the 27 draft that look pretty promising. So I'm not entirely sure if we'll play back in our NJ and then the other father son would be is it Max Christian? Yeah, Max. The son of the defender, 1990 defender, Michael Christian. But yeah, he has played a few games for Oakley, but again hasn't really like looked that good. So unless if he has a really good like second half of the year, I doubt he gets picked up. And yeah, it's more just trades and free agencies, and then just trying to maximize the draft. I did hear a little bit about what we do, even though he's not father son because it's a nephew. We do have a bit of interest in Mick Gaffer's kid. I think it's Sam Gaffer. So we've got a little bit of interest in him from what I've heard, but but whether that's just we just have interest just because he's got Collingwood history or anything like that. But he has been performing pretty well, so that'll be a wait and see. And I haven't really kept too much tabs on the draft this year. That's not something I'll probably know till the end of the season, really. And I think there's some championship games coming up soon. So yeah, when those start, I'll probably watch those and I'll probably have a bit more of an idea. But I do want to have an exercise. I do want to play a little exercise for you guys, and I'll probably get Lucas to start off with this. So as we know with with us Collingwood supporters, we know that with Ed Allen, he's been getting game time of about 60%. And I just thought it would be really curious to know when he plays VFL, because he's played 4 games in the VFL this season, and he's basically a full-time like midfielder every single time he plays. I'm sure he doesn't play 100%, but he's obviously our main midfielder when he plays. Lucas, do you want to take a guess on his average in terms of like disposals? So how many disposals he gets per game when he plays in the VFL?
Who's that? Finn Allen?
No, Ed Allen. So when he plays in the VFL, yeah.
Okay, so guess he's okay. So
how many disposals do you think he would average a game?
I would like to think if you're in the VFL, you like to have at least a high possession. So I would say probably around about the 28 to 32 mark.
Yeah, so he's averaging of 4 games in the VFL, getting full game time. He's averaging 31.3 disposals a game. That's pretty good. And the fact that we're only basically playing him each week at 60%.
Yeah.
It's just, and especially as well too, like this whole narrative that these kids aren't fit enough, or they're just not good enough, they just can't get through a game. Like I'm sure everyone has seen like Ed Allen play, and like you've seen how big and strong he is, like physically. It's really like it's really frustrating when you see a guy of his like stature, and I think he's like 21, 22. I'm pretty sure Fly even said last year that he's actually the best runner in the club, which was like kind of wild of him to say. But how is he the best? But how did he go from being the best runner in the club last year, where at that point when he said it, he was barely getting games, but he's also now this year he's only getting 60% game time when he plays. So how does that work out?
Yeah, that don't make sense.
So it's either he can run out of games, so you're playing for more game time, or you're full of shit and he's just not that good. which I believe it's more the former than the latter. But
Yeah.
you know,
Well, if I heard Chris Scott say that about a player, he's our best runner, I expect him to fucking put him on the wing.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, he has. But the thing is that when Allen was getting a consistent game last year, he was very timid, and it's only been till 3 weeks ago he's actually been playing games where he actually hasn't been timid. But that's only because he's getting a consistent game each week, and he's not being, he's not fearing for his spot anymore.
Well, that's confidence.
I mean, today he was a bit, and today he was a little bit more. I saw a few moments where he was a bit timid, but it's a massive improvement to like what he was prior.
You just need to play them, Sean. He just needs to get 10 games in a row.
Yeah.
You're going to get your good and your bad games, and then just fucking play him. That's what we did with fucking with Dempsey. We didn't care what he did, what he did or what he didn't do, but we just played him. We were like O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan, is a high draft pick, but we just played him. We didn't care what he did. If they're going to make, their kids, Sean. Of course they're going to make fucking mistakes. Of course they're going to have shit games, but you just got to keep on playing. You got to have faith in them. Right, if that doesn't come off, well, that's all right. You just say, well, that one didn't come off, and if it does come off, well, there's a play that you've got for the next 10 years. The risk versus reward is pretty fucking big. You just got to trust the system, trust the ability of the player. And it seems to me, Sean, that your coach doesn't do that, and that just creates.
I will actually tell you the biggest difference I think that we have for Geelong and Collingwood is that when it comes to Geelong, there will be. I would even put money on it to the point where at Geelong, you can name any player that's obviously on the AFL list for playing VFL. I guarantee you there will be a checklist of you've got to do this, this, and this, and if you tick all these boxes, you play your first game.
Yeah,
like has to be. And I reckon I'd put just as much money down at Collingwood where we don't have that system in place. Where you have basically someone like a Swaddling who's getting 30 touches every week in the VFL. And, he's been doing it for about, 6 weeks now? And he's even been getting like 30 disposals plus, and he's even been going at like 80 to 85% efficiency, which is actually wild considering this is like a first-year player. I would struggle to believe that, because I even know this for a fact that I had a really good friend of mine. He was on the Bulldogs' list, and that's exactly actually what that was, because he was actually going to play in his first year as well in the first game of I think it was 20. Oh god, when did he get drafted? Around 2018, 2019 for the Bulldogs. And then, he got injured in the practice match because someone didn't know how to take a specky properly, but that's another story for another day. And he was in hospital for weeks because, some cunt put a knee in his kidney. Anyway, that's a whole different story. So he literally had a forwards coach, and basically the forwards coach literally had a list out for him being like, if you average this in tackles, this in goals, this in certain parts, you will play your first game. Because I can't remember what his first year was, but whichever his first year was, he was going to play because he had all those boxes ticked. But then he ended up, I think he debuted the COVID year, so it might have been like 2020 or 21. And he's obviously out of the league now, and I think last I heard he was playing for Box Hill, I think, but I think he's changed teams, or maybe he's not in the league now. But but the fact that I could be wrong, but I would probably put pretty good money down that Collingwood don't actually have a system to where if you tick all these boxes, you play, or we will find, because you can't tell me that when you have. When you have people like we always mention Sidey and there's so many passengers that we have in this team. You can't tell me if a player is performing to AFL standard that we can't just find a position for a certain player. You know, someone like a Jacob Ryan who gets, you know, just under 25 disposals a game, goes at 90% efficiency. We've had fucking Sidebottom as our back pocket for a solid, you know, for a solid part of this season. So the fact that that's basically Fly saying that Jacob Ryan can't be a better defender than Sidey, that is just pathetic.
Chris, Sean, since when does Sidebottom even defend? No offense.
He does go down there, but he's more of an extra man. So his running capacity was his biggest strength. So he can cover the ground, but when he's a defender, he's more of like a Noble, where he gets ball in hand and he is calm with like when he has ball in hand, and he is like trusted in defense. Like you can see him on the last line, and he can do somewhat of a role. But for him to be a genuine defender, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
You know, but if it's like a John Noble sort of role, sure, he can maybe. And when I say John Noble role, like sort of like that sweeper in defense.
Yeah, I know. He does that at Gold Coast, yeah.
Yeah. So he could potentially do something like that, but even then, like Ryan can do that. Ryan's even 189 centimeters, but he can basically play the Noble role, but he's also got a big body like Maynard. Probably maybe not as big, but he can. You know, the fact that Maynard's now injured, or I don't know the full extent of it, but I'd imagine he probably won't play for a few weeks because of his shoulder. If I don't see Jacob Ryan playing, I think we have a bye now, but the week after, if we don't have Jacob Ryan in the team, there's something seriously wrong with our selection integrity. Because you just can't have a guy like that performing as good as he was, and then not being played. And again, even if he screws up, at least you then know. Because why are we even drafting these guys in the first place if we're not going to at least see how they go for 3 or 4 games? You know, even same as Swaddling. Like, you had Perryman be injured for 4 or 5 weeks. Perfect opportunity, because when he was in his draft year, that's exactly who he played like. You know, just fucking roll the dice. Take the gamble. You know, Fly likes to roll the dice and have a ping at the stumps. But then he won't play a fucking Swaddling in the same you know, when someone like Perryman gets injured.
Daz, who was the player that you were upset that you got to wait 2 weeks now? Who did you want in the team?
Yeah, that's Swaddling.
Yeah,
okay.
Swaddling. He was emergency last week as well. Let's not forget he was close last week in the Dogs game. So he was emergency, one of the emergencies there.
Yeah, well, Fly said he was close. Whether he was or not, who the hell knows? But
yeah, who knows? But then, of course, he got the call. He was again emergency for the King's birthday game against Melbourne. And he was held back, so he didn't play VFL on the weekend on Saturday. So effectively, we have the bye next week. Both from what I've seen, bye for the AFL, bye for the VFL team. So he's not going to play for 2 weeks. So we've got a young fella who's itching to get a game, who can develop his skills and have momentum going into the middle part of this year. And let's not forget, it was not that far back that he had the 39 possessions or whatever it was, just 3 weeks to go. Yeah. And everyone said this guy's a star. He should be playing AFL. He's got to be playing soon. So it's going to be nearly a month before he even gets an opportunity to maybe play his first game. So, I mean, to wait that long is ridiculous. It's all about the management of the team, and to have him not play any game, any football at all this weekend was a complete and utter. It's just shambolic. You couldn't write a poorer script than that. It really is shambolic for a young guy who needed time still out in the field. I don't see the reason why he didn't play at least VFL. I mean, Long played VFL on Saturday, and he was still named as one of the emergencies for the King's birthday game at the MCG. So even if you play Swaddling for a half, pull him back at half time and say, we might play him. He's a young kid. He's got legs, give him some opportunity. I mean, probably wouldn't do it that way. That doesn't seem right. But what I'm saying is he should have, if they knew that he wasn't going to be in the AFL team on King's birthday, play him on Saturday, because next week he's not going to play any football at all. So it didn't make sense. The guy, he's a better, at the moment, he's better than at least half a dozen other guys currently getting games in the AFL right now. And he's an X factor. You don't know what you're going to get from him. Put him at half back. Let him run down the wing. I could have seen him, come down from the wing, from half back, take a couple of bounces and set somebody up in the forward line. He's not bad with his disposal. He could have even drifted down and kicked a goal, from half back or whatever. Or if you're going to put him half, that's I think the spot for him, or on the wing, either way. But I could see him doing something like that, because I've seen enough of him now in the VFL to know that that's the way this guy plays. He's only going to get better, but I want him to get better in the AFL. I don't want him to just be languishing in the AFL. I don't want him to be languishing in the VFL for weeks and weeks and weeks, like an Oscar Steen and all of that. And where he's actually has to just come in because of injuries and things like that. Fly just will not make the tough calls. This business about, waiting because you don't want to bring him in too soon. You want it. This whole scenario that Fly's often talked about. He wants to pick players to perform and succeed rather than not succeed. Well, I'm sorry. There's about 6 or 7 guys in there currently not succeeding, and they're name players. They're experienced players, and there are 2 or 3 others still in the VFL. It's a crappy VFL team. We know that. It's been decimated with injuries because it's a knock-on effect. It affects the whole system and the whole, I suppose, depth of the football club when you start getting injuries at AFL level, but then you get them in the VFL and it affects the whole quantity of your playing group. But I see no reason why they keep playing him in the VFL. He's not going to develop in there. He'll show more and he'll develop and he'll learn more playing him in the AFL, and play him when Pendles is there, play him when Geordie's there, play him with the Howie's there and all this sort of stuff. If you're going to play him across half back, have him there with Maynard. Now Maynard's out for another, who knows, for 2 months possibly. He's not, if he comes in, plays half back, he's not going to have Buzz there next to him. This is crazy, 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 crazy. Howie's one injury away from maybe calling it quits. Get these guys in, play with these senior guys and experienced players. Get them learning, get them developing there, not in the VFL.
Yep.
Does make sense. I mean, I'm with you on all of that. I mean, I had him in the team for this game, and to see him as an emergency really pissed me off, to be quite honest, because it was a missed opportunity. And all we needed was one and a bit more goals. He could have created something there and got us over the line in that game. But not picking him, you just missed opportunity. But the poor lad, he probably should have played, I think. I would have played him probably a couple of weeks back. I would have got him in after that 39 possession game. I would have got him in. I mean, then he would have had hopefully three games of development in the AFL by this time, and we need to get those guys up to 10 and 11 games by the end of the season. We don't want them sitting on 2 or 3 up to round 22, round 23, because that's not a good sample size of the way they're going to go next year. Starting off the season and all of that, we need to see some growth now and also some development now. And all of that. And who's to say? We nearly knocked off Sydney a month ago, nearly knocked off Sydney with our youngest team for the year. This is going to the SCG, and we had 7 guys there, 23 or under. We should have beaten Sydney. at the SCG. So, I mean, it nearly worked there. You got to sometimes take a bit of a gamble fly, you know. Have some faith in some of these guys. Don't destroy them.
Yeah, but it's also kind of, I don't know if this is the right term, but it's kind of like a leapfrog effect, where once you see one guy debut or you see a guy getting a game in the VFL, then another guy, and then another guy, all of a sudden you've actually got a VFL team that's actually motivated to play. Because they go, well, shit, if I play good for 3-4 weeks, I might get an AFL game. Like, that plays such a huge factor in form and everything. Like, again, like I keep saying about, like, you know, any kid in the VFL, like, they'll have a good patch of, like, 6 weeks. And you go, damn, this guy's playing well. But then the next 2 after that, you know, they have, like, 2 bad weeks. You know, and we go, oh, okay, maybe they're just, like, not good enough. It's like, no, I think it's far more deeper than that, because it's actually the fact that it's more the realization for that player where they go, damn, we're regardless of we're kicking 5 goals a game or if we're getting 35, like 40 disposals, it doesn't matter because we're not getting that game. That's where, again, Fly needs to like look at those scenarios and go, hey, like this kid is playing really well, and oh, look, there's X player that's a bit sort of, you know, that's probably not 100%, probably needs a bit of a break, blah, blah. Let's actually give this kid an opportunity because he's earned it. And let's also give X player a rest because he's, you know, carrying something, or, you know, maybe he's like, you know, he's got hamstring awareness or whatever the fuck they call that shit. You know, if they're not 100%, yeah, but it's also like, let's actually feed some confidence into the kids, and like if they do play well, then they'll be up and about if they're getting games, and it's a trickle-on effect of like, you know, if I play well or if I tick off these boxes, I'm going to get a game, you know, because right now I just feel like even someone like a Noah House, and I know he's injured at the moment and all that stuff, but someone like a Noah House that was building and playing well week after week, you know, he was always going to have a form drop at some point, because at some point the human element comes into it where he just goes, well, damn, I can go get, you know, 20, 25 disposals, take 10 marks, have, say, 3-4 tackles, and that shit's not going to get me a game of football. And then you can only do that for so many weeks before, as I said, the human element comes into it, and you go, well, fuck this, I'm not going to go after a hard ball, or, you know, I'm not going to take that, you know, hard contested mark where I'm going to put my body on the line, because why should I? You know, I'm not going to get this AFL game, and I'm like, there's no, you know, like there's got to be a reward for all the efforts, you know. And when you get this indication, or you see, probably not the writing on the wall is probably the right term for it, but when you know the reward, when the effort's not going to be rewarded, players aren't going to then put in their 100% effort. You know, because it is like, oh, why should I go out of my way to do this when I'm not going to get any advantage out of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, now a little bit off topic here, Sean, but you mentioned it. Now you play footy, don't you, Sean?
Yeah.
What the fuck is hamstring awareness? Can you explain that to me?
I don't know. So I'll just put that out there. So I'm only just like taking a punt. But my thing is that it's more, I think it's just another word for hamstring tightness. So that's how I've always assumed it is that it's hamstring tightness, to where if they go and play a game and they turn on the gents, they could potentially ping a hamstring and then do a hamstring. So they're basically scared that the player could potentially do a hamstring in-game if they play them. That's probably what I would assume it would be. But if it's anything other than that, then I have no fucking clue.
Well, when you play, do you get sore hamstrings?
I don't run fast enough to get sore anything, so I'm pretty lucky in that aspect. So, yeah. And our season's gone pretty shit. We don't get the ball in our forward half, so I've been pretty lucky in that aspect too. So I haven't needed to run.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. It's some of the new medical terms and some of the football terms have gone, well,
complete bullshit.
Well, yeah, they're just sort of like, I think the connotations are really mystifying, actually, to be quite honest. Because if it just used to be, I grew up watching a lot of footy in the early '90s and so forth, and hamstring was just hamstring. You did a hammy, it was an automatic 2-weeker at least, basically, and that's
Yep.
what it was basically. You had anything, and then there's another one that comes into it. It really annoys me as well. General soreness, general soreness. Oh, somebody's got general soreness. Hey, football, it's a contact sport, mate. It's contact. You're going to get sore. I mean, I played footy as well for a long period of time, as a kid as well as an adult. And, footy is a game of contact. And when you tackle, when you go in for the hard ball and you crunch packs and all this sort of stuff, go up for marking contests, you are going to get sore. It's absolutely, it's going to be a case of happening. It's not a dream. It's not mystifying. It's not something that's imagined. It's actually true life thing. So when you play footy, any contact sport, you're going to get sore. I've watched a lot of netball too. Whether it's mixed netball or whether it's female netball, they get sore too. So again, it's a bit of a contact sport. Any top sport like that will be. Rugby's the same. Rugby league, I'm sure they say the same thing as well. The rugby league, when the Storm play, I'm sure they cop it too. But this business about you got to, you're having a week off, or he's not training for a few days because he's got general soreness. Then it's crept into managing. So the general soreness is now another lever to pull. They're using the other terminology, which we mentioned earlier, which is management or managing a player because maybe they're sore or whatever it may be from the previous week or month of football. Hey, facts are facts. When you play footy, you're going to get sore. So, I mean, I think it's showing the softness of the code, actually, to be quite honest. I don't think I've actually read anyone in rugby league, in the times I've been watching rugby league and when they list the lineups, I don't think I've actually seen, not for a while anyway, I can't remember, the terminology managed or rested for a week for general soreness. It doesn't come up there. It seems to always come up with the AFL code.
Yeah.
Also, as well, could I just put this is just a crazy idea to put this out there. I reckon what clubs should actually do is that, I mean, if it's obvious, then sure, I treat it as if it's like an injury. But I reckon we should be putting it on the players. And it should really just come down to, are you performing? And if that's a yes or no. Because you can have guys that they can maybe go into games and they can, play well, not play well. But sometimes you can have guys that won't play well because they're carrying something anyway. I mean, Checkers was carrying injuries for such a long time. And obviously, I didn't get to see the complete replay of it, so I don't know exactly what went on, but I believe he had was it a neck injury or something? So hopefully Checkers is okay with that.
Mainly, yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully, I would wish that on no one sort of thing. So yeah, hopefully he can have a speedy recovery. But I think at the end of the day, unless if it's obvious, obviously they can get dropped for, say, hamstring or whatever. But I think you should just come down to, okay, you can play with this injury, but just know that if you do not play well, and then you find out that this player was injured after the fact, I feel like clubs should also take a stand on that shit. Because it is on one thing to, for the players to, it shouldn't be on them to be picking the side every week because that should be on the coach. But then you should also, I don't know, give the players a little bit of responsibility because, they'll know if they're hurt, if they're injured. But again, have it as that policy, or if you're not performing, you just don't play. And if it is because you're carrying a minor shoulder injury or you're carrying something minor anywhere on the body, it should just come down to, are you performing, yes or no? You know, I think
That's not a crazy idea, Sean. That's fucking good. That's not a crazy idea. That's pretty good.
because that's the thing. Like players can actually play through being injured, and then it's like it is that thing of like, okay, well, it's not ideal.
And they'll
But
lie
then-
about it as well.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But then have a thing where, because you know, it's so fucking obvious when players are playing injured too.
Oh,
Like, the
yeah, for
amount-
sure.
I remember there was a Hawthorn game that Checkers played. He was supposed to do a job on Sicily, and Sicily had a fucking field day because Checkers had an injured hamstring. Like he had like a genuine I think he had like a 5-6 week hamstring. When he played on Sicily as a tagging job, like clubs should just be, you know, like, and obviously he was like going to be out anyway. But it's like I don't know, clubs should just be more ruthless, not ruthless, but. Yeah, it's like, okay, you can, like, we will pick you because we think you're good enough and you pass our fitness test. But but also put it on the player too, where it's like, if you don't play well, we're not using your injury as an excuse. And if you don't play well, you are being dropped. You're not being managed, you're not being out through injury, you're being dropped. You know, like, so then at least it sends a message to the players, hey, maybe I need to be managed. And you know, and again, it puts more onus on the players on being more honest too. You know, because with this whole hamstring awareness and stuff, because like I don't know, I don't think I would ever subscribe to a fact that one player will be the difference between winning or losing. Just purely because when it comes to 120 minutes of football, so much shit happens in a game, and unless if you're maybe Nick Dacos, maybe that might be the exception. But I feel like in most cases, there's not one player that's going to be the difference between you winning or losing. You know, playing like a Sam Swadling, you know, in his first game, that's not going to be the reason why you win or lose the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now,
So, it's just ownership of just the whole moment. And if players are going in there being injured, again, it's just accountability and like let's just keep doing what's best for the team and like fuck the individual. Probably not that, but like, you know, just like I don't know. I'm just tired of individuals sort of trying to, you know, gain shit through the system. If that makes any sense, because they're you know, even with like Crisp and stuff. Like if Crisp isn't performing, then he should either be, you know, in the rehab group or he should be playing VFL. You know, screw your games record because I couldn't give a fuck about that. In fact, I've even got a theory where I reckon he's gonna retire really soon. Because I just have a feeling he's gonna, because he's played so many games in a row, I think he's just gonna break down at like any game now. And then he's gonna be forced into retirement, and then he's gonna have to retire out. Or I mean, he's 32, so it's not like if he was to retire, say now, that's 32 is about sort of right and like in football in terms of retirement. But again, it's like, what's so wrong by just missing 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks and just get your fucking body right? Like who cares playing fucking round 14, 15, 16? You know, it fucking matters when you're playing finals and playing in grand finals. Like 15, 16, 17 doesn't fucking matter.
That's a record, though, isn't it? They fucking want this record. So diluted.
Actually, right. Yeah, he's got himself into that sort of like mindset now that he now, no matter what, even if he's performing poorly, or not getting a touch or turning the ball over constantly like he has been this year, that he still deserves another game. But that gets back to the club. That gets back to Fly. That gets back to the coaching panel. That gets back to being more honest with the guys that are performing in that manner constantly, regularly. I'm not saying after 1 week or even 2, but I'm saying we see 3 or 4 games like that over a short period of time. You've got to start bringing those guys in and say, mate, look, your form's dropped off. You're not cutting it. You know, we've got some guys that are knocking on the door in the VFL. We're going to have a look at them, you know, and managing and all of that, that word should not be even brought up. That shouldn't even come into the conversation. It should be if you're dropped because you're not performing, full stop. That's it. No excuses. Go back to the VFL. That's what they used to do a decade ago, 15 years ago. That's, you know, if your poor form is there for too long, sometimes players used to get dropped after 1 bad performance back. I remember, you know, there were coaches that were so ruthless, they wouldn't accept even one bad performance. They'd go back and they'd play in the VFL reserves or whatever, you know, and that used to be how they used to treat it. And there was no beg your pardons, no favourites. You know, there might have been a couple of exceptions, but no favourites. So I wanted to ask Lucas, I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, now Tom Hawkins had that injury during the year last year, and he missed a chunk of footy, of course. And, of course, he was on the way back. Now, Chris Scott did not bring him back leading into finals or for the finals, did he not? And so did he actually – was he and, of course, he retired. We know that. But did he play any VFL reserves at that period of time?
He played six. Yeah, so he had that ankle in. He
had to actually. So after the injury, he had to prove himself to get back to show where he was at. And regardless of how good he has been in the past and his reputation and what he's done, all the great games that he's played for Geelong, that meant nothing to Chris Scott. He still had to try and work his way back in after that injury. And I know Geelong were going okay at that point in time, and it was close to finals. He had there was no favourites there, regardless of who you are. He chose. He probably spoke to Tomahawk, and he said to him, mate, if you want to work your way back into this AFL team, you're going to have to do it this way.
And what a lot of people don't, so a lot of people know about the ankle injuries. A lot of people don't know is before the ankle injury, he was horrible. I think Scott probably was going to drop him or was looking for an excuse to drop him, and that ankle came up, which made it a little bit easier. But yeah, Scott had that conversation with him saying, look, your form before that wasn't good. We're going to give this kid Shannon Neal a go. Shannon Neal played the rest of the season. Shannon Neal played finals. Hawkins, just couldn't get back in. You know, he was ready to go. Then Hawkins thought, well, I'm not going to get back in. He announced his retirement at the end of the season, hoping to get a farewell game. He didn't even get a farewell game. He got nothing. And he didn't even play finals. So
I remember that. Now, the reason why I mentioned that, the reason why I mentioned that is that we've seen our own captain, Darcy Moore, do no preseason hardly, didn't play any practice games, come back in, probably not ready, come back in, injury straight away. Then back out again, get himself right in, again come back in. Unfortunately, there was that concussion. Not using that as an exception here, but in regards to the time that he's had off, so there's our captain. No real pre-season, didn't play any practice games, came in when the season was already underway. Form was average to poor, and we then picked him and played him in the Pendles game-breaking record game. Now, I know, I'm going to repeat what I said a few weeks ago, is that if that was any other game, if that was just a normal everyday game, I reckon he would have been held back for another week. But he came in, he probably all the talk from Darcy, and then Fly went ahead and agreed with it, probably with the approval of our fitness guy, Jared Wade. They brought him in because he didn't want to miss Pendle's game. But his form before that was absolutely shit anyway. We remember the game against the Hawks and all of that. Anyway, regardless of all of that, so you've just explained to us a scenario where Tomahawk was injured with an ankle, missed a number of weeks. You said just before that his form before the injury was pretty poor anyway, and he was likely to get dropped. So that's what happened, and we have seen just in the last number of months our captain, right back to October, November when the pre-season started and Darcy couldn't get on the training track, right through to February, started to training again in March. He had a late start, missed a lot of pre-season. Clearly he was underdone. So we bring him in twice when he wasn't right. His form wasn't good enough anyway. And suddenly Fly's playing favourites. Fly has succumbed to playing a guy that was poorly out of form, not only out of form, but he didn't have the fitness level anyway. And we've copped it twice in a matter of a couple of months, basically. And you've just given us, in recent times, one of your great players, Tom Hawkins, who was out of form before the finals last year. I suppose that would have been about round 14, round 15 when his form started dropping off. It wasn't just over 1 or 2 weeks. I reckon there was a bit of talk about him in the media, about his form and all of that. So I suppose it was, 4 weeks, 4 games, 5 games where he was probably out of form.
Yeah, because there was
the injury.
Yeah.
So there's 2 different cases. One that we've handled, Collingwood and the coaching panel and our fitness guy, Jared Wade, and one that Geelong handled only late last year, to one of their greats in Tom Hawkins. And there's the clear difference. The clear difference is right there, you know.
Well, Daz,
and Collingwood have made these fucking mistakes with their playing list and their selection constantly over the last 12 months.
Here's another name I'm going to give you. Club legend, 300 games, Mark Blitzard. Now, Blitzard's last 2-3 weeks hasn't been great. Terrible last week against the Crows. Absolutely awful in the wet. Another name that Chris Scott could drop and he might not come back. And he's played over 300 games for the club. Premiership player, multiple premiership player. So there's just look out for that name. Look out for that name, because I reckon Chris Scott is looking for a reason, or not looking, but you know, media's getting ahead of it. Same with Tom Hawkins. Media's starting to get the word in about Hawkins' form. Same with Blitzard, and I reckon Blitzard might be the next player that Chris Scott will just say, you know what, I'm sorry, mate, but you're gonna have to wait for an injury, or we're gonna play a kid. So there's another one to look out for.
Yeah, I mean, we've got another player. Steele Sidebottom's another one, you know. I mean, that we'll just manage. We've just managed, and he'll come straight back in 2 weeks' time against Port Adelaide, I guarantee you. But you know what? He'll go out. It'll be a kid. Kid will go out for him, because Fly won't drop anyone else, basically. It'll be out with a kid, in with Steelo, and basically, you know, we're talking about the same issues over and over and over again. No hard calls, weak as water, really. Sorry, Sean, you were going to say?
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, so with, because I just found it interesting, Lucas, how you were saying that, you know, to basically avoid like the media speculation and things like that. Like, is that something that, you know, even clubs even like think about? Because I don't know, I feel like with Chris Scott, especially because he has been so brutal, I guess there is always politics in it regardless. Because, you know, even if Chris doesn't do it, I'm sure the players probably would just to, you know, give themselves a little bit of extra, like the security in their job and stuff. But I don't know, it just seems like wild to me that like the media would like dictate what the coach would do.
Yeah. Well, no, Chris Scott's his own man. Like when Hawkins, like to be fair, Hawkins was shit before his ankle injury. Like he was pretty shit. You didn't have to tell the media. The media didn't have to tell Chris Scott that. But you know, we're in a. This is a sport where it is media driven as well. You know, like journalist driven. They type a lot of shit, talk a lot of shit. But coaches react to it. You know, whether it's negative or positive. You know, mostly negative. Like look at Luke Beveridge and Tom Morris. You know, look at all the fights with Mick Mulhouse and fucking who's that? Who's that guy he used to argue with on Channel 7? Mark Stevens. You know, it does get to that. Does get to the head. Geez, that felt like a personal war between Mulhouse and Mark Stevens on Channel 7. Goodness me. So it does get in the head. You know, Chris Scott is a bit brutal with these answers. You know, if he doesn't like a question being asked, like 2 weeks ago when his brother got sacked, there was fucking one journalist who kept on mentioning his name, and Chris didn't want to answer it. He did that, and it took the third question to say, Chris, I don't want to speak about it. I don't like speaking about such things. So it can get in their head, of course, but it's the way you react to it. And I think Chris, when it comes to media, apart from the last 2 weeks, I think it does pretty well with that. If he doesn't want to answer a question, he'll say, I don't want to answer the question. I don't like it. I'm not going to answer it. And he'll give a short answer. So yeah, it depends on the coach, but you just have to be brutal and just be honest with them. And if you don't want to answer the question, we'll come out and say it. There's no big deal. And Chris does that pretty well in my opinion. For me, I can't speak on other coaches, but Chris Scott does that pretty well.
Yeah, I will say this though. I've got a ton of respect for Hinkley for and given that it's a South Australian team, I wonder if you have a bit more insight or even info on this. But like,
Ken did that as well. No, Ken also played that as well. Like if he didn't want to answer a question, Ken would say that. I thought Ken, when he handled it to the media and the media in Adelaide, leading up to when he left, it was pretty fucking brutal. So, like papers were just dogging him in that. The way he put up with that, he's a class act, Ken Hinkley. He's from Geelong as well. Ken, I'd have him back as our director anytime at Geelong, anytime. Yeah. Just a real class man, Ken Hinkley. And the media is very brutal. Even though Crows are the number one team in Adelaide, the Port media can just be just as brutal. There's just no hold prisoners there. Yeah. So Ken Hinkley had to endure that for many, many years, even when he was making prelims. There were articles saying, "Oh, you're making prelims, you're not doing anything, or you're not gonna win this, you're not gonna win that. So what? You're making prelims." He had to. It was almost constant 24/7.
Yeah.
Like the only way he had to escape from it is off season, and even then there was articles written about him. Will he go? Will he stay? Blah blah blah. So in South Australia, the media is very, very brutal. Like, I don't know what it's like. Melbourne's different, but in South Australia, Sean, if you're not Crows or Port and you're not playing in a grand final or a prelim final, you would have no idea.
Yeah.
You would have no idea. If when Port played Geelong in that 2007 grand final, all you heard was Port. The media was saying Port were going to smash Geelong by this much. They're going to beat them up by this much. When Adelaide played Richmond in that grand final, Richmond have got no chance. Adelaide are going to do this to them. Adelaide are going to do that to them. It's very two-team bias down there in Adelaide, and it's very brutal. So, Ken Hinkley handled that with absolute class. He's a classy guy, Ken Hinkley.
Yeah, because also even with Hinkley, because as I was saying, one of the things that I really respect with him is that when it came to the selection integrity, Tom Jonas is probably like a perfect example where he was literally Port's captain. I believe in his last year dropped him to the sample and basically played the rest of the year, and he still had the captain label on him. So it's like, if you want to talk about selection integrity, that's selection integrity.
Mate, he did that. He did that with Kane Corns. Like he did that with Kane Corns. He wasn't a fan of fucking carrying passengers. And Kane Corns was way past his prime at that point. He just wanted to get to 300. Ken wasn't a big fan of that. Eventually, Kane did that, but Ken he doesn't give a shit. He'll drop anybody that needs to be warranted or being dropped. To an extent, Chris Scott will do that. Jury's out if he would do that to Dangerfield. I don't think he'd do that to Dangerfield.
Yeah, but that's the exception, though. I feel like with every,
that's the exception.
Because I feel like with anything, there's always the exception to the rule. Because whenever you say something, or it's like, I only have, say, when it comes to takeaway food, I only get Macca's like one time a week. There's always going to be a week where you get Macca's twice within that week, right? Because there's always exceptions, to that rule. So as much as you do want to have selection integrity, but you've also got to, if someone's got the runs on the board, and I guess, Sidebottom has had that to a certain extent, but I mean, he's just had way too many bad games. But Yeah, but to the level of like, yeah, but even then, like, I mean, you know, Pendlebury's in that same conversation, and Pendlebury's been one of their better players. You know, for
Yeah,
like
Pendlebury one of your better. Well, that
which is like a good thing, but also it's really a bad thing too, because it's like if he's standing up, well, it's like everyone else needs to put their head in shame, really, because you got a 38-year-old playing better than you.
Oh, well, don't get me wrong. 80% of the fan base. If you did a poll, I think 80% of the fan base would say Dangerfield's gone on for too long. He should have retired after the grand final. And his early games, it was comedy central, because he was coming off. He was getting involved in one contest. He was coming off for 10 minutes, getting a rub, going back on one contest. It became very comical.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was when there was like a whole narrative where it's like, oh, he's only going off so he can get cheered. So it was like an ego thing. And
he is a big ego. He is a big ego. He's, you know, like I don't. Hawkins, when Chris Scott said to Hawkins, look, you're gonna have to play games in the VFL. I don't think Dangerfield would accept that. Dangerfield would say, well, fuck it, I'm retired. Two different egos. But there's been games where Dangerfield's been terrible, very, very terrible. Last week he had a great game against the Crows. Why am I saying last week? Well, it's Monday, isn't it? Or technically Tuesday. But yeah, last game he had a very good game against the Adelaide Crows. But before that, he was average. He's only been, if you look at his stats, he's only been averaging 15, 20 disposals and a goal. That is way, way below his best. Way below. Now, he had a 30 possession game last week against Adelaide in a goal, so he did slightly better. But how's his body going to hold up? You know, we don't have a bye this week. We've got Gold Coast in Geelong. Is it going to be, you know, a game where his body fucks up? Like, I don't know. Did you watch that Hawthorn prelim game where he just played lights out in the prelim?
Oh, last season. Oh, I struggled to remember what I had for breakfast this morning.
Yeah, that's fine. Never mind. Yeah, he played one of his best ever games in that prelim last year against Hawthorn. He played the grand final next week. He couldn't even move if he tried. Terrible, absolutely terrible in that grand final.
Yeah, because he basically did like a Max Gawn type of performance where he played out of his skin, right?
Yeah. And then his body was absolutely gone. Like in hindsight, he shouldn't have even played. It fucking hurt us. It's like that, you know. You're treading on eggshells with that kind of performance, because he had a good game last week against the Crows, but is he going to go back to being shit? Is his body going to hold up? That hurts us when that happens, because we can play a kid in that position, or we can play like a Tanner Bruno in that position, or Mark O'Connor in that position. So that's probably that exception that you're talking about. Everyone has that exception. Dangerfield would be that exception. Like, he would need to, for Chris Scott to tell him, you know what, mate, maybe it's time. He would need to have 5-6 games in a row where he's just been awful. And he's not. He's probably playing one good game every 4. Like that, the game against Adelaide, that was probably it's clearly his best game of the season. And what are we in round 13? So that's probably one rule to that exception that you mentioned is Dangerfield. But the rest, like, he's Brad Close is a premiership player. Brad Close is very important to our system. He's dropped him twice now. Twice. Jack Martin's been dropped twice. Warple, we just paid money for Warple. We gave Warple over $700,000 for James Warple, and Chris Scott's already dropped him twice. So outside of his exception, he's not. You know, he doesn't give a shit. He'll drop players if they're not performing well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Collingwood won't drop Dan Houston, you know, who's on this big multi-deal and all of that, and it was going to be the guy that was going to be bringing everything to the half-back line and all of that. It's had a wretched year. Shocking game on Monday against the D's, and his form's been horrendous. I reckon he's only played 4 decent games in the time he's been at the Pies. He'll never get dropped.
You're being generous, Daz.
Yeah, I know. I'm being generous, but I'm tongue in cheek, mate. Honestly, mate. I mean, Lucas is just. You learn
have
so
not-
much.
No,
you
no,
learn
me
so
too.
much
Me
listening to
too.
Lucas because he's telling you things that you
Warple's
didn't
been
know.
Exactly. I was like, my ears pricked up. I said, Warple got dropped.
Yeah, he's been
And,
dropped.
Yeah,
Once.
at one stage, I thought he was suggesting that the Warble was dropped. No, I don't get dropped.
Yeah,
I'm like,
no, you don't
I'm
get
an automatic selection, guys.
Absolutely, first one picked.
All right, I am part of the club.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
but
James
that's-
Warple got dropped.
that's-
I wouldn't have known
no.
that. That's just
The
unbelievable.
point
This
is-
is a guy they went and
That's a good
headhunted
point.
to get to the
Yeah.
Cats, and he's got
Yeah.
dropped twice this year. And
Been playing
Houston won't
VFL
get
the
dropped
last 2
once.
weeks.
That's selection
yeah.
integrity. Selection integrity. We need that shit. We need
Oh, we
Houston to
put-
get dropped. We need
But-
McCreary to get dropped. Josh
Yeah.
Dacos can fucking get dropped for all I fucking care. Scare him. Put a bit of
But-
wind up him. Hey, your
David
position in the
McCreary,
team
another
is not
one. Yeah,
guaranteed,
exactly.
motherfucker.
No,
Actually,
Daz is right. Daz is right because he said, "Oh, we headhunted for Warp and we did. No one else wanted him but Geelong. Geelong wanted him. We paid him big money, and we've dropped him twice. Like,
Awesome.
it-
Love that.
it-
Love
You've
that.
got standards. You've got selection
and-
integrity, not and standards.
Lucas, when he came back to the side, did he perform? Did he like fucking value his spot in the team?
For one game he did. That was against Sydney. He had about 10 plus clearances.
Okay.
And then the week after, he didn't do as well, and then we dropped him. And then the last 2 weeks he's been playing VFL.
Yeah. And did he do well in the VFL for Box Hill?
One of those games he was so. So his average is what he gets in the AFL. So not particularly, not lights out like 30 possession game, 35, not like that, but he was getting his average what he does in the AFL. So it's a wake up call.
25 plus.
Yeah. So you know, Chris Scott, when you get dropped twice by Chris Scott, it's hard to get back a third time. That's why he's been playing VFL for the last 2 weeks.
That puts the fear of God into the whole list. Holy fuck! This is a big.
Yeah.
This is like your Houston. Here's
Yeah.
a guy. There's this inside midfielder we fucking got
That's
from
why I
Hawthorn
mentioned it,
getting played $700,000 a year. He can get dropped. Fuck, we can all get dropped.
Yeah. Same with Brad Close. Brad Close is a premiership player for us. Brad Close is a very good defensive negating forward. His pressure acts have been down. Guess what happens? He gets dropped. He comes back in. His pressure acts go up for a game,
Brilliant.
then go back down. He gets dropped. He's been playing VFL last 2 weeks. So if you don't perform in Geelong, you outside the exception danger field, you get dropped. Don't care. Like poor fucking Hawkins.
That's where it should
Like
And
be.
you drop, and
That's
you
a
drop
footy
for
club.
2 weeks
That's a
or
footy
3
club.
weeks. You're not just brought back after 1 week. You actually stay there for a while. You,
And
you
Warple's not
actually
guaranteed to
work
come
your
back
way
in.
back.
Yeah, and Warple's not
2
guaranteed to
weeks,
come
it
back
might
in
be
next
3
week either.
weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. It could be a good stint in the VFL.
Frustrates the fan base because the stupid fan base say, oh, well, he's on 800,000, why is he playing? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if he's on 2 million. If you're not performing well and you don't deserve to be in the team, you shouldn't be playing.
Yeah. But also as well, I would even say when it comes to the VFL squad, they would or the AFL list that are playing VFL, they would appreciate it because then they can go, oh, okay, cool. He might be getting paid $700K, but there's no job security. So there's no job security, and I'm playing well. Fuck, if I keep this up for another 3, 4, 5 weeks, fuck, I might get a game. And that's where it's the snowball effect, where it's
Exactly.
again, it's like you're sort of enabling all these guys to be, hey, like keep performing because you just never know what happens. Like again, a Maynard gets injured, so maybe I can Jacob Bryden plays. But with some of the guys that aren't like playing well and stuff, if there's a history of us dropping players, then you'll have a Harry DeMattier sort of just go, damn, if I get some centre clearances, ex inside midfielder, whoever it is, if they don't play well, fuck, I could get a game. Or, Swaddling, where he goes, damn, if for Swaddling, if Sidebottom's not playing well, damn, I could get a game if I just lived for a few more weeks. It's sort of like trying to get the VFL players to smell the blood in the water. Where I feel like that's happening at Geelong, but it's just not. It can happen at Collingwood for a few weeks, but once the blood in the water sort of goes, you then lose that sort of smell, and then once you lose that smell, you then don't get that hunger to sort of. And it's not even going at 100%, but it's when you get that with sharks and stuff, and that they get the smell of blood in them and stuff. It's not their efforts don't go to 100%. They go to like 150, 200% because of the smell and the blood, and then they get aggressive and attacking and all that stuff. So it's when they sense an opportunity, they actually lift, and then they become like better players for it. And then they sort of realize, fuck, I can actually like do all this shit. And then once then the club goes, damn, you can actually play. Let's actually get you in, and we'll give someone like X player a rest, or this player is no good or whatever. Like when you have like a good healthy like rotation system, it's a win-win for everybody.
I was actually being kind to Warple there. He hasn't played since we played you guys back in round 9.
Well, there you go.
So that's 4 weeks.
Yep.
And in that yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have selection integrity.
And Lucas, has he been injured at all during that period of time?
No.
So
So
he hasn't had a week off or 2 weeks off for injury. He's actually just been out of form.
You see that?
Lucas, he might have dropped off just fractionally.
Yeah, might have. And then from round 5 to 8, he was shit. And then he played against you guys, and then he's got dropped a second time.
So he's dropped twice since round 9. Are you saying?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, there you are. So
look at it. He's had a look at it.
Chris Scott's not accepting it, and and I suspect what Chris Scott will do is he'll leave him in the VFL even longer obviously the second time around.
Yep. Well, which he has been, yeah. So this will be
no favourites.
This will be the 4th week. If he doesn't play this week, it'll be the 4th week.
Goes on big money.
800,000 to him.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned him. That's why I compared, different sorts of players, but we can sort of correlate the same thing about the form of Dan Houston, not just this year, but even last year. There's been just far too many mediocre, poor performances from Dan Houston. So he's hardly played a decent game this year. Maybe I'll give him one reasonable game. Last year, probably only a handful as well. And I'd give him a little bit of we had a little bit of leniency last year because it was his first year at a new club. But now, second year around, and he's dropped off. I think he's even worse this year than last year. His form is even tapered off even more this year. We're seeing a lot more poor performances this year at the halfway mark from him. So that's why I mentioned him, because he came with this big check, this big money deal to come to Collingwood. And he was going to be the panacea for our half-back line and all of that. And fit in nicely and collectively be this wonderful defender. And he's shown precious little. And we will not drop him. I'm convinced. I'll go on record saying right now this morning that he will stay in that team. The only way he'll miss a game is through injury.
And then when he does get better, he'll come straight back in.
Well, preaching to everyone obviously listening, I would imagine that's how Collingwood work at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think his form is affecting other players. In what was a reasonably watertight, and our best line, and that's our defensive line. They've done such a great job for most parts of this season without our captain, Darcy Moore. Howie was out early as well. He's come in, not doing too badly, I suspect. But it's been the likes of Billy Frampton and Bruzzy that have actually held up across the defensive area, and they've been the best defenders. Yeah, and Billy's been by far the best, absolutely. He hasn't his captain there or anything like that. But Houston's form's been poor. Quaynor's form over the last 3 to 4 weeks has been absolutely dog shit. Another dog shit game again against Melbourne. And that's what happens when you get one guy that's dropped off and not pulling his weight. It's a knock-on effect. I reckon we're seeing the knock-on effect suddenly with Quaynor. There's no Darcy Moore, and when he was there, he was, horrible. And now without Bruzzy for a good length of time, it just means more issues. And when those other two guys, Quaynor and Houston, particularly Houston, if he doesn't, if his form hasn't changed very, very, very quickly, it's going to mean, at the end of the day, poor old Billy Frampton, he's going to end up having some games where, they're going to be considered to be poor because there's only so much he can do. When others are not pulling their weight and picking up the slack, eventually the dam will break. And, Billy's been great, but he can only do so much. Now without the other guy there is his one and only mentor, which he often talked about, Bruzzy. I fear, if he starts dropping off, then the Pies have got big problems. But this is all on Houston. It's all on Quaynor, but it gets back to Fly. It gets back to selection, integrity of the team, picking people, making sure they're accountable, and keeping them honest. And I'm just dumbfounded that this club doesn't do what you've just told us, Lucas, what Geelong have been doing in Chris Scott's coaching. At least one thing that I give him credit for, and that is the fact he does make the bloody hard calls.
Yeah. No, I agree. Agree with all that. I got a question for you guys. So the last 3 to 4 years, you've recruited big players. You recruited Houston, McStay. Who's the other small forward? Schultz. Now there's a lot of high profile about them when you got them, right? Like they were the best players. Didn't work out at their clubs. Have you when you got them? Do you think you've got what you should get, or is it they were crap from the beginning? If you know what I mean. Like, have you bought a lemon, or have you bought what you think they were going to be?
Oh, I thought Sean was going to start. I'll quickly start, and then I'll hopefully hear from Sean and
that's
Matty.
all three. That's Houston, McStay, and Schultz.
Yeah. Okay, one at a time. McStay, he's come off 2 ACLs. He was never really a dominant Brisbane Lion player. He was all right as a third forward for the Lions, but then he got squeezed out. But in fairness, he had the ACL, and then he had one at Collingwood as well. So he's had bad luck, and that's unfortunate. Have we got the best out of him? No. And I'll give him a little bit of leeway. ACL, it's never easy coming back from an ACL, especially no matter who you are. But even when you get to that age period, when you're around 30, it's tougher. What I've noticed about Dan McStay is he he probably was better yesterday in the Melbourne game, but the things he used to do when he first come to Collingwood and when he was playing at Brisbane was still contest marks and jump and have the ability to take those pack marks. He's not doing anywhere near as much as that. So I think that he's probably lost a bit of confidence in his jump because of his knee injuries. So that might be playing on his mind as well. So he's had to change his game there. He misses too many shots at goal. That's a negative. For a forward, you can't be doing that. Have we got the best out of him? Over the 4 years or whatever, I would say at this point in time that he's been a disappointment. So I would say that. But he's not one of the guys I'd probably drop for the next game. But he's clearly nearing the end of his career. I compare him to in age, I can't compare him, but you've got a guy like Jack Gunston who's 35, I think now. If he's not, he's very close to 35. And I know he's missed a few games with injury there, but every time he comes back, he's always kicks goals for him. And he's the closest thing we've got to a Dan McStay, basically. But he gets results for the team. He kicks goals. He's a match winner. He's the most dangerous tall forward. He plays up the ground. He plays closer to goal. He's much more accurate as well. Very rarely misses. He's a good mark. He's a good leader. He rarely plays a bad game. If he plays a bad game, he's always backs it up the following week, comes back strongly the following week. One thing that's catching up with him, though, is his injuries. But then, as I said, when they give him a rest, they bring him back, as he did the other night, and kick 4 goals or whatever it was. So, I mean, personally, he's going so well at the moment. So, to me, Dan McStay is 3 years younger. I think 3 years younger than Jack Gunston. They're poles apart with consistency and just general ability as well. Number 2, Dan Houston. Well, I said everything about Dan Houston I said before. He's played about 3 or 4 good games in the time that he's been at Collingwood. The rest have been shit. And he's just, he's not a true defender. He doesn't like body contact. He doesn't tackle. He doesn't go in for the hard ball. He's indecisive. His disposal is poor. He goes missing for large periods of the game. He's unaccountable, lets his opposition walk all over him. He's got no connection with any of the other defenders in the Collingwood team. I watch him every week. He's got no knowledge of what they're doing or what he should be doing. He's just a poor player at the moment, and he's probably near enough in our bottom 3 or 4 players on the ground every week now, and that's why he probably should have been dropped weeks ago. Have we got enough out of him? Guy that's probably, I don't know how much money he's on, but he's come obviously with good amount of money with the deal. He's getting paid a lot of money, and his efforts and his investment is shocking for our club. So we're the losers out of that. And if I had my time, and I was probably a bit of a supporter of getting him, but if I had, in hindsight, had my time again, I'd say no, don't do it with what we've seen from him so far. And I think we've seen enough of a sample, like 18 months, to know that. And this year's, in my opinion, is far worse than what we saw last year. He should actually be a better player in his second year, and he's gone backwards. And Lachie Schultz, not so much critical there. Puts in effort, committed, passionate. He bleeds for the club. Obviously, he tries his best. Has a few, shall we say, brain fades, and unfortunately for a small forward, we'll put in he's courageous as well, but for a small forward, he just doesn't kick goals. That's the only negative. He doesn't hurt the opposition. I love his commitment, love his courage, love his determination, love his efforts, but brain fades and then the misses, and he did it again yesterday.
The Melbourne, the snapper, isn't it? 15 metres out.
Decision making, and then his kicking for goal is atrocious at times. I think in some of those close losses that we've had this year, I think he's been off the mark with his goal kicking in nearly all of them. In other words, he could have kicked 2 goals plus in some of those games and we win. Instead, he's missed, 90% of them, and he just, and he doesn't necessarily have a lot of shots at goal anyway, but the ones that he doesn't kick enough of them. So if you're going to play a guy in the forward line, you've got to start hitting the scoreboard a bit. But he's the best of the three. He's actually performed better than all the other two, in my opinion, and he's only been at the club for 3 years now. And I would, just like to see him improve his goal kicking for, his kicking for goal and all of that. The rest of it's pretty good. But as far as the others are concerned, I think Dan McStay's got a bit of a weak heart. He's pretty heartless at times in regards to committed. He goes missing too often too. Early in the season, he was right off. Then he's picked it up a bit recently. But as for Houston, geez, he's got absolutely no balls whatsoever, that guy. None. And he's playing like he's disinterested at the moment too. I'll let Sean talk or Maddie talk further about those three. But I'd give, just quickly, I'd say in the years that McStay's been here, I'd give him probably a 5.5 out of 10. Lockie Schultz, probably 6.5 out of 10. And Dan Houston, for his 18 months, close to 2 years now, I'd give him about 2 out of 10.
Cheers, Matt would probably say you're being generous with Houston.
Oh, yeah, well, he'd probably say I shouldn't give him any points. But as I said, he's probably played 4 decent games, and that might even be generous, giving him 4 decent games. But, I know.
Yeah, he played 2 good games last year. One was against Port. Actually, he had like 37 possessions or something. And he was not bad against Carlton. This year, I think there's been like 3 decent games. So 5 total in 18 months. Our other clubs. So what we've got to do, we've got to do what Melbourne did to Grundy. Melbourne shouldn't have drafted Grundy, and they thought, okay, we made the wrong decision here. They admitted they were wrong, and they thought, let's move this guy on to Sydney, who needed a ruckman. This whole Gawn and Grundy teamwork thing was never going to work. So Melbourne admitted they got it wrong, moved him on to Sydney. Now it's a win-win for everyone. It wasn't a win for Collingwood because we were still paying his wages. Anyway, that's another story. But Collingwood need to do the same thing. They need to realise that this guy is not, as long as Craig McRae is coaching, Dan Houston is not good for us in our game plan. And we're stuck with Fly for at least 2 years. Dan Houston needs to play with a team that just has a very defensive, and they can afford to have one guy who is not defensive, but just they give him the ball and do whatever. Do what he did at Port Adelaide. So I think Melbourne and I think Carlton will be very interested in Houston, and I am getting the feeling and hearing murmurings that he's not happy at Collingwood. And why would you be? Who would want with his company, all Australian, comes to Collingwood and Fly just wants to experiment with him. He's like, what the fuck am I doing here? He'd be like talking to the Dacos brothers, like, what the fuck, dude? Why didn't you tell me Fly was such a nutter? So he's not right for Collingwood, but Melbourne, Carlton, maybe Essendon, maybe Geelong, maybe Chris Scott might say, we'll have him. We know what to do with this guy. What do you reckon? Would you want Houston, Lucas?
If that means getting Max Holmes out for fucking halfback, I would.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. So will you give us a first rounder for Houston?
Oh, fuck no.
So you don't really want him that badly.
Yeah, we wouldn't mind having him, but we don't want him that badly.
Let me ask you. 2 years ago, would you have given a first rounder for Houston?
When he was making double A for Port Adelaide, absolutely. Yeah, I would.
See, this is This is what Houston's manager needs to be telling him this. Whether Houston needs to take some responsibility as well, but the club and Fly are destroying his reputation as a footballer.
Yeah.
But at this stage, Collingwood will almost be happy to get a second rounder for him. But I think what will happen is Houston will say, I want to get out of here, and his management will contact Melbourne and Carlton in particular because their game style and that they just, they're young and they want experienced players. He's a 2-time All-Australian, and I think that's how he'll get out of Collingwood, and they will be prepared because Collingwood. Here's the thing: Collingwood won't trade him for any less than a first rounder because they'll be too embarrassed. But if it's instigated by the player, then they'll go, oh, okay, he's not happy here, for whatever reason. It'll embarrass the club, but at least we get a first rounder for him. That's my thought. So now he's wow. How did that guy get 2 All-Australians? Wow. I want to go back and watch some Port Adelaide games and see what.
To be fair, for Port Adelaide, there were games where because I live in South Australia and fucking Port and Crows are on free day every week here in South Australia. No, to be fair, he was deserving of All-Australian, and when he made 2024, so the year before he left Port Adelaide, before he joined Collingwood, that year he was pretty good. But having said that, when who mentioned his defense? He doesn't defend. He doesn't defend. He doesn't body up opponents. He didn't do that at Port Adelaide. But you just hit the nail on the head, Matty. With Port Adelaide under Ken Hinkley, you could afford that one player who didn't do that because there are other defenders in that team. So he was more of your rebounding type halfbacker. They'd kick the ball long, get a lot of meters gained by kicking the ball long. Would push up to the wing, kick some goals here and there. But he wasn't that defensive, body contact play. And Collingwood, when they looked into him, they should have known that. Would they have not known that about him? Wouldn't they send scouts down there to say, let's find out his weaknesses, find out his strengths? So that's more on Collingwood than their recruiting.
You would think so, and then what they do is they replace Noble, who's a rebounding halfback, and so he's gone. So we think the natural replacement is Dan Houston. So Dan Houston goes, but then we start playing Josh Dacos on the halfback line, who also doesn't defend. And in 2026, we're playing not tonight, but now we're playing still side bottom in the back line. Also doesn't defend.
Yeah.
Diabolical shit going on.
Yeah, we do that with Max. Chris Scott's been doing that with Max Holmes last 2 weeks and it's been tearing my hair out. Because he's just hacking it forward, and Max Holmes is better than that. He is so much better than the hack midfielder, kicker Max Holmes. I don't know if you watch. He is a midfielder. He's a good midfielder. So I don't know if you watched the Crows game, but there was a minute, because he's been playing fucking halfback, there was a minute to go in that game where he just needed to lower his eyes. And he typical halfback kick it long, try to get meters gained. He kicked it to a 2-on-1. And
that's what Houston does all the time.
No, that's it. And you watch and you think, what the fuck is Max Holmes playing halfback? And that kick is a typical halfback hack kick forward, get meters gained. If that was Max Holmes, the midfielder, he wouldn't have done that, and it just frustrates the shit out of you. Absolutely frustrates you. It makes no sense. Why? Play Dacos where he won his All-Australian. Play Max Holmes play Max Holmes when he won his All-Australian. Well, why are you fucking with players that are alien to their position, to the positions they're playing? Makes no sense.
Sean?
We're talking about just that topic in general, or we're going back to the next day?
Players out of position. Players in general, who aren't.
Yeah, I'm a bit more positive with mixed A just purely because for what was reported, we actually didn't pay that much for him. The reported figure was $600K, but I remember when we did get him, the
Jesus.
free agency compensation that Brisbane got was actually under that. So my assumption was he got around like 550. And I think, obviously I'll get to Schultz and Houston and stuff, but for me, I would kind of, as much as this probably might not be a popular take, I'll probably give McStay a bit of a tick, especially if you exclude the years he was injured and stuff, because as a list manager, you just can't predict when a player's going to be injured or not. And I think because we got him in so cheaply and we didn't have to pay a lot, I do sort of look at, and I'm not saying that McStay is this perfect player and he's been amazing and stuff, but you also got to look at, for what you got for, let's just say hypothetically it was 550K, is he doing as much? So if you look across the competition, if you were to spend 550K, who are you getting across the league? And I feel like you're probably getting, I feel like McStay is probably one of the better options at 550K across the league. So, and again, as I said, I know that there's the injuries and all that stuff, and that I guess it depends on your opinions if you take that into account or not. But when he has played and he has gotten continuity, I thought his 2023 was very good. Especially the build up to it. The fact that when he played that prelim, yes, he made mistakes, but I guess at the end of the day, players make mistakes in general. But when he impacted, he kicked goals in that prelim when we fucking needed goals. His goals, yes, they were 6 points on the board, but it's there's a difference between, if you say kick a goal in the fourth quarter and you're up by 10 goals, that's a lot different compared to if you're down by 3 or 4 goals and then someone kicks a goal and then leads into the momentum you then winning the game. McStay always seemed to kick. He would always kick about 2 or 3 goals a game, but when he kicked them, it was when you actually needed them, and then it was start to run on. So he was very impactful in what he did, but when you look at the stat sheet, and he wouldn't stand out on the stat sheet. But in terms of importance, he would always do the important things at the right time. So I would personally give McStay a tick purely just off the back of, you got him in cheap. He's given you impact. He's, when he's been on the field, he has done well for. What's that? Sorry.
He straightens us up
and then from a structural point of view,
he does straighten us up.
Yeah, and the only thing I'd probably say as well too, I really want to McStay because I remember his 22 final series, and he was one of Brisbane's most important players. For those that don't remember, he was freaking awesome playing as a forward ruck. And so I think that's so that's got to be taken into account as well. So I'll personally give McStay a tick, purely just off the fact that we got him so cheap. So who's next? Houston. We go Houston next.
Houston. Yeah, Houston and Schultz.
Hey, Shawnee, you good to go for another 30 minutes or whatever?
Yeah, I'm good to go. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna duck out. So you can end it when you're good to end it, buddy.
All right,
we need Peter back. Peter doing the 30-hour stream. We need Peter.
Were you checking into that, mate? I think I remember you at a few stages there.
Oh no, we were talking about for 4 hours. We were talking about Geelong and that with Peter. So I just couldn't get in the stream. I wanted to get in, but he didn't. You AFK.
Yeah, that's why you need me if me or Sean are on the stream, we can let you in.
Yeah. But no, that's all right. We were just talking about Geelong, and I went to bed and woke up and you were still going. I was like, Jesus Christ, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. That was.
I think Mick did that a couple of times as well.
30. Next one will go for 48 hours. So that will be the next record.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be there for that. I'll be there for that one.
Nice one. All right, I'll check out, guys. Thanks, boys. Thanks, Shawnee. Thanks, Daz. I'm going to be listening in while I'm brushing my teeth. All right.
Yeah, if
There
I
we
go,
go.
if I do go, Matthew, I'll catch you later. Okay, if I do go.
Okay. See you, Lucas. Thanks for joining in, buddy.
See you, mate.
Bye, mate.
Yeah, you
Thanks.
too, mate.
So, Sean,
Yep.
Dan Houston, Lockie Schultz. Where you go, mate?
Yeah, so Houston, there's really not much to say that's like positive with Houston. The only thing you could probably say is that Fly just hasn't played him in the role that made him so good at Port. That's probably the only thing. But yeah, really, in the day, he had his opportunities to beat the Dan Houston of old, but he just hasn't done that. And then also on top of the fact that we paid, I think it was, I can't remember the exact trade because it ended up getting pretty wild in the end. Because I think it was like a first and like 2 seconds, and then like Noble, and then Richards I think was in it as well. So that was like a big sort of like in terms of trade worth, we end up giving away two players that were probably maybe fringe players. But still, I mean, you could probably argue that you could probably even take a John Noble over Houston at the moment. Just sort of off that alone sort of thing. So the fact that that's a potential conversation, that shows you how bad the trade was.
Well, as Matt just said, would you take Houston? Would you pay a first rounder for him back then compared to now? And you would, yeah, I'd take Noble over Houston now, easily.
Yeah, well, I mean, but that's the thing, though. This is like the frustrating part about it, because like a lot of the trade value where it goes down, it's actually on Fly. Like when it comes to Houston, like obviously Houston can work as a footballer because it worked at Port, but like for some reason we just like I can't even explain it, but we just have this thing where it's just, obviously there's the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yep.
But for some reason, Fly has this mantra where it's, if it works, let's find a way to fix it even more, which then which leads you to breaking it. So, like again, like as you said, Josh Dacos, all Australian winger, let's put him to half back, but then in the same damn year, we'll go pay a first 2 seconds and then Joe Richards and John Noble for Houston. Actually, was it two? No, I think, yeah, because I know there was at least one future first. Could have even been 2 firsts even. Fuck, I can't remember. Anyway, it was way too much. So we could potentially get some return on investment if we just use these strings. So I'm sort of hoping that we sort of get a bit of value back in him. But I mean, with what he's dished out so far, yeah, it's you need to be getting a guy that's like top 5 year best and fairest every year, basically, and he's just not that. Because when you're paying that much, like you just need to perform. Even someone like a Joe Richards and and also like a John Noble, as I said, they're not like superstars or anything like that. But for a team right now where we're sort of like wanting a little bit more depth, those guys would just be so awesome in terms of to be like on our list, just to have that cover. So, especially with someone like I probably won't mention his name, but when you have small forwards that are currently out, to have a Joe Richards there in your VFL would be really nice. And then who was the other one? Noble. Yeah, well, if say Houston wasn't playing well, and you had like a Noble in the VFL, well, yeah, he'd be awesome to be, he could replace Houston.
Joe Richards is doing pretty well for Port.
Yeah. So and that's the thing. So it's like, in terms of the costs and stuff, yeah, I don't think anyone can turn around and say that the cost was like worth it and stuff, because you don't like, yeah. It could be better value if we play into his strengths, but with Fly, he's just not going to do that, because if he was going to do that, he would have done it already. So yeah, it's nothing but it's, as much as I hate to say it, but that whole aspect was a massive fail in my opinion. And then Schultz. And Schultz is pretty much in the same basket, which kind of it does hurt to say because like Schultz, as much as it probably the value just like wasn't there. It's just so hard to just like say it. It's like he as much as he's also such a Collingwood like player where he just bites, scratches, and claws like his way through anything. You just want to give guys like that the world. But when it's like a first and a second, if you were standing up and kicking like 40 goals a year and putting on pressure like a mad man, like you can sort of, you can maybe like sort of give him a little bit of a pass, but he just doesn't do that. Like he hasn't been that Freo small forward where he was kicking anywhere between 30 to 35 goals a year. So, and even then, like, even if he was doing that, that's not worth a first and a second, in my personal opinion. And then the other thing with like Schultz as well, yes, we probably needed a small forward. Well, actually, no, technically we didn't, because if we didn't get Schultz, we actually would have kept Hinovan, which he would have then stayed on the list, and we would have kept him as well. So you sort of got a player in, but in a sense, you also made a player leave at the same time. So that was a bit frustrating. And then with that trade, when he traded off to Hawthorn, Hawthorn ended up finishing above us with the picks and stuff, but because we had their picks, we got a worse draft hand because of it. So we lost a young player that had a bit of potential, and we got a worse draft hand out of it. So yeah, it'd be really hard to. So I know they're probably two separate trades and stuff, but the fact that the Schultz trade sort of led into also that trade as well too. I think in a way you kind of got to put them together in a sense to get the context of that, the fallout of that trade. So I think that's also a bit of a fail, but I don't think it's as bad as Houston's, but it's still bad though.
So, okay. So, yeah, I might have been a bit hard on Dan McStay, but I did give him a pass mark. I said pretty much a 6, I think. I think Lockie Shook 6.5. Might have said 5.5 for McStay. Probably better to say 6, but I think it'd be fair to say, yeah. So Matt, as I said, might think I'm a bit generous, 2 out of 10, but anyway, still, it's not good enough. Anyway, so all right. So question is, guys, maybe I don't know if Lucas is still listening. How do we manage?
Yeah,
how does the plot? You still listening, mate? How do we?
Yeah,
How do you
I'm in
think?
bed, so I apologise if I fall asleep.
Oh,
so,
no, okay. Yeah, well, so I'd like your opinion. What would you think would be Geelong's view, and what would Geelong be thinking in regards to the challenges I think the club has here at Collingwood in regards? So put yourself in Geelong's shoes if they had like the likes of Sidebottom, Pendlebury, Jeremy Howe, not forgetting we were going to be without our best forward, who's been out now for a couple of weeks, Jamie Elliott. He's out for a whole year for ACL at 34, 35 years of age. So no guarantees he comes back anyway until at least July next year. So he's going to have to start his pre-season mid-year and basically work his way back for a few months. Then he's that's his contract. So because he only signed, we gave him 2 years. So anyway, forgetting all of that. So I'm basically looking at the guys currently playing. What put yourself in Geelong's shoe if we were to reverse it? If Geelong had 3 of those guys playing in that age group and were sitting, for example, mid-table this year, and with the complex situation of hopefully trying to get into free agency, trade, and also draft some guys in at the end of this year. What do you think Chris Scott would be saying to his list manager and I suppose to those guys in regards to the second half of the year and going forward into 2027? Do you think there'd be hard conversations regarding those three? Do you think it would be left up to them to make the decision, or do you think just, you just got to point out the facts, and the facts point to, trying to grow the team? And I don't necessarily like the word transition, because transition is, can take any amount of time. How long is a piece of string? It can take a long time sometimes, transition. I don't like rebuild, because rebuild means you pretty much go straight to the bottom, and that can be a very long period of time. Just look at West Coast, look at Carlton, look at Essendon even. I think West Coast is a perfect example, because they played in a grand final in 2018 and have been shit ever since, basically, because their older guys, I think, went 2-3 years too long. So what do you think how Geelong would handle it if they were in our shoes, mid-table, and had, three really great guys of the club, 2 legends, possibly 3 legends, stars of the footy club in their mid to upper 30s? What would Chris Scott be doing, and what would he be saying to those guys, and also to the list manager as far as going forward next year?
Yeah, well, the list manager is Andrew Mackie. So start with Jamie Elliott. Yeah, so you're arguably your best forward. Our best forward is Cameron. So if that was Cameron, what we would do is that we would play a kid from the VFL, which is Polkinghorne, put him straight into that position. Say to him, look, you've got this amount of time, have fun, go do what you can, compete, show effort. No pressure whatsoever, because there's no one else. So that's the first thing we'd do with that one. If Cameron, and that could actually happen. Does Cameron has got arm problems, so that surgery's on the table, and if he does, he's out for the year. So that could happen. With the 3 legends, well, be the same conversation as Hawkins, isn't it? Your form's not going as good. We want to play some young kids, which when Hawkins went down, we played Shannon Neal, who was a young kid. We want to see what they've got. We want to develop them a bit. Would you mind playing in the VFL? Where Hawkins said, yep, okay, that's fine. Didn't get back, and didn't get a farewell game and retired. So I would like to presume he would have those same conversations with those 3 players you just mentioned, as he did with Hawkins.
Any exceptions at all?
Dangerfield.
Would you put, say, for example, Scott Peterbury above still side bottom and Jeremy Howe as far as potential of playing on another year? I'll say that because I'll just say that because I think Pendles is an on-field leader. He's a part off-field, on-field coach as well. When he's out there, he tends to be a bit of a, he's sort of like director. He's sort of like managing how the guys are sort of going on field. So he's a bit of a semi-coach as well. And it's not to his detriment. He had a poor game against Melbourne, but that's just sometimes it happens like that. But I see Pendles as a bit of a on-field coach. Now, when you got young guys, and we're going to have more young guys playing at Collingwood next year, I wonder whether or not that's something that should be considered, to have Pendles out there. He's not going to play every game, so maybe between 14 and 17 games, something like that, a little bit more than half the season, if his body's right. I just look at that point, because I'm looking at it, you don't want 3 guys just retiring and nicking off, and then are we going to leave it up to? I don't see a crisp. Geordie's had a good year this year. but he's, that was this year. I mean, Jamie had a good year last year too, and then look what's happened this year. So you just don't know with Geordie. His body's been a bit iffy over previous years. And then there's not a lot of other, Bruzzy, another one, Braden Maynard, getting back from a shoulder reconstruction possibly, and he'll be 33 next year, so he's a leader. And then there's not a lot else in the cupboard in regards to leadership. When you lose Pendle, Sidey and Jeremy Howe, it's massive. So I'm looking at I'm more looking at the development of these young guys. Will it be beneficial to have, say, a Pendle's out there? I'm not suggesting for 1 minute play every single game, but if he wants to and if he wants to continue, I've still got this feeling that all three are going to put their hand up and say, we're going to call it a day at the end of the year. They're going to pick a game before the end of the season and go out in that game, making a big announcement. I may be wrong, but I've got this funny feeling that all three will sign off at the same time, and we'll see if that does happen or not. It will be very sad if it does. But do you give any allowances for a guy like Pendles who is sort of a bit of a teacher on the ground as well?
If I was the coach of Collingwood, I'd be more inclined to try my best to give Pendlebury another year. From what I've seen so far, I think he probably deserves another year.
Right.
With Howe, probably not. I'd probably look to the draft. And who was the other one that you mentioned? Sidebottom? No, Sidebottom, no chance. No, he's
still something.
Mate, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to play in the VFL for getting an injury. Or you might get back in, but no, that's an instant no for Sidebottom. Howe finished the rest of the year off, and Pendlebury, I'll try to give him another year.
So if Chris Scott was coaching Collingwood, do you think that he would be having those hard discussions with all three guys? And we're certainly Sidey at the moment because his form's been really poor. Do you think those discussions would have been underway by now, and they would have been looking at a succession plan or time to sort of like get you to the period where we're going to make this announcement at some stage between now and round 20 or whatever, and we're going to have your farewell game or whatever, and then it's going to be full on, play more kids, get the development into them, games into them, and because it's just utterly so important to make sure they've had a chunk of games this year, so we don't just suddenly bring or need them to come in, game one next year and hope that they just click. I'd like to see them also come in and have Pendles and maybe Howie and all of that with them for a few weeks, and have them sort of like with them before they opt out. So rather than sort of like bring them all in next year. And again, it's not going to be a whole heap of them, but there's going to have to be there will have to be at least half a dozen guys that will be playing their first game, or they'll have less than 10 games experience next year. So I suppose would Chris Scott be sort of like no favourites?
So Pendlebury would be the Dangerfield thing. He'd be the only exception. I'd think he would let Pendlebury go on his own terms, like he's doing with Dangerfield. With Sidebottom, I think he would have probably already put him in the VFL. With Howe, I think he would have probably started, if not, would have had those discussions already with Jeremy Howe. But definitely Sidebottom probably would have been in the VFL by now. If he was getting managed or dropped, I doubt he would bring Sidebottom back unless it took an injury like you saw with Tom Hawkins. He'd probably play Jeremy Howe because Jeremy Howe's is probably needed down as bad as he's been, or how close to the finish line he's been. He's probably needed down back as the main defender to help out Frampton. So he'd probably still play him in that position. But he'd tell his list management, we need another key defender to help out Billy Frampton. Yeah, for sure. And Pendlebury will leave on his own. It's up to Pendlebury. So, yeah, that'd be the only exception would be Pendlebury. He'd be like our danger. So, yeah.
Sean, are you still listening?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think? What do you think about that? The transition regarding those three, and because without that, if you sort of like move those guys, back a little bit, and you're going to give more game time to those Jacob Ryans and some of those other guys that have been waiting for a while and so forth. I don't see it happening unless that happens. So, what do you think? Do you think that's a call needs to be made in regards to their futures, and that way you can get the younger guys in there and get 7 or 8 games into those guys before season's over?
I mean, does it need to happen? Absolutely, but is it going to happen? I feel like that's a different answer.
Yeah.
Because it's one of, like, again, it's like you can only predict what you see, and Fly has been very stubborn this year and has only gone in one direction. So, like, what's that saying? Like, the definition of insanity is like saying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's basically what Fly has done. He's backed in. He's, I don't know. I guess they are like premiership heroes and stuff. But once Fly has his best 23, he tends to not fall away from that unless if there's substantial evidence to suggest otherwise. Yeah, like it's yeah. I mean, yeah. I like personally, I would like a year. I think it was at 24 that we gave like guys like Jack Bytel and Ned Long and all those guys are going in the back half of the year. I think it was. I would like some opportunities like that just to see where some of the guys are at. I don't mind it if it's the guys that aren't out of contract because you can always do that next year. But for the guys that are out of contract, I know Jacob Ryan is, for example, so you need to give him 3 or 4 games just to see, if he's any good. Because again, like his first game, albeit he played like half a quarter or maybe a quarter and a half or whatever it was, but he actually looked really good. So to not play him 4 games in a row when there's clearly with Maynard going down, that's a perfect opportunity to now get him some games. And if you do get a certain player that's playing in the VFL or whatever, and Jacob Ryan isn't up to it, then you can swap him out for someone else. Whether if it's if Ryan isn't up to it and you're putting a line through him, okay, well, all right, well, TJ would be up next. But TJ's contracted till next year, so unless if you've completely put a line through Ryan, I wouldn't be giving TJ a go till then. And I'm just trying to think of the players off the top of my head that are out of contract.
There's actually about 7 or 8 actually out of contract that are on the playing list. I've checked just last week. That are at the end, and like most of them are playing VFL or have been playing VFL. There's probably a couple, 2 or 3 that are currently playing. Ed Allen's one of those, obviously. But there's I think from memory at least 7 or 8 that are coming to the end of their contract. Tim Membry's another one that clearly played on Monday. So there's 2 or 3 that played Melbourne on Monday, and there's at least another 5, possibly even more than that are you've mentioned pretty much all of those. The obvious one is Jacob Ryan, clearly. Noah House is another one that's only got this year. He was the last, second to last or last person that we gave a contract to. Actually, it was down to Noah House, I think, and keeping Mason Cox at the end of the day. I think it was that line ball actually, and I think they went with a younger guy instead of Mason. And if it wasn't him, he was certainly in the last two that got the big tick in the end. So, I mean, when you look at it, Jacob Ryan hasn't played an AFL game for 3 years. You know, admittedly, he got that concussion in his debut game. And I don't even remember who it was against. It was that far back. I can't even remember which game. I know it was at the MCG. I forget which game.
No, it was at Marvel. It was at Marvel. We played
right.
Brisbane in 24.
Brisbane. Yeah,
Brisbane.
okay. Yeah. I didn't even know who we played, but it was that. Yes, I said it's dating now. It's just in my memory that he got concussed in his debut game and had to leave the field. I think it was the first quarter. Anyway,
Yeah, it was like
so
halfway,
basically, yeah. So hasn't played another game since then. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so he's had to do a lot of hard work to get back in. I think he lost his confidence there the year after. I think he had not a great year the year after, just to find his confidence again. I suppose a thing like that, concussion, you know, you just don't know how that affects you.
That was his biggest hurdle that he had to jump over, I guess. Especially the back half. Like, he was basically ruled out for, if it wasn't the second half, it was a good chunk of the second half. I think, I can't remember what injury he had, but he was injured for at least the last 2/3 of the year. Probably just a bit of like, all right, let's wrap him up in cotton wool. He's done, you know, type of thing. So
yeah. So there's probably 5 or 6 playing the VFL just last weekend that have probably just got the 1-year deal. Lockie Sullivan's another one, obviously, clearly. I mean, he has played AFL football, but you know, time has to be. Yeah, they're going to have to. If there was some serious discussions about him last year, they're going to have to revisit that again this year. I don't fancy his chances now.
No.
Although one thing that might be in his favour is the fact that Jamie Elliott's missing for 12 months. That might save him. I'm not sure it will. Or if Harvey Harrison and Swadling come in and play some decent games back half of this year, that probably means curtains for Lockie, I would have thought. So there's going to be quite a bit of change, I would have thought. And that's why Fly mentioned over the weekend or late last week, he was putting the heat on some of those guys that haven't sort of like come in and taken their chances in the AFL. Well, pretty hard to do that if you're still playing VFL and you're not getting selected. So I'll just put it on Fly that way, that you can turn around and say that, but take a bit of responsibility for some of your erratic team selections too, mate, and ignoring people like Jacob Ryan, who I would have to say, with the games I've watched at VFL level, he has been our best defender this year at VFL level, most consistent performer at VFL. Not absolutely outstanding, but all you have to do is just be consistently good. And in a pretty ordinary team, he's done that. He's probably only had the 2 very ordinary games from what I've seen. The rest of them, he's been in our best 3, I reckon, for sure, on the ground. But clearly he's not ticking all the boxes. Or maybe it's just that one thing. Once again, we get back to, you know, Fly doesn't want to upset the defence, and he can probably only play a role as a defender. So therefore, unless he's going to drop or manage a defender, Jacob doesn't get a look in. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now with Bruzzy out, because they're going to have to fill a spot there. I've got a feeling they'll probably go Parker again, but you know, who would say? You know, who would know?
I reckon Parker's a safe bet, obviously, because he's probably the one that's always in the rotation. But when it comes to selection,
just recently come out as well. So, Lucas, if you're still listening, I wanted to ask you this question. I'm a frustrated Collingwood supporter. I want to know what it is, why it is that Geelong seem to have no trouble beating Collingwood. I know there's been some close halves and go in a half time like this year where, you know, it's been not far as far as margin is concerned, 2 to 3 goals, but then you blitz us. And I want to know, and then yet we look at Carlton beating Geelong recently and GWS. They've got something on the Cats, even when they go to Alphabet Stadium. I think they've won 5 out of 6 there. They seem to have an outstanding record against the Cats, even when they travel to your stadium there. They've got no problems beating the Cats for some reason. It's been amazing since 2021. 5 years now where they've got the wood on you, yet Collingwood, what is it about the Pies? What is it about Collingwood? Why can't we beat you? Are we too predictable? Are we set up, too easily for the Cats, or is it game plan, or is it structure? What is it? Because other teams, Carlton have now beaten you last year and this year, yet Collingwood just can't seem to crack you.
Yeah, well, I can't explain the GWS one. Fuck knows with that one. With Carlton, we have the same problem with St Kilda at Marvel as well. We can't beat St Kilda at Marvel to save our lives. If you look at the last 5 years when we've played St Kilda at Marvel, we just don't beat them. What Geelong, or to answer your question about Collingwood, well, see that Collingwood game before halftime. If you remember the second quarter, you're very inaccurate. I did my watch along on that game, and I thought Collingwood should have been in front. Now, Chris Scott did some things in that game. He moved players around. He put Bailey Smith in the midfield, and he was starting on the wing. He did some quirky shit. And then it paid off. It worked. And yeah, you did become too defensive with your ball movement. You know, you kick the ball long. You know, we've got defenders for that. We've got the Tom Stewarts. We've got the Lawson Humphreys. We've got the Guthries. You know, for those long. If an opposition I'll tell you what. If an opposition plays long ball game to us, we'll beat anybody. Absolutely anybody. It's when you challenge them on the inside. It's when you challenge them to the contest is what we don't like. So with the Carlton game, now Carlton made a lot of mistakes in that first quarter. They turned the ball over a lot, but they took the game on. And we didn't like that. You know, we didn't respond to that, which is what GWS do to us. They smash us on the inside. They smash us on the loose ball gets. And we don't like it. Sydney did that 2 weeks ago. Now, we won by 30 points against Sydney, but they kicked 5 goals to 2 in that third quarter. They lifted their intensity. They smashed us on the inside. And they got the same thing with the Crows. Now, with the Crows game last week, we were probably a victim of our own downfall because we couldn't kick straight. But, you know, their midfielders gave us a little bit of a toe up on the inside, and they won that game. So if you want to beat Geelong, or if you want to give them a hard game, you got to match them on the inside. You got to match them on the contest, on the loose ball gets. Now with Collingwood, they didn't. After halftime, they didn't really do that. They just went back to the long ball game, which suits our defensive style, which suits our defenders who just love, you know, opposition playing that way against us. So you got to be more daring with the ball. You got to be more attacking. And in that second quarter, Collingwood did that. If you go back and look at the stats, Collingwood did that, but you just couldn't put it on the board. I remember McStay missed a couple of set shots in that second quarter. Schultz missed a couple of set shots in that second quarter. And after halftime, Chris Scott made some adjustments, and Collingwood just weren't as brave. They just didn't want to risk turning over the ball in the corridor, because every time opposition teams do that to us, we make them pay. But when it comes off, we can't deal with it. So that's being brave and taking the game on. If you do that against Geelong for 4 quarters, you're well within the game. North Melbourne did that. I I know we won by 60 points, but North Melbourne did that for 3 quarters against us in Geelong. They really pushed us, and then they capitulated in the fourth. So if you take on Geelong through the corridor, if you be aggressive, they don't like that. We have no answer to that, and that's what pisses me off with Chris Scott. Sometimes he doesn't have a plan B to back that up. But 9 times out of 10, opposition teams don't want to do that because it's almost like a fear. If we turn the ball over, they're going to kill us on the counter, which we do. But you just got to remain attacking. You just got to take the game on and take Geelong on the inside. And Collingwood didn't really do that after halftime, but Carlton did. Sydney did for 1 quarter. North Melbourne did for 3 quarters. Even Fremantle in the early game of the year in round 1, they smashed us before halftime. Completely smashed us, and then they went too defensive. They went the long ball game, and we got back into it. So you just got to take the game on against Geelong. You got to be prepared to lose by 6-7 goals to win the game. And there's a lot of teams that don't want to do that. Only the real contenders or team that really has got nothing to lose do that. So that's how you beat Geelong. Is to play that way. So it's hard doing it because, like I said, if you fuck it up, we will make you pay on the turnover. But Carlton were brave enough to do it for 4 quarters. And Adelaide, they did it to a certain extent last week. So if any opposition coach is listening, I've just gave us away how to beat us. But that's how you do it. Got to be brave. You got to go through the corridor again. And Geelong don't like it. They never have.
The problem is with Collingwood and with Fly coaching Collingwood is that you get a bit of momentum, and we had the momentum, even though we had those misses in the second quarter against the Cats. Yeah, I felt like we should have been in front by 2 goals, 3 goals at half time.
That's fair. Yeah.
But the problem is with our coach is that I really honestly believe that he says, or he believes in his process in his mind when it comes to our team right now is that we can't hold the momentum. We can't play that type of razzle-dazzle, take on the game type of football for more than a quarter or 20 minutes or whatever, or 15 minutes. And then, as we've seen in recent times, he's put up the Simon Prestigiacomo sign, Presti sign, and it's like, take your foot off the accelerator, guys. I want you to slow down again. And don't you honestly believe that, Lucas, that actually, by doing something like that, when you've almost got the foot on the throat and the momentum changes, that you're actually giving the opposition the momentum back again? You're actually giving them an absolute guaranteed chance to just throw, as Fly might call it, have a throw at the stumps and go bang. And before you know it, as we've seen so many times this year already, Collingwood have had teams come back from those positions and kick 2 or 3 goals in a row. Suddenly the momentum's changed and they're back in front, or they're 2 goals in front, or 18 points in front, and whatever. And suddenly you're back with your tail between your knees in regards to having to try and get back into the game again. Once you lose that momentum, it's pretty hard to get it back again. But if it's self-inflicted, which I believe it has been with Collingwood this year, it's ridiculous, because you're actually giving a free hit, aren't you, to the opposition? Wouldn't that be the way Geelong looks at it? That you're giving a free hit to them when it could be just you that's provided them that get out in regards to that. I felt that that's the way it went in that game. I also thought the same thing with Fremantle in a couple of those in the Fremantle game earlier, even though it was low scoring. We had the momentum. It changed. We gave them the momentum back again. Blind Freddie could see in that game that you needed to kick 7-8 goals to win that game in those conditions, but we weren't prepared to do it, or we took our foot off the accelerator. Maybe the Prestige, I wasn't there that night, so I don't know whether the Prestige sign came out either on that night. But there's so many different examples of that happening. I don't know how many times I've seen it from about round 17 last year, where Collingwood have got to that 3-goal, 4-goal lead, and the opposition suddenly has turned the tables and momentum's changed, and suddenly we're the ones that are chasing the tail. We're behind. We're down by 10 points, 12 points, whatever, and we've only got like 5 minutes, 10 minutes to go. Fremantle have done it to us numerous times as well in recent times, you know. Self-inflicted change of momentum, I call it. And that should not be something that should be, you know, you should always consider that to be, that's a failure from the coach, is it not? When you do those sorts of things?
Well, it's down to two things. One, the coach doesn't believe they have the fitness to play that for 4 quarters, or 2, he's stubborn. So I don't think it's fitness. Not at this like round 10, round 9. We're like maybe later in the year, maybe. But like if you're going back to like the West Coast game, I did the watch along for Sydney, and I was looking at the scores, and Collingwood were 30 points up at one stage, and then I saw the scores, and it was like by 5 points. I was like, what the hell's going on here? It just tells me that according to Fly's mind, that he doesn't trust it to play 4 quarters because they don't have the fitness, or he's just too stubborn. He just doesn't want to play that way. His philosophy isn't built for that, for attacking football. A coach, Ross Lyon, has that same ability. When you look at that game against Sydney last week, when he took the game on, Sydney just crumbled. St Kilda looked $1 million. They took on Sydney. They played fast attacking football. And what happened after half time? He went back to slow ways, slow ball movement, conservative wing play, and they lost that game. A game they should have won comfortably. But he went too defensive. He shut up shop. So it's definitely on the coach. It's not on the players, because the coach is with the Presidio Como sign. It's not the players that's saying hold up that sign. It's the coach and the staff inside the box. So it's got nothing to do with the players. The players are only going by what the coach tells them to do, or at least you like to think.
Jordan, do you want to have a word on that? Just in, I know that you've been pretty flat watching the way that we get things change. I mean, you've been to a few games as well, and you've probably seen it. You've sensed it. You've thought that it might be on the cards, and we've seen a bit of this. It's just we've seen so much of it, really, even last year, as I said. But yeah, how much do you think? Do you think it's too much of an easy game plan for an opposition team to wait for that to happen? Then suddenly Fly does it. It's like, how is this happening constantly? And then we're letting a 3-goal, 4-goal lead turn into a narrow loss when we've had a lead for part of the game or whatever. I mean, do you think it's tactics, system, stubbornness? Because I reckon some players probably now expect it to happen. They wait for the Presti sign to come up, and then they just go into it. Whereas 3 years ago, we used to get into this system where we, put our foot down and just steamroll teams in the last part of the game, and that's why we got those close wins and so forth. But it's like the complete opposite now, where they're waiting for the Presti sign, and that's the direction from the coach. So they just take the foot off the accelerator. Giving momentum back to the opposition is a really, really dangerous thing to do. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, it's like, it's basically it's basically letting a 5-year-old, play a piano and expecting some form of coordination. And then being surprised that that they don't play some form of Mozart on it, I mean, all the things you touched on, I think it's all the above: system, game plan, it's probably a bit of like stubbornness. I even said the other week that I feel like Fly even has a form of some form of autism, so it could be a sign where he just doesn't want to change because that's that's got a lot to do with autism. Yeah. Because I mean, even like talking about like Geelong before, like every time we lose to Geelong, it's basically because of two things. They basically, well, actually, probably maybe three things. One, they attack the game well. They know our system so well to the point where they know, okay, if we can get over the top, because our defenders push up way too far, and once you get sort of over the back, we're basically screwed. And with Geelong, they basically play like the side bottom style where you just run all day. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but back when Sidebottom was basically in his prime being a winger, how many times was Sidebottom basically kicking goals from basically like in the goal square every time because he would outrun his opponent? And I feel like Geelong do that like every game with about probably 3-4 players. Like I know Dempsey does it. Yeah, like Dempsey, Holmes has done it a couple of times.
Yeah.
That's literally Sidebottom's game in a complete like nutshell. You look at Sidebottom in his prime, that's what he did every game. And Geelong, I mean, credit to them. That's literally like I feel like that's their game style is to play like Sidebottom. High IQ, really good like positioning. Keep like sort of keeping your width in terms of knowing like where to be around the contest and
zone defense.
In playing like zone and everything, and then once you sort of get it, you basically sprint to the goal square because we play so high up. The only defenders we really have in our defensive 50 is really Frampton, and even Frampton, it feels like he's 60 metres out from the opposition goal, 60 to 70 metres out. So once you get someone like an Ollie Dempsey that just sprints to, say, 30, 20, even like 10 metres out when he's in the goal square, you just got to kick it over the top. And then it's just an easy goal. The amount of times I've seen Geelong do that is just ridiculous. And the fact that you just see it time and time again, and it's not that we don't have an answer for it, but we just don't cater for it. Like, you'd like to think if you get 10 goals, in a game and they all come from one source, you'd like to think that, you're sort of at least for the next game, you prepare next time you play someone like the Geelong, you're then ready for it. It's just, again, it's like as much as it's like a full-time job for these guys, it's just crazy how, when certain things stick out like a sore thumb, just clubs just aren't sort of catering towards certain game styles. Because that's exactly what Geelong play like, is how, someone like a Steel Sidebottom plays. But the difference between someone like an Ollie Dempsey and Sidebottom was never really blessed with like explosive pace or even like half decent pace, where you get like an Ollie Dempsey where I don't know, maybe Lucas can disagree with this, but Ollie Dempsey can fucking run.
No, he can.
And,
he can.
So it's like you've got a Sidebottom that's got explosive speed basically, and he's not the only one. You've got Max Holmes. I'm sure there's like others that I can't.
Yeah, Smith. Well, Bailey Smith, Max Holmes, Dempsey. Their biggest strength is running. Their running power is amazing. They can run all game without any problems. And with Collingwood's slow ball movement, against Geelong's defensive zone where they defend 15 meters out from an opponent, if you're just playing slow football and just bombing along, they can afford to leave their opponent 15 meters away from each other. When you play fast attacking football with that defensive zone, they can't get back. And that's how they lose. Brisbane did it to them in the grand final. Carlton did it to them 2 weeks ago. GWS always do that because they play that zone defensive style. They just can't get back if you play fast ball movement. But if you kick long and bomb, if you bomb it to the wing, if you play slow ball movement, they have time to get back to the defender, to the forwards. So it's very interesting the way that teams just do that against Geelong. And I get why they do it, because if they do play fast ball movement and they fuck up, we're gonna like I said, we're gonna smash them on the turnover. But Carlton did that all game last week. They really took the game. They have made a lot of turnovers in that first quarter, Carlton, but they stuck with it. And because they stuck with it, they kicked goals. They had their counter attacking of their own, and we lost that game. And Brisbane did it to us last year in the grand final after half time. They still played the same way. They played their attacking style, and we just couldn't handle it. We capitulated. We got blown out. So you just got to dare. It won't always work, but most of the time it will against Geelong, because they used to teams of playing so slow against them with their zone defense. They'll not be disrespectful, but they know that teams will play slow defense, and they know that the forwards that they're guarding, can't do anything with slow ball movement, which is right. No forward can. And their biggest strength is contested marking. Tom Stewart, Guthrie, Sam DeConey, they're all good, very good at contested markers. So when you play that way, it suits their game style, of course, because they can mark the damn ball in contested situations.
Now, Lucas, just want to ask you this question. It's been racking my brain. You can go back into your players lists, and because I'm a Collingwood person, so I don't know enough about Geelong, but you can enlighten us. Now, one thing I know about the Cats over the last few seasons, and this season, I believe, is that you really haven't had a top-notch ruckman for a while. Okay, you've got
That's correct.
Stanley. I think even Blitzas has gone up there. Forgive me if I'm getting these wrong, but even Tom Stewart. Going back 2 years ago, you went and recruited Darcy Fort. He had a year or stint there at Geelong as a ruckman. You recruited him specifically to be that ruckman. Now, who was the two questions? So, who was your who was your best ruckman? Like, you might be going years before the current time. Who was your very last very, very good ruckman that actually won the taps and, dominated in the Geelong team in the AFL? Because we must be talking some years ago now, because the rest has sort of been reasonable, okay, and they do a bit of sharing in the ruck. It's not always one guy. I might be, because I'm going back even further. I can remember when you had the likes of Otten rucking for you. This is years ago, over a decade ago.
Yeah,
and there's probably been some really good ruckman for the Cats since that time, but he was quality ruckman, and he'd go forward, mark a ball, kick a goal, all that sort of stuff. But you guys have got away with it now, I reckon, for 4 or 5 seasons where you haven't really obtained a really quality ruckman. You've had some fill-ins or some secondary ruckman with those guys I've just mentioned. And not only that, you've been competitive. You've made a grand final in recent times. You've been in prelim finals. You've been always up there. So you've done it. You've found a way of getting around the issue, and you're still staying competitive, and you're winning 80% of your games through the season, obviously. Maybe only one premiership to say for it over recent years, decade or whatever, but still right up there. So how have you managed that? How have you been able to still do that without, and I know that's why you guys went after Rowan Marshall in like last year. You really targeted him, and I think he wanted to go, and I could understand that because I actually rate him as a ruckman. And Firstly, do you think they'll have another crack at Rowan Marshall again in the trade in October? Or secondly, do you think there's somebody else that you've got your eye on? But I'd like to know why and how Geelong have been able to get over that issue with the fact they really haven't had a dominant ruckman for quite a while now, 5-6 years at least, and yet they're still challenging for a premiership and challenging come that final week. And secondly, is it such an issue?
Is it there?
You there? Lucas?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. So I don't know if you can still hear me. But,
I rambled on
yeah,
a bit.
no, I heard everything you said, yeah. As you mentioned, Stephen King and Bruttons, they were during our first 2007 premierships.
Stephen King. Yep.
Yeah. Look, we've had ruckmen that have been okay to good. Like we've had Stanley for last. Stanley played in the premiership. He was the premiership. He was the ruckman against Richmond in that COVID grand final. He's been with us since 2017. Stanley, as our number one ruckman. So he's been around for a long, long time. In between that, we've had players like Hamish McIntosh, who we've had from North Melbourne. We've had who's that boy from Gold Coast that we used to have? I forgot his name, but we had a ruckman from Gold Coast, Smith. So we haven't really had outstanding tap ruckman apart from Stanley. Not to say Stanley was bad or anything. So at the end of the day, Stanley's a premiership player with us. But it's a low priority for Geelong because they have other players like if it wasn't Stanley, Blitzard, would do some rucking. Sam DeConey, in that premiership year, he also did some rucking. He was a first year player in that premiership year. A lot of people forget that. So as far as like a dominant ruckman, we haven't had that for many, many years. Currently, we've had Toby Conway, who might be our next big ruckman, but he's been injured. He can't get on the park. We've got a new ruckman in Mitch Edwards. Now he's been our starting ruckman this year. Mitch Edwards. He's been a good fight. He's been pretty good. Mitch Edwards. He got towed up by Sherry, which always happens. Sherry's the premium ruckman in the competition, along with Grundy and that. But we really believe we found one in Edwards. Edwards didn't play last week. We managed him because he's a young kid. Really for the first time, rucking, constantly in his first year. So we've been hesitant with him, but we have been, managing him and playing him when we can. So he's no doubt our ruckman going forward, Mitch Edwards. But Stanley's played one game this year, and we understand that rucking is important, but in today's game, I don't think you need a ruckman to win a premiership. Richmond proved that. They had Sean Grigg as their ruckman during their premiership years, and they won 3 premierships. So it's been a low priority for Geelong. We don't really care for that. Well, we do care, but it's just a low priority because we've got such good utility players that can fill that role from time to time. But it does expose you, when you have good ruckman like the Brisbane game. We brought back Stanley in that grand final. He was absolutely completely underdone, and that really hurt us in that grand final along with other things. So yeah, for the first time we looked at a premium ruckman in Marshall. And I rated Marshall. I really wanted Marshall, but Andrew Mackie fucked that deal up because he thought he was going to get Marshall for free. And to be fair, St Kilda played hardball, which is their right to. That's their guy. But I don't think we'll go to answer your other question, I don't think we'll go for Marshall again. I think we're very happy with Mitch Edwards. Apart from the North game where Cherry just completely destroyed him, he's been very good. So I think we've moved on from Marshall and getting a premier ruckman. We'll just put development into Mitch Edwards. And there's another perfect example, Daz and Sean, that, we're trusting our young players. We're putting games into them. We're letting them develop. And for a ruckman in today's era, when you've got Grundy, where you've got Gawn, where you've got Jackson, Tim English, I think that's a good learning curve for such a young ruckman to develop his skills against these kind of ruckmen. I think it's very important. So I think he's our future going forward, and we'll play him for the rest of the year. We'll manage him in the odd game because he's a young kid, but he's our ruckman going forward. So I think that the ship has sailed with Marshall, and we're just going to let Edwards develop into a very good ruckman. Well, hopefully, anyway.
I just
How old
missed
is
what you said.
Edwards as well?
Yeah.
Sorry, Greenus?
Oh, I was just about to say, how old is Edwards? Because he should be what,
He's only
20 now?
He's only 21, so he's a very young ruckman. So he's 2 foot 2 foot 6.
Perth, yeah. He was from Perth, from memory.
That's correct. Yes.
WA, yeah. Okay.
Yep. For Fremantle, their VFL, their waffle team, Pearl Thunder or whatever it's called. That's where he came from.
Because he was like a second round pick for memory, but he was like also like the best ruck in the draft. Draft as well, I think. Yeah, because there was a couple of years in the draft where the best ruck was around like pick 25 to like 30 sort of thing. And I think Geelong got both of them, to be. I think for memory, because even Conway was the best ruck in the draft. He was about pick 30 as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Conway's been injury prone. Mitch Edwards has been at the team for 2 years. He's been there since 2024. But he played a couple of games this year, but now he's been playing a string of games. And what we've seen so far has been very good. Because he only had that bad game against Cherry, but he's been very good for us. So Conway, can't get on the park. Unfortunately, he's been injured. If it's not his knee, it's his hamstring. It's one soft tissue after another. But no, I think we've found a very good player in Mitch Edwards, and once again, not a high draft pick.
Yeah.
That's Geelong's biggest strength. Their ability to find second round. Not that Mitch Edwards is a second round; he's a late first rounder. But to find late first rounders, second rounders, they've done that for years too long, and they've done really well with them. So that's one of our biggest strengths in the recruiting department. It's just turning into a
well, even with like Lawson Humphreys. I know he was an academy player for. Or no, was it academy or it could have been like an All-Australian or something, but he was highly touted in some system somewhere. And then Geelong picked him up because that was the whole when Asava went to Port Adelaide. That's why Geelong held on to that third round pick that they wanted. Because people were like, because Geelong were like, hey, we want pick 65, we're not going to budge on it. When there was already like a first and a second or whatever involved. But they're like, it's either we get that and pick 65 or it's a no deal. And I remember people were like laughing at Geelong being like, oh, really? Pick 65 is going to be a deal breaker? And it's but then you find out it was Lawson Humphreys that was that pick 65. It's like, shit, you kind of understand why it was a deal breaker.
Yeah, well, again, like Mitch Edwards, Lawson's from Perth, so I don't know exactly what team he actually played for in the Waffle. I don't think he actually did. I think he was just a.
No, he was a kid. Humphreys, I think.
Yeah,
but he was.
Yeah.
I don't know if he made the All-Australian squad or something for the under-18s But I remember he was under some professional system. I don't know. He could have been NGA or something, but I don't know. He was highly touted somewhere. And then Geelong just like sort of found him, in the third round or whatever it was, like pick 65 or something.
Yeah,
and
it was. I think 64. 65. Yeah, one of those. But and Lawson's been great for us. He's been like. Hang on, what's happened? Yeah, Lawson's been great for us, across the halfback as well. Almost playing like that Tom Stewart role when Tom Stewart first came to the club. Yeah. And when you have, and Des, mentioned this earlier, with with Frampton, when you have leaders around you, it can make you feel whole lot better. When you have to do it by yourself, that's kind of the problem. If you don't have the best leaders around you, and we've got, like I said, he's got Tom Stewart to learn off. Tom Stewart's a very good defender for many, many years. Incidentally, a diamond in the rough, Tom Stewart. A very almost like a middle-aged recruit, almost. But Humphrey, Guthrie, even O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan's played a hell of a year. He's probably been our highest draft pick in many years, O'Sullivan, and he's played really, really well because he's got all these amazing leaders around him. Yeah. So that definitely helps develop it as well. And like I said, with Edwards, we've been playing Edwards, we've been playing Humphreys, we've been playing Sullivan. So we're giving them games to develop. We're playing them full years. Humphreys, apart from last week where he got injured, he hasn't missed a game since he's played for Geelong. Same with O'Sullivan, he's played almost every game. So we're putting miles into the legs of these young boys, and you know what? They're going to have bad games. Humphreys has had a couple of bad games. So has O'Sullivan. But you just got to accept that. And for the most part, touch wood, I think both defenders, you're going to get 200 games out of them, which is a fantastic result, and which is what you want when you draft a kid. You want them to play as much games as possible. No, it's not always going to work out, but you got to at least trust the system and trust the environment that they're in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if only a certain coach could take notes on that philosophy.
Lucas, another question. With Danger probably near the end of his career, and maybe Jeremy Cameron down the track too, but certainly Danger. Are you confident? How confident are you in regards to the fact that Geelong will still stay competitive, be top four, maybe even consider another grand final in the next year or two or whatever it may be? I don't know how long Danger's got. Maybe you can give us that. You didn't give him much of a rap a few weeks ago when you're on the stream. You gave him and then he came out and he had a big played a blinder. I forget who it was against, but anyway, what happens? What happens? Yeah, what happens with Danger? Are you confident that with his with a retirement, down the track? Not saying I think he'll probably go on again next year. I've got a feeling they'll manage him, and obviously, I just can't see any reason why he would call it quits yet. But maybe less games through next year, but. Yeah, are you confident that the rest of the team will be able to still maintain the highest standards and still stick in the top four, basically? Bearing in mind Jeremy Cameron, I don't know how old he is. Is he 32 or 33? I can't remember.
Yeah,
but he's
yeah.
So they're the two guys that everyone talks when they talk about Geelong. They talk about Danger. They talk about Jezza and all of that. But I've just got this feeling. I'm a Collingwood person, so I'm speaking here. I've still got I still have confidence that the Cats will still be. I mean, they'll get free agents in. They've already got those. Bailey Smiths come in. I mean, they've just got this know-how of getting these guys to the club. Who knows? They might even get Zach Butters. I've got no idea, but who knows? There's always a way of getting him in. We joked about it last week about the brown paper bags and all that shit. It's all joke. But anyway, they just have a way of getting these guys to the club, cotton on deals and everything like that. Come out here, you're not far away from Moggs Creek, fishing, you can do your surfing and everything like that. But, with Danger perhaps being the next player to maybe call it quits, probably in the next 2 years, are you confident that Geelong will stay competitive? And the other thing too is, I mean, I'm looking at Collingwood and I'm looking at the potential retirements, maybe even this year, of 3 of our stars. We don't have the confidence, and we don't have. We're not flying that well this year, obviously, and we're a bit concerned about the drop off. We're worried about what might come next year and beyond. It looks like with Tassie coming in that Geelong is still going to be really, really competitive, unlike maybe the Pies. So, again, how do they do it? Why? Well, is it just because it's at Geelong, because it's away from Melbourne? You can keep to yourself, do your own thing. Is it the coaching? Is it the play? Is it the list manager? Is it is it all of that? Is it the fact that they just stay competitive? I'd like to know because, I don't want to fall off a cliff. I don't want to be an Essendon or West Coast or a Carlton. And I want to be like a Geelong. I want to be like the Cats and stay competitive and be up there. And even if we lose a champion like Danger, that we can still fight for a premiership.
Well, I'd like to think the Geelong Football Club doesn't revolve around one player. Yes, Patrick Dangerfield is a once in a generation player at our club, a club legend. But you're always going to get a once in a generation player every 5-10 years. Look at Collingwood, for example, Pendlebury. Well, who's going to be the next Pendlebury? When he goes, well, you got Dacos. No, who's going to be the next Ablett when he retires? Well, you have Dangerfield. So there's always going to be and I'm not comparing Ablett to Dangerfield or Pendlebury to Dacos, but that's the way it is. There's always going to be some player that's going to be a once in a generation player every 10 years, 5 or 10 years. So I'm sure that when Dangerfield retires, we'll find someone else will come our way. It might be Bailey Smith. Bailey Smith is very young. Don't forget that. He's very, very young. It's not like he's 28, 30. He's still got a lot of football ahead of him, so it could be Bailey Smith. But like I said, our strength when recruiting is recruiting these players, that are high or low draft picks, however you want to call it. Around the late first round, second round it, and just playing them, just developing them. That's our biggest strength, and also recruiting. We have the ability to take free agents to our clubs. Cameron, Bailey Smith, Jack Martin, Tyson Stengel. But all besides Stengel and Bailey Smith, all premiership players that we've invested from drafts, especially Cameron and Dangerfield also coming from the Crows. So we've always had the ability to attract a free agent, a big one, not just a B grader or an A grader, but an elite player, which keeps the club around the top of the ladder for many, many years. You don't rely on one player. No club does. But that credit goes to list management for that. Credit goes to the coaching to develop these young kids into stars. Like I just mentioned Tom Stewart, for example, almost a premature recruit. And he's turning one of the best defenders in the AFL for many, many years. Multiple All-Australians. Our Ireland experiment, Sean Mullins, up till 5 years ago, didn't know how to kick a ball. And he's one of the best hackers in the game. So developing and recruiting is our biggest asset. If you take that away from us, we become average. And the Geelong Football Club know that. They need to, scout and find the best player. Well, not so much the best players, but what they need suits them. So they don't really care of getting the best players. Everyone wants the best players, but what they care about is getting what they need over best player.
Yep. So
when Dangerfield goes, he's been an inside mid ball, but he's been playing forward lately. So we've gone past that. We've replaced Dangerfield almost with Bailey Smith in that role. He's not Dangerfield yet. He's nowhere near Dangerfield yet, Bailey Smith. But it's a like for like replacement, if you know what I mean. And that's the most important thing. I don't care about getting, like I said, I don't care about getting the best player. I just want what's best for the Geelong Football Club, what they need. And when Cameron goes, to Dez's question, whether it's through free agency or the draft, I hope it would be a like for like player that can push up to the wing, get back quickly, kick goals on the counter attack, you know. And like I said, you're not going to replace these megastars, you know. But every now and then you're going to get a generation player, whether it will be a full forward or centre half forward or hop full back or midfield. It doesn't really matter, but you'll get someone. Yes, ideally you would not want to be rebuilding when Tasmania come in. That would be fucking horrible. But as a fan going forward for the future, I'm not really worried about that. You know, it also helps when you've seen 4 flags in 20 years, but that doesn't concern me. That what concerns me is what's best for the club. That's how I see it. And if that's getting a 4 forward or a midfield or fucking defender or whatnot, or ruckman, no, if it's best for the club, if it helps us win flags, then I'm happy with it. I'll take what I get. I don't take anything for granted. There's a lot of Geelong fans out there that are spoiled brats. I'm sure you know that, Daz. I don't see myself that way. I don't take anything for granted. You know, while we've won 4 flags, we've lost 6 prelims and we've lost 2 grand finals. That's what I worry about. That's the only thing I criticise Chris Scott. You know, you lose fucking 6 prelims. You think, what the fuck are you doing? Well, how can you lose 6 prelims? What are you doing? I focus on that rather than, we've won 4 flags. Because focusing on how you lose 6 prelims is what makes you better. You know, winning flags in 2007, 2011, you know, 2022. That means fuck all now. That doesn't mean shit now because most of the players are gone. So I care about getting the best player for the club, and if it's a 4 forward or a ruckman or centre halfback, so be it. That doesn't bother me. And if Dangerfield wants to leave or retires, you know, it'd be a sad day because he's a club legend. You know, you always want club legends to stick around as much as possible. But at the end of the day, if it helps us improve our position, then so be it. You know, that's the way it is. And that happened with Tom Hawkins. I didn't want Tom Hawkins playing VFL. That was terrible. I really loved Tom Hawkins as one of my favourite players in that Geelong premiership years, along with Bartel and that. You know, the way Hawkins went out was very disappointing, very, very disappointing. But it was what was best for the club. And we've tried Shannon Neal, and Shannon Neal's now, you know, still developing. You know, at times Shannon Neal pisses me off. But I know he's going to be for our future. And if by playing Hawkins during that time, I think would have hurt Shannon Neal's development. You know, he wouldn't be the player he is today. So that's how I see it. You know, I don't really care who's at our club as long as they play really well, as long as they do their best to win us a flag. You know, it's irrelevant to me who goes or who stays. To me.
Yeah, don't accept mediocrity, and that's what I'm concerned about. You know, I never accept mediocrity. The other, Jack Martin, I'm just interesting. He actually was at Carlton, was he not? And then was he either at the Gold Coast or GWS before that as well?
Yeah, the Suns.
Third club, and I saw him the other night. He was absolutely on fire, a dangerous force. So if you look, Stengel's gone out, and he's like an automatic fit for Tyson Stengel. He's like come in and he's playing that small forward role. Yeah. So you're not missing Tyson Stengel. This guy here, you've actually targeted that guy to do the role of Tyson Stengel. Mind you, he was pretty good over that period of time too in that premiership year as well. Again, another club, again from the Adelaide Crows, another club, targeted by Geelong, came in, done the role, done the job, had a good season. Did he make All-Australian, Tyson Stengel, that year?
I think he missed out. Oh, okay, yeah. That wasn't
he was in the squad, yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't our premiership year when he did it, though.
Oh, all right, okay, forget. All right. I'm getting mixed up maybe. But anyway, Jack Martin, and Jack Martin, I go back about 4 years ago, the guy couldn't get on the ground. He was injured constantly injured. I think that might have been the time when he was between Carlton and Gold Coast or whatever. So basically, he's now fitter. He's playing well. He's fitting into the team. He's gelling with the team. Knows the system after just a short period of time. You're getting value for money out of him. I don't know what he's on money-wise. Maybe you can enlighten us there, which brings me back to my question earlier on Dan Houston. We sell the farm for Dan Houston, bring him in 2 years ago, and it's given precious little. And then you get a guy like Jack Martin, who Geelong have targeted to make you better, and he's living up to the expectations and doing a good job. And he's probably on his last chance, let's face it. You'd have to say after 3 clubs, probably this is his very last chance, and he's making the most of it. And, you know, I don't know what he's on. Do you know what he would be currently on money-wise?
Minimal, because he's on his last chance and because he's been at 3 clubs. He'd be on minimal. So, same with Tyson Stengel, because Tyson Stengel came from Crows, but he had some problems. I'm sure you're well aware. So they were both on minimal contracts. Now, when Tyson Stengel won us the flag,
sign a new contract though.
He did, yeah. So when Stengel won the flag, we gave him a 3-4 year deal, be like what you did with Bobby Hill, and then we paid him a little bit extra, which has hurt us because he's not playing for whatever reasons. Same with Bobby Hill. So that has hurt us a bit with Jack Martin, because Jack Martin was played with injuries and that. He's on minimum. He's yet to sign since being with us. He hasn't signed a new deal yet, so he's actually on minimum wage, or the minimum, whatever that is.
So he's playing for his career this year, right now.
Yeah,
he's playing for his career basically.
Yeah.
You're not signing him up. You're going to wait until the end of the year and see how he performs, which is great. I love that attitude. Don't sign him too soon. Let him play on the edge. Play for their season. Don't give him a contract too quickly. Let's see how they go, because basically you can jump the gun too quickly on some of these guys. You're not losing anything because he's on a very low package at the moment. And if he deserves it at the end of the year, he might go. He's obviously going to go up in monetary value next year. He's going to be on more money, obviously. But we want to see results first. Great thing from Geelong. It's a pity Collingwood don't learn from it.
If you just to reassure you, actually right does about Stengel. So Stengel won when he came to Geelong in 2022. He won All Australian straight away, because he was playing in the SANFL the year before that. So the Crows sacked him, and no one wanted him. Then he went to SANFL. He won the premiership with Woodville, and then Geelong said, "You know what? We'll pick him up," because they picked him up in the rookie draft. They got him for nothing. They got him for nothing, and they paid him nothing. And then they kind of made that mistake of giving him a big contract. So they're not going to do that with Jack Martin. They'll wait at the end of the year. But if I said to you, when Cameron first came to our club, if I said to you, how much do you think Cameron would be on? What would you say?
Got no idea.
It'd have to be on a mil, but something tells me
Stuart would know.
That. Yeah, I mean, with someone like Cameron, he would have to be over a mil if we're talking talent and stuff. But something tells me, especially now that he's probably in his early to mid 30s, wouldn't be surprised if he's on 800 or something.
Nah. When he first came to the club, he was nowhere near a million. No, he was 850. 900. When he first came from GWS, when he didn't even get the million. Same with Dangerfield. When Dangerfield came from Crows, he was nowhere near a million. You know, for some reason, when we do get the free agents, we actually get them for less than probably what they're worth. Because weren't you guys into Cameron as well?
He's a Collingwood supporter. He used to barrack for Collingwood, apparently.
Yeah, and you guys did offer him $1 million. You offered him more than what Geelong did.
Yeah, but basically all the money that we basically had for him, we gave it to Grundy.
Yeah,
so that worked out well for us.
Yeah, because Cameron went to went to Geelong for less.
So what would he be on now? What would Jezza be on now this year?
Probably 700, 750.
Okay, so it's gone down. So yeah, okay.
Yeah. He's getting.
But
He's
that's
getting.
also with
he's getting-
age as well.
Yeah, he's getting up to
age
age.
has
Yeah.
got something to do with it. He's missed a few games here and there. A couple of years
With
ago, he
the-
missed a chunk of games as well. Yeah.
He did, and with his next contract, it'd probably be 650, 700, and goes way down. Especially if this arm injury is gonna hamper him, which it seems like Geelong need to make a call on that because he's still feeling nerve pain in his shoulder from that broken arm in the grand final. And if that plays effect on him, then of course his currency is going to go down, isn't it? So, but he's happy at Geelong. He'll stay. He'll be at Geelong until he retires.
Yeah. But what you can sounds like the Geelong, and you probably sound like you're reasonably confident. So if you lose Danger for a few weeks for injury, or they have issues with like Danger's had issues over the years, hasn't he, with hamstrings, and he's missed quite a few games with hammies. And I've noticed that they've given him, like, instead of the normal 2 weeks, he's normally got the 4 weeks off.
Yeah,
and they won't bring him back too soon, and they'll manage him and all that sort of stuff. And that's great. Again, great. Sort of like planning and strategy by Geelong. Same with Jezza as well, obviously. In the early period, he had problems with injuries as well, and he's got one now, you reckon. So, but it sounds like you're reasonably confident. If those two guys are not in the team, that the Cats will still be more than competitive anyway, because other guys seem to be like stepping up. But I'm fascinated with the Jack Martin situation because, like, you're saying that he's one of the lowest paid players at the club, and he's playing AFL at the moment. So he's playing on the edge, playing for his career. How old would he be? 26, 27, Jack Martin?
Jack Martin? No, I think he'd be
Jack
older than
Martin.
that.
He'd be like 29, I reckon. Maybe
He's
pushing
older than
30.
that, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I think he's
Okay,
even
well,
older
there
than that.
you
I
are.
think he might. No, I think he's even older than that. I think he might be 31, 32.
So he'd be older than Tyson Stengel.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
He turned 31 in January.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Gee whiz.
So I think
Okay,
he
well,
turned
there you are.
next
He's
year.
on his last chance for sure.
Yeah.
So
that's why-
great
that's
strategy.
why-
Yeah.
That's why he's on a low contract or low
Yeah.
money contract. And B, that's why we haven't re-signed him yet.
Mm. I'd ask our great man there, Sean, as to is there any correlation or anything's coming up where we can perhaps do what Geelong have done in regards to, the contracts and so forth and the deals and the, as I was quoted earlier, sell the farm for, for Houston and all that sort of stuff, that maybe there can be a bit of a learning process on what we could do in future and learn from some of the things Geelong have done successfully. That Jack Martin story is unbelievable. They did it with Tyson Stengel, as I said, came over with took a risk, definitely took a risk. I don't know what you were thinking, Lucas, when you got Tyson Stengel, whether it was a risk, calculate a risk, but it paid off obviously in that short-term period, but doing the same with Jack Martin as well. But yeah, ultimate. Do you see Collingwood? What do you see about Collingwood and going forward with their strategy in regards to players and contracts, and being level-headed about how we offer? I hate these long-term deals, but you'd hope that we wouldn't be one of those clubs that throw. I mean, the Grundy deal was a disaster. Obviously, that's the first thing. Let's not forget that. Yeah, but you look at all the contracts and the deals and all that sort of stuff. Do you think we could take a leaf out of Geelong's book with the way they do and way they bring players in and they don't sign them up until they actually see results?
Mm. Yeah, well, I've even spoken to a few people, and I've even been told that there are a lot of things that Geelong do that we're trying to implement the same thing. Um, even the whole even with like the ruck system, how we got Smith and Steen, we were sort of hoping that, and even with Cameron and Cox, that's basically like a Geelong system that we tried to implement as well. So there's definitely a lot of Geelong like things that we're trying to do. Whether if it's going to be working well going forward, contract wise, and I know we did try to get someone like a Tyson Stengel a few years ago, but given with just how we're traveling, I don't think we'd be that type of club to be. I'm sure we'll probably find some diamonds in the rough, but Tyson Stengel's a bit of a different category. I probably won't go into detail, but let's just say when he got delisted by Crows, it wasn't from football talent. It was from other reasons that I won't probably mention. If people know, they know.
Yeah.
And that obviously had a large part, and I just don't think Collingwood would bring when someone has a history of what he did. I just don't think a club like Collingwood would bring someone like that in the four walls, even though we did try. Because with Geelong going after him, we were the other club that was interested as well. But so I could be wrong, but I just don't think unless if you're getting him super super cheap, which is what Geelong did. I just don't see Collingwood going for that type because we don't really like to get guys like that, especially under a fly team in the current state. But yeah, you can always find someone cheap. You can always go to the free agency. Look at a Jordan Butts if you need a key defender. Even if you're looking at like a small forward, like a competent small forward, there's Sam Switkowski from Fremantle. He would be like a solid stopgap for maybe a year or two. So it just sort of depends on like the options that you want and stuff, and how you sort of go about it. But yeah, there's always options out there. You just got to find the right ones, and hope you sort of also win those sort of like bids as well too. Even if you're getting them through free agency, you've also got to. Even if you don't pay the most, you still got to be the most attractive. I'd imagine like someone like a Hockey Neal will probably arrive. That just makes too much sense. And I think I saw an article the other day. Apparently, we upped our offer as well. Whether that's true or not, who the hell knows? But we definitely need some more help for Nick. So hopefully that plays out. And again, a stopgap for a potential inclusion of maybe like a Rao in like 2 years' time, it's a 2 years' time because I think he's out of contract next year and he's a free agent. So, if that's the case, then we can get Rao in 2020 or playing on the list in 2028. So if you get Neal in for 2 years, that should be a pretty good addition. And then you just got to. I hate the fact that I've got to use other clubs as an example, but if we can do a Geelong and go for needs, there's definitely some options out there. Personally, especially when you have someone like a Howe, if Howe potentially retires, I wouldn't even mind like a Karmas just to come in as like a third tall. Can even chop out as like a second tall if you need him to be. I'd be really keen because especially with O'Brien at the helm and Leopard, I probably don't trust Leopard as much as O'Brien because I just think O'Brien's just incredible at like what he does. But if those two can put their brains together and get a few options, because I feel like off season of 2022 is potentially on the cards this year, where we'll probably pick up a fair few. And whoever gets delisted and stuff and retires, we'll see. But I kind of feel like we'll be getting in a handful of players this year.
All right, lads. So I'm going to head off now.
Yep.
Jesus, 4 o'clock. Wow.
It's nearly 5 over here.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh. I can't do that. I can't do that these days. Oh
I'm
my
not doing a
god.
marathon. No. I might.
No.
We might get the call out to Matt if you can hear us. I think we might nearly say good night or good morning.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think you
know.
sent me a message saying that I can end the stream whenever you guys need.
Oh,
want
right.
to.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
all right. Well, whenever you're
Need
ready,
Peter to come in.
Sean.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that. I just looked at the time myself. Oh shit, this has gone on forever. But you know, we've kept
It doesn't take
ourselves. We've kept ourselves interested, just the four of us or three of us, for a while, which is not bad, I suppose. I know there's been a bit of Geelong content, but I've learned a bit about how things are done down there. It's always good to find those things out to try and compare.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
especially learning about what selection integrity is. Yeah, that's a new concept for us.
Absolutely, but it still doesn't make me feel any better about that loss that we had against Melbourne. I still feel shit. So yeah, and I don't watch any of when we lose games like that, and when we have lost games, I'm starting to not watch those footy TV shows. I can't stand it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know about all the so-called Kane Cornses and all the experts telling
gender defenders
what we can do, can't do, and all those hypocrites there. No, I just don't even bother turning it on anymore because we know what we're going to get. So I just don't listen to them or don't watch them anymore. So more so when we lose because it's just a stick the boots in and that's about it. I mean, you can't get much better. You turn on, you go on Chronicles or you go on our Maddie's stream, you will get some honesty from the likes of Sean and Maddie and Age and all of that and anyone else for that matter that might come on. And Manny and all of that is pretty hard at times, but he's pretty honest too. He says what he says. I try to be as honest and, you know, I don't try to be too critical, but you got to be constructive. Unfortunately, it's been a bit of the same old the last 4 or 5 weeks, though. It would be nice if the coach and the integrity of the Collingwood Football Club could actually sort of like bite the bullet and, you know, balance it up a bit better. Time will tell, guys, I suppose, as to whether that happens, because 11 games to go after the bye, and we're sitting on we're sitting outside the top 10, not just outside the top 8, we're outside the top 10. That's why I direct a lot of my questions when you come on, Lucas, to Geelong, because they seem to have this, even after those disappointing losses you had recently, we know that the Cats are going to come back, and they're still going to be sitting in the top 4 when we get to the end of the year. We know that. We know that they won't stand for mediocrity. And they've always got a plan to improve things and get things right, even when they have a little bit of a form slump or drop off a little bit. It's never for long. It's never for long. They've always got a system. I trust your system over our system any day.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So well done. That's the only bit of plaudits and positiveness I'm going to give your team, though, and your club. Other than that, because I fucking hate them. Other than that, I really despise them in regards to being so good for so long. And it's not you. Don't take this personally, but again, I'll direct this at some of your supporters. I can't. Some of your supporters give me the shits. So
is one of them the Cat Man?
Yeah, so there you go. But as I said, it's nothing personal. It's just
it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, and you've just got the wood on us at the moment, and I like to see that that turnaround, actually, if I can possibly hope that can happen. I'm just not sure it's going to happen. I know we've got you coming up later in the year, so time will tell what happens in that one. You'll probably beat us by 100 points in that one. Who knows? But all right, not maybe that'll be the game we surprise you, and we play the kids, and they run rampant, and they
Take the game
pull
on.
something out the box. Yeah, well, we need a coach that's going to be prepared to do that, though. That's the thing. That's going to be a switch it around a little bit. We said last week that the guys were playing with sort of like take the chains off them, you know, and let the guy, particularly young guys, they just like to take the game on. That's the way they play. Not so much the system as much. They just want to get ball, use ball, give ball, kick goals, all that sort of stuff. A lot of them, it's a bit old-fashioned, but that's the way we used to play as kids, you know, growing up.
Dude.
And you still had a coach, and the coach made the decisions. But, yeah, I think it's just so structured now, AFL, that you just have to – it's for some clubs, it's to your detriment, I feel, when you start doing and you start going so structured like that, in my opinion. Anyway, so I don't know any idea what Maddie? Oh, you can end the stream, Sean. You said
Yeah, I can end
anytime.
it. Yeah.
Anytime, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
It's
I've
been
got
good
the power.
talking to
yeah.
you.
So if Lucas wants to go, I'm nearly pooped, nearly gone. I need to sleep. I'm not working today, so that's the reason why I jumped on, because I've got another little day off. Luckily, it was all planned, but otherwise I would have been not even coming on. But yeah, it's been good anyway. Very enlightening to hear it all.
Been good, yeah.
Hopefully it's been interesting to listen to for those people listening as well and watching. I don't know how many people are actually still listening and watching, but hopefully you've been interested by it and actually learnt a little bit. And it hasn't been all negative. I don't think it has anyway. It's been constructive and
No,
yeah.
not at all.
Yeah, so we'll do it hopefully again down the track. So, Sean, I think I might leave it to you to end the stream, and I can join Lucas in my own time here and get a bit of sleep as well, and maybe we can all have a sleep, and we'll come back when we can, whenever Matt's got another stream.
That's
Absolutely.
it. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep, sounds good. All right. Thanks,
Well,
everybody for watching. If you reach to the end of the stream, just make sure to like and subscribe. We do some awesome content here. So if you're a Collingwood supporter or just a fan of AFL in general, just, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and so you can stay up to date with everything. And, that'll be it for us here. And, we are out. Go Pies.
Thank you, guys. Well done. Thank you very much for your time. And Manny earlier as well. Manny, thanks for letting us come on and, go through things. And it's been very enlightening. Thanks, boys. Thank you. Enjoy your week. Speak to you soon.
Right. Yep. Go Pies.
Go Pies.